俺は戦える軍隊を作る。見てろ、ベガパンク。俺が世界を変えてやる。クローバーの島、小原の石は無駄にはしない。
The famished Straw Hats sail through a storm. They struggle to maintain course. Luffy states he'll save Sanji no matter what. On the Queen Mama chanter, Sanji notices that Tamago's transponder snail is ringing constantly. Tamago explains that the snail is receiving warning signals. At that point, the ship passes by Tart 28, an outpost, where a platoon of Big Mom pirates awaits to attack any intruders. Tamago then tells Sanji not to be stubborn, and just ally with Big Mom along with Germa 66. Stating it's what Sanji's father wants. Sanji angrily yells at Tamago not to speak of his father as their relationship was cut off already, and says he only came along to bring it to an end. Tamago sips from the teacup on his head, explaining how Big Mom thinks highly of Sanji for being a chef regardless of him being a straw hat. Sanji remarks how Tamago's people don't care if their friends die, and says that he'll only cook for his own nakama. Tamago states that Bege was right to incapacitate Peckhams. Vito then brings over a photo he recently received from Whole Cake Island. Sanji tells them he's not getting married. Despite Sanji's threats, Vito shows him the photo of Pudding, Sanji's soon-to-be fiancé. Sanji reacts to the beautiful photo as he would upon seeing any other pretty female. Later, Sanji walks around the ship as people stack up piles of large presents. Vito follows him, questioning Sanji on his reaction to the photo of Pudding. He then asks Sanji if he's ever read the Way World Economic Journal. The Wedge features a comic called Sora, Warrior of the Sea. Vito supposes it was made to indoctrinate children on how the Navy is always right and strong, and states his liking for the comic's antagonists, Germa 66. Sanji tells Vito not to refer to him as one of the Germa 66 members. Regardless, Vito was still happy to see Germa 66 in person. Sanji wakes up a sleeping door, demanding it open. He then walks to the room he was provided and tells Vito to stop following him. Caesar, in a nearby cage, demands to be let out. Vito explains how they were only ordered to capture Caesar, while Sanji, on the other hand, was to be treated kindly as he's the precious groom whose purpose would be to unite the Charlotte family with Germa 66. Sanji restates his unwillingness to get married and tells Vito to get out. Hitman Gotti of the Fire Tank Pirates appears. Gotti points a large machine gun at Sanji, telling him to apologize to Vito for being rude. Vito tries to persuade him it's okay. Sanji tells them both to get out as Vito struggles to hold back Gotti, and then goes on to say it's okay to not tolerate him as they're not friends. An angered Chiffon stomps into the room, demanding Gotti not to mistreat Sanji, lest Big Mom removes their heads. She apologizes to Sanji, then pulls Gotti out of the room by his ear. Vito leaves next, the animate door closing behind him. Sanji thinks out loud how much Chiffon resembles her. Caesar, whilst crying, complains about the unfair advantage Sanji has, and the likelihood of Caesar being killed by Big Mom. A few days later, the hot sun beats down on the starving Straw Hats. Luffy, Brooke, Pedro, and Chopper sit fishing on the edge of the sunny, each in turn exclaiming how hot the weather is. In what little shade is on deck, Nami, along with Carrot and Peckhams, beg the others to catch fish before the weather turns again. Chopper explains the slim chances of doing so, as the seawater appears to be boiling. Luffy gets a bite on his fishing rod and struggles to bring the very large fish out of water. He finally manages to pull up the fish and yells, "Let's eat." Somewhere else, a large vessel shrouded in mist floats in the sea. The silhouettes of two people converse on their desire to meet with him. After days without food, a famished Luffy finally manages to catch something while fishing, and he excitedly brings it up. Though he initially succeeds, the giant fish falls back into the water, where it resists Luffy's attempts to pull it onto the Thousand Sunny. The Sanji retrieval team, in a massive effort, manages to pull the fish onto the Sunny, where they prepare to cook and eat it. Chopper notes that its color seems strange and decides to look for information on it in Sanji's locker. Chopper manages to find a book about fish buried by several magazines with women on them, and discovers that the fish they caught has extremely poisonous skin that will cause instant death. He goes outside to tell the team about this, only to find that Luffy has already started eating the skin. Luffy feels fine, but Chopper tells her that they can still eat the fish if they skin it, and prepare it according to Sanji's instructions. Nami and Carrot cook the fish according to Sanji's instructions, making hearty servings for everyone on the team. They then bring it outside to serve it, and the team finds it to be delicious. However, Chopper is in a panic, as Luffy has collapsed and lost most of his functions from the skin poisoning. Nami insists that Chopper eat so he can keep taking care of Luffy, and Chopper reluctantly does so, but continues panicking and crying as he does not have the supplies necessary to treat the poisoning. They note that Luffy is still alive despite the fish's skin normally causing instant death, but they still need to get to an island and find herbs immediately. However, Peckhams warns them that they could not do this right away, as they are currently entering Big Mom's territory. Planning to stop for help at any island they come across, the Sanji retrieval team is delighted by the cotton candy snow falling on them. Their Den Den Mushi suddenly starts ringing, and Peckham states that it is a signal from the territorial sea slugs warning them that they are definitely in Big Mom's territory. Suddenly, the Sanji retrieval team is approached by a mysterious ship, and Peckham states that it is probably a Tart, one of their scout ships. He has the team hide while he settles matters with the Tart, but discovers instead that the ship belongs to Germa 66. The team barely manages to avoid crashing into the much larger ship, and a hooded man with a face resembling Sanji's approaches them, asking what they are doing here. The team mistakes him for Sanji and are overjoyed, asking him for an antidote to give to Luffy. However, the man reveals that he is not Sanji, but is actually Yanji. Yanji refuses to share the relationship between him and Sanji, but the team knows that he is obviously Sanji's younger brother. Yanji then sees Nami and becomes love-struck, and the team is surprised at the similarities within Sanji's family. Yanji prepares to leave, and the team asks him for an antidote to save Luffy, but he coldly refuses. The team tries to get confrontational, when suddenly Yanji is kicked off his ship by his sister, who tells him to stop being so stingy. The woman then jumps onto the Sunny as the Sanji retrieval team gathers around the incapacitated Luffy. When she lands on deck, the team confronts her, but she simply apologizes for her brother's behavior. The Sanji retrieval team reacts in shock to the mysterious woman being on their ship, realizing from her comment about Yanji being her little brother that she must be Sanji's older sister as well. Yanji then jumps out of the water and expresses his annoyance at his sister Reiju as he hovers in midair. The team is bewildered by Yanji's ability to float, and wonder if it is a devil fruit, but Nami says he would have been incapacitated by the water if that were the case. Peckhams then reveals that Yanji gained his abilities from science, being a member of the Vinsmoke family, the leaders of Germa 66 who possess advanced scientific technology. Chopper is awestruck by the Big Mom has been looking to get her hands on the technology for a long time. Brooke recognizes the Vinsmoke name, recalling that the family used to rule over the entire North Blue. Reiju affirms this, revealing that even though they no longer have any physical territory, they still hold royal status and can attend levelly. Brooke becomes infatuated with Reiju and asks to see her panties, but Nami hits him for his improper conducts. Reiju turns her attention to the incapacitated Luffy and notes that he must have eaten the armored stonefish from the hot sea, which would normally kill even a giant instantly. However, she calls it her favorite delicacy and presses her lips against Luffy's. She then sucks all of the poison out of his body, transferring it to herself without suffering any negative effects. The team, except for Brooke, who desires to be in Luffy's current state, is shocked to see this. But Reiju assures them that everything is fine since she is the poison pink. Luffy then regains consciousness, and Chopper and Carrot tearfully embrace him. He does not remember what happened, and asks for more of the armored stonefish's skin, and Nami angrily tells him what happened. Luffy sees Reiju's curly eyebrow, and thinks that she is Sanji, only to be scolded by Chopper to the fact that she is a woman. After a while, Luffy realizes she is Sanji's sister, and Reiju thanks him for taking care of Sanji during his absence from their family. She reveals that their father had been looking for him since he left, and when Sanji first got a bounty 2 years ago, Judge sent bounty hunters after him. However, due to the crude drawing on Sanji's wanted poster, the hunters went after Duval instead, and the Straw Hats remember Duval telling them about how he had been targeted based on his resemblance to the drawing of Sanji. When Sanji's bounty was finally updated with a photograph of him, Judge pressed on with the search and had his bounty condition changed to only alive. Luffy asks where Sanji is, and Reiju states that he is either with Big Mom or their father. They had sailed out to meet him but seemed to have missed him. Reiju looks forward to meeting him later, but Luffy angrily states his intention of rescuing Sanji as tension builds up. Yanji notices Peckhams and asks him what he is doing with the Straw Hats, and annoyed Peckham states he will keep that to himself. And Reiju jumps from the Sunny and lands next to Yanji's cell. Reiju and Yanji bid farewell, agreeing to not tell anyone about their meeting in order to ensure that Sanji's wedding happens. The two ships then sail away. Reiju catches Yanji looking amorously at Nami's wanted poster. Brooke was still infatuated with Reiju's beauty and says that he still wishes to see her panties. Nami comments saying that she doesn't even have the energy to smack him. Meanwhile, Aladdin watches the scene from underwater and reports it to Jinbe, asking what he wants to do. On the Sunny, the Sanji retrieval team admires Reiju's work on Luffy, and Luffy offers to go fishing again, but they quickly decline. Nami recognizes they are still in a food shortage, but Peckham states that they should reach an island soon. He reveals that there are 34 islands surrounding Whole Cake Island, which are all ruled by a minister. These islands compose Big Mom's territory, which is called Totoland. Carrot then leaps up to the crow's nest, and she and Pedro see a Tart approaching them. Peckham has everyone else hide, assuring them he can smooth it out with security. The Sunny and the Tart later dock on the shore of an island, and Peckham speaks with several chess soldiers, claiming to have hijacked the Sunny from a pirate group and is currently sailing it to give to Big Mom, complete with a sweet treat. The Sanji retrieval team watches from behind the Sunny's masthead, and Carrot tries to go onto the island, but they hold her back until Peckham's finishes arrangements. However, they then realize that Luffy and Chopper are missing, having likely headed onto the island already. Indeed, Luffy and Chopper run across the island until they approach a town made entirely out of chocolate, much to their delight. Luffy and Chopper gaze in awe at the town before them, which not only has a large variety of people walking around, but is also composed almost entirely of chocolate. On the Sunny, Nami and Carrot excitedly wear their new dresses, and Nami beats up Brooke for peeking under her skirt. Peckhams tells them that it takes a day to get to Whole Cake Island from their current location, so he tells them to get groceries before they depart. Carrot notes that a large variety of races are gathered on the island, including minks. Peckhams then explains Big Mom's dream, a utopia where every race can coexist peacefully. He reveals that there are 34 islands surrounding Whole Cake Island ruled by ministers, which are all collectively known as Toto Land. The town they are in is Chocolat Town on Cacao Island, which is ruled by Minister Chocolate and is made entirely out of chocolate. Carrot asks if the chocolate can be eaten, and Peckhams affirms this, but reveals that it is illegal to consume the roofs because they protect residents against the precipitation the island gets. Peckhams tells them to come back quickly and that he will stay on the ship, but asks them to bring him back some chocolate. He then looks for Luffy so he can get into his disguise, but Carrot and Naomi reveal he has already gone to explore the town, outraging Peckhams. Nami says to not worry, as they should find him easily, and her assertion is affirmed as a person cries out that someone has eaten a cafe. In town, an angry policeman confronts the very rotund Luffy and Chopper for eating an entire cafe, but they reply that they had a good reason, which was that it was too good not to eat. The police officer angrily tells them that they are coming to the station with him, and Pedro prepares to free Luffy and Chopper by force despite Brooke's pleas. Suddenly, someone comes flying down on a carpet telling the policeman to wait, and he recognizes the person as the proprietor of the cafe. A woman comes down and the policeman shows her what happened to her cafe, but she unexpectedly yells at Luffy and Chopper for not eating the entire building. She puts jam, biscuit, and chocolate in their mouths as she confirms the policeman's realization that they are actually dismantlers that she hired. The policeman warns Luffy and Chopper to put up a notice before they dismantle anything else, and apologizes for the chaos he caused. He then congratulates the owner, Charlotte Pudding, on her upcoming marriage, which makes her very happy. The Sanji retrieval team is bewildered by their unexpected savior, when suddenly a wolf mink approaches Pedro, asking what he was doing there. Pedro shuts his mouth, whispering that he was on vacation and telling him not to alert others of his arrival. Nami is surprised that Pedro knows people in this town, and Pedro says he will tell her later. Later, the Sanji retrieval team eats at another cafe, and Luffy thanks Pudding for bailing them out. Pudding, however, is thankful to him for declaring her cafe to be delicious, revealing that it was made from a recipe she created from scratch. Brooke cries at Pudding's generous nature as Luffy shares his love of chocolate with her, but Nami says that they cannot stay long. Pudding understands, but asks if they want tea first to wash down the chocolate. As she makes the tea, Pudding asks the Sanji retrieval team what their names are, and Luffy tells her who he is despite Nami futilely attempting to cover his mouth, which makes her aghast. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom asks how long they have before the tea party, and two singers respond that they have 3 days. The two singers also confirm that Sanji has arrived, and people continue singing as Big Mom asks about the wedding cake and its ingredients. Her subordinates call in from different islands, having acquired ingredients for the cake by murdering the people guarding them. Big Mom and her entourage sing as they celebrate the upcoming ceremony, and Big Mom remarks that she has heard of Luffy's presence in her territory. Pudding asks the Straw Hats to introduce themselves, in which Luffy shouts his name and proclaims to be the future pirate king. Nami gets mad and covers Luffy's mouth. Pudding later blushes and realizes that Luffy looks familiar. A while later, Pudding realizes that the Straw Hats are Sanji's comrades. The Straw Hats say Pudding's name to recall the memories as the name sounded familiar. Brooke later asks Pudding if she is a member of the Charlotte family, to which she says yes. Luffy asks Pudding if she is Big Mom's daughter, pressed into marrying Sanji, to which she agrees. Brooke later screams in jealousy of Sanji due to him having such a sweet wife. Pudding later freaks out about how the Straw Hats bypass the security into Big Mom's territory and points a knife at them, only for Pedro to hold a sword on her. Pedro asks the Straw Hats on what they should do, in which Luffy replies for the release of Pudding. Pudding reveals information that her family is big. This surprises the Straw Hats. Pudding tells the Straw Hats about how she is forced to marry Sanji. She later tells that while Sanji loves her, He doesn't want to marry her and wants to return to the crew. The crew is shocked upon hearing that Sanji refused to marry such a pretty girl. Pudding later draws a map for the Straw Hats to go to Whole Cake Island, the place where Big Mom resides. The Straw Hats thank Pudding and leaves. Before leaving, Brooke asks to see Pudding's panties again, only to be hit by Nami. On Broccoli Island, soldiers of Germa 66 enter a battle, where they easily overpower the weaker and less well-equipped soldiers on the other side. As the massacre continues, one survivor attempts to avenge his wife and children by shooting one of the Germa commanders. However, the commander has one of his soldiers take the bullet from him and confronts the man as he forces his gun against his head. The commander angrily states that the man is making him late for his brother's wedding and shoots the man before walking away, the battle having easily been won. He then contacts his brother, who is collecting payment from the winning side for Germa's services, and the winning side celebrates Germa and their victory. However, once the two brothers reunite, they mock the two factions for taking 2 years to fight this war. As they overlook the destruction on the island, they contact someone to inform him that they are making the 2-day voyage to Whole Cake Island. The elder brother expresses his excitement to see Sanji again, but the younger one calls him a liar. Meanwhile, the Sanji retrieval team approaches Jam Island on their way to Whole Cake Island, and despite Chopper and Carrot's wishes to eat more sweets, Nami has them steer clear of the coast in order to avoid being detected, continuing on their secret route. They then come to a purple-colored part of the ocean, and Pedro reveals that juice from a nearby island flows into it. The team wonders how he knows so much about the area, recalling how someone on Cacao Island knew him and getting suspicious. Pedro then states that he has been here before. Suddenly, the ship is rocked several times by a giant sea centipede, which Pedro states will eat anything indiscriminately. The centipede surfaces and confronts the team, towering over them and the Thousand Sunny. Nami and Chopper become extremely frightened, but Luffy, Brooke, Pedro, and Carrot excitedly prepare to fight it. However, Luffy manages to bring it down by himself with Gomu Gomu no Gatling, shattering its shell and sending it crashing back into the ocean. Before the team can recover, they are soon confronted by another centipede, which is bigger and stronger than the previous one, withstanding Luffy Gatling attack. Brooke, Pedro, and Carrot try to step in and slice at its chest, but Luffy ends up taking it down alone again as he kicks it in the face with Gear 2. The team sails on peacefully, although Brooke, Pedro, and Carrot are not very happy with not having the chance to attack either of the centipedes. Luffy wonders if they can eat them, but Nami and Chopper quickly dissuades him. Meanwhile, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom rampages through the woods after she develops a craving for crocombosh. Her eyes turn red, and she fixates entirely on getting crocombosh, attacking everything that gets in her way. She approaches Sweet City with a path of destruction in her wake, and in Sweet City, her ministers panic as they desperately try to satiate her eating disorder by getting her crocombosh before she can enter the city. However, the kitchens are all very busy, and the ministers are forced to evacuate everyone from Sweet City as Big Mom enters it, destroying and eating buildings as she tries to fill her craving. A talking cloud and talking sun try to talk her out of it, but she throws them aside as her destruction continues. While the citizens evacuate, one person keeps them moving, desperately wondering where the crocombosh is. However, the ministers can only wait in fear for it to come as Big Mom climbs up a large building, destroying it and sending the citizens fleeing in terror. Big Mom continues her mindless rampage through Sweet City as she searches for crocombosh. She eats several buildings and even some living food, but there is no crocombosh in sight. The ministers desperately try to get some crocombosh made as quickly as possible, but the chefs tell them it will take at least another half-hour to get them done right. In Sweet City, a little girl finds herself caught in front of the rampaging Big Mom with nowhere to run, but she is suddenly rescued by Charlotte Moscato, Big Mom's 16th son and Totoland's Minister of Gelato. Moscato confronts his mother, trying to stop her and assure her that the crocombosh is coming. However, she only responds by attacking him with explosive punches. 3 of his siblings attempt to get him away from Big Mom's wrath, but are unsuccessful as Big Mom angrily asks Moscato for either a treat or his life. Moscato's fear of his mother begins to grow, causing a spectral substance to emerge from his body. His siblings warn him to not show fear in front of Big Mom, but Moscato ends up running from her. Big Mom then grabs onto the spectral substance and pulls it out of Moscato, removing 40 years of his lifespan. With Moscato dead, Sweet City returns to a state of panic, with the ministers panicking as well as Big Mom draws closer to the castle. However, Jinbe is seen approaching Sweet City on the back of a whale shark, and he has a pile of living crocombosh tourists by his side. Jinbe confronts Big Mom, and as she tries to attack him, he races toward her head on her outstretched arm and throws the living crocombosh into her mouth. Big Mom eats the crocombosh and begins to return to normal, delightfully complimenting the crocombosh's delicious taste which makes them fine with being eaten. Big Mom regains her mind, but does not remember her actions during the rampage at all. She makes polite conversation with Jinbe and thanks him for giving her a Poneglyph he had found earlier. However, Jinbe then expresses a desire to make a request to Big Mom, and her face darkens as she asks if he is going to leave her crew. Meanwhile, as the Sanji retrieval team sail past Biscuit's Island, they go into pink-colored ocean. Pedro reveals to his excited teammates that they are in the mixed juice current, a place where several juices flow in and mix together. He warns that this place contains several dangers, and the team notices several giant pieces of fruit floating in the water. Luffy gets hungry and pulls a giant watermelon to the Thousand Sunny, but Pedro reveals that that is a fruit football fish. The watermelon then opens its eyes and mouth as it devours Luffy, much to the team's shock. However, Luffy fights his way out of it, killing it and cutting its watermelon body up into giant slices. The team does the same to a peach and an orange football fish, and they feast on the massive amounts of fruit, except for Nami, who is sickened at the sight. Back on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom takes Jinbe to her castle in order to discuss his request. As he walks with her, Jinbe knows that he has been destined to take this course of action ever since he met Luffy. He recalls first meeting Luffy and Impel Down, begging the Straw Hat to bring him out so he could help save Ace when Ace was killed in Marineford. Jinbe was forced to help Luffy escape from the island, and when Luffy fell into despair over his inability to save his brother, Jinbe reminded him of what he still had to fight for. 2 years later on Fishman Island, Jinbe saved Luffy's life by giving him a blood transfusion, and though he was receptive to Luffy's offer for him to join the Straw Hat Pirates, he declined due to having business he still needed to take care of. However, he promised to see Luffy again. Several children gather around Moscato's body and cry out in grief, but they are chased off as two black nebulous beings approach. As some soldiers put Moscato's body on a stretcher, Mont Dior tells the beings to collect every last second from him. A child asks Mont Dior if Big Mom will kill Jinbe like Moscato, but Mont Dior cannot give an answer, knowing that no one is safe should they anger her. Meanwhile, Jinbe and Big Mom are about to enter her castle, and Jinbe recalls what happened a few hours ago. When he called all of the Sun Pirates together, Jinbe told his crew that he wished to join the Straw Hat Pirates. As he believed that Luffy out of everyone had the chance to become Pirate King, the Sun Pirates gave their summer. As they had heard Jinbe talk about Luffy repeatedly for the past 2 years, they thanked Jinbe for his years of service to them and their kingdom, and said that he should have the chance to do something for himself for once. Jinbe was shocked at their words and bowed in gratitude, but one crew member pointed out that Big Mom might not take Jinbe's departure so well. The Sun Pirates were prepared to flee from her if things turned out for the worse, but wondered about Aladdin due to his marriage to Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Praline. Praline overheard their conversation and angrily confronted her husband, believing that he was planning to leave her. However, Aladdin denied this, and Praline lovingly embraced him as she declared that she would abandon her mother and go with him anywhere. Jinbe apologized to Wadatsumi for leaving him so soon, but Wadatsumi was fine since he liked the Sun Pirates. Jinbe then asked Praline if anyone had previously left Big Mom's crew, and Praline replied that people had tried it before, but no one had managed to successfully leave alive. Back in the present, Jinbe talks to Big Mom in her throne room about leaving her crew. Big Mom seems to be receptive to his request, but then states that in return for her having to lose a good subordinate like him, he will have to lose something important in return. She then pulls out a roulette wheel to determine what Jinbe will lose, to his shock. That night, the Sanji retrieval team are stranded in a sea of Mizuen which is solidified around their ship and prevented it from moving. The team is forced to melt it extremely slowly with torches, not willing to wait for daybreak due to the possibility of a horde of giant ants that they had beaten earlier returning and eating their ship. Pedro reveals that he once had a ship eaten by these ants, and the Straw Hats are curious about what he did here in the past. Carrot then reveals that Pedro used to be a pirate with Pecums, and Pedro elaborates, explaining that the two of them sailed as explorers in search of Poneglyphs for the rulers of Zoo. However, they still received bounties on their heads, and Pedro only accompanied Pecums halfway, as he met his defeat here 5 years ago. The Straw Hats are surprised that he would come back here, but Pedro reveals that he is determined to help them since Inuarashi and Nakamamishi had shown them the road Poneglyph on Zoo. The only other foreigner they had shown it to was Gul D. Roger 26 years ago. The Straw Hats got to see the road Poneglyph because they reminded the rulers of Roger, and so the Minks believed they were on track to be Pirate King. Pedro points out that acquiring Big Mom's road Poneglyph is a necessity in order to reach Laugh Tale, and offers to go in and get it while the others rescue Sanji. Luffy offers their help, but Pedro encourages them to focus on their goal, and his determination delights the team. However, the ants regain consciousness and attack the team, and they struggle to overpower the giant insects and protect the Sunny. The next day, the Sunny is sailing once again, and the team wakes up nursing their injuries from their battle with the ants. However, they get excited when they see Whole Cake Island directly in front of them, and they sail toward the coast in front of them, which Pudding told them is the only unguarded landing point. As they approach the island, they suddenly see Sanji standing on the coast, much to their surprise. The Sanji retrieval team watches in excitement as the shark submerge I comes out of the Thousand Sunny's third dock. Inside it are Pedro and Brooke, ready to sneak in and retrieve Big Mom's road Poneglyph. Pedro apologizes for having to take Brooke on the mission as well, but the Straw Hats do not mind, and Brooke says that he is good at sneaking. The duo then go underwater and sail through a river leading into Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, the rest of the Sanji retrieval team is skeptical of Luffy's claim that he saw Sanji and Pudding on the beach due to not seeing the two of them, but disembark and explore the beach. They fail to see Sanji or Pudding anywhere. To their confusion, as Pudding had agreed to bring Sanji to this beach, Chopper discovers that the beach is made of hardened whipped cream, to his teammates' delight, and they then suddenly see Sanji standing by some woods in the back. They call out to him, but he does not respond as he instead runs into the woods. Confused, the team races after him into the woods. Nami is particularly confused, as she remembers Sanji promising to return during his capture on Zoo. However, Luffy, Chopper, and Carrot quickly become mesmerized by the forest, which is composed mostly of candy. They decide to split up and look for Sanji, but Nami points out that they would get lost that way, and they seem to be more interested in the candy lying in the paths they want to search. The team tries to deny it, but quickly get distracted by the edible nature in their path, including a melon juice river and a donut bridge. Nami tries to snap them out of their distraction, but as they walk down the bridge, a giant crocodile leaps at them from underneath and takes a large bite out of the bridge they were standing on. They just barely manage to escape its jaws and prevent themselves from being eaten, and as they recover, Carrot asks Luffy if they should fight the crocodile. Luffy decides not to, and the crocodile looks at them as it decides not to eat them since they are humans before walking away on its hind legs. Nami is shocked to have seen a talking crocodile and bewildered that Luffy thought nothing of it, but Luffy points out that they already have two talking animal-like creatures with them in the form of Chopper and Carrot. Suddenly, Luffy finds himself face-to-face with a duplicate of himself, and quickly gets confrontational with it. His duplicate appears to be a mirror image of himself, perfectly reflecting all of the actions he makes and the things he says, and things like Luffy's scar and accessories have their positions reversed on the duplicate. Luffy gets angrier at his mirror duplicate and attacks it, but the duplicate perfectly matches his attacks with the same ones. Suddenly, the team sees Sanji lying on a nearby tree branch with a lollipop in his hand, but once again Sanji does not appear to hear their calls and runs away again. Luffy tries to go after Sanji, but runs into his duplicate, and they engage in a brawl as they tell the others to go after him. Nami, Chopper, and Carrot race after Sanji, struggling to keep up with him in a forest of lollipops. Luffy continues battling his mirror duplicate to a draw, angrily asking what he is, which the duplicate simultaneously asks as well. As Nami, Chopper, and Carrot keep running through the Seducing Woods on Whole Cake Island, they suddenly run into an extremely large man who is buried up to neck. Shocked at the sight of him, they ask who was the one to bury him, but the man reveals that he buried himself. Chopper gets angry at his irrational behaviors. Nami, Carrot try to run away to prevent Chopper from getting worked up over him. The man reveals that he saw a man run past him earlier, and will tell the trio about him if they get him apple juice from a nearby waterfall. Thinking it might have been Sanji, Nami agrees, but the trio are suddenly ambushed by an anthropomorphic rabbit named Randolph. Randolph rides in on a crane and swings his spear at the trio extremely quickly, but Carrot manages to hear him coming and helps her teammates dodge his attack. The trio manages to leave Randolph behind, and they regroup as Nami states that they should return to Luffy. The matter of Sanji was still unresolved, but his unusual behavior when the team encountered him made it questionable whether he was actually real. The trio prepares to go back, but notices in shock that all log poses and clocks are going haywire in these woods. As they try running back the path they came from, the objects in the Seducing Woods all come to life and sing as they block off the path to the shore. Excitedly planning to trap and kill the Sanji retrieval team while the trio runs, Randolph charges at them again, and Carrot flips back and the two clash. Carrot states that the rabbit is not a mink, as evidenced by his inability to use Electro. Nami tells Carrot to stop fighting so they could get back to Luffy, and Carrot knocks out Randolph's crane with Electro to keep him from pursuing them. However, Randolph leaps into the air and spins his spear at the trio, hurling it with great velocity. Meanwhile, Sanji walks down the halls of his family's castle and passes a spot in the wall with a dent in it. He recalls a time when he suffered severe bullying from his three brothers and was kicked into the wall, causing the dent, as he becomes angered at the thought of it. Yanji appears, asking Sanji if he's being nostalgic before expressing surprise at the fact the weak Sanji is still alive and now a pirate. Yanji tells Sanji to say something as the latter tells his younger brother to go away. Sanji retorts he has cut ties with his family and has nothing to say to them, as the angered Yanji tells Sanji he heard about Sanji's refusal to marry Pudding, and he demands for Sanji to abide their family's orders. In response, Sanji repeats his demand for Yanji to go away as the latter angrily dares him to make him before attacking, but Sanji evades the attack. Yanji uses his technology to attack as Sanji activates his diable Jinbe to clash with his brother, surprising the latter. Back in the Seducing Woods, Nami, Chopper, and Carrot run from Randolph's spear and successfully dodges it as it strikes the buried man in the back of the head. The buried man cries out in shock, but the trio pay no mind to him as they use him as a landmark. They then reunited with Luffy after running through a field of lollipops, and Luffy is still fighting his mirrored clone. When they tell the two Luffys about their situation, one of them goes along with them while the other heads in the exact opposite direction. They come back to the destroyed Donut Bridge, and Nami gets excited at their progress as they leap over the part the noble croc ate. However, as they jump, Luffy suddenly blurts out that the person with the team is not him. However, the Luffy with the team covers his mouth before the team hears more, and they continue running. However, they somehow find themselves back in front of the buried man, much to their shock, and the buried man is confused at their shock as he states that he did not move. The team tries to go back down the path they were on before, only to find themselves in front of the buried man once again. While trying to piece this together, Nami and the team suddenly notice some trees and flowers walking towards them. Having been spotted, the talking objects turn bashful and start singing, adding to the Sanji retrieval team's appallment as they see cakes, lollipops, and even parts of the ground start talking and moving. Nami realizes that there was no longer a path back to the ship, and Luffy's eyes glow as he states that Nami has become aware of what is going on around her, before putting his arm around her neck. The team is bewildered by Luffy's actions and realize that this is not Luffy as he transforms back into her true form, the eighth daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Bruley. Now holding Nami high above the ground, the very tall Bruley is mistaken for a tree by Carrot, which angers her. Bruley points to the large scar across her face, saying that it makes her jealous of Nami's and Carrot's pretty faces. In retribution, she plans to slice their faces up with her extremely sharp fingernails, and Nami screams. Behind the Whole Cake Chateau on Whole Cake Island is Lake Apricot, an inlet from the sea which Big Mom's allies can dock in. There, several Germa 66 ships come in and connect with each other, forming the Germa Kingdom, the world's only seafaring kingdom whose territory is solely comprised of these ships. The kingdom is mostly populated by men and soldiers who constantly train every chance they get, and Sanji sees many of the soldiers training as he looks on sullenly from the balcony of the main castle. Sanji looks behind him, only to sigh in exasperation as his sister Reiju still remains in the room. Reiju remarks that they are family, so he should be nicer to his sister, whom he hasn't seen in a while, but Sanji states that he cut all ties with his birth family long ago. He points in disgust to a portrait on the wall that shows a man standing over the heads of 4 kings. However, Reiju is not bothered by it, saying it was the conquest of 4 nations, where the Germa kingdom vanquished 4 kings and the North Bluest 4, who was their father, seeks to assert control over the North Blue, which the Germa kingdom ruled over in the distant past, and once slayed these kings in his quest. Reiju says there is nothing wrong with men battling for power, and it is what the Vinsmoke family prides themselves on, telling her brother to enjoy the royal luxuries that their power grants them. Sanji only gets angrier, and right as this happens, his and Reiju's father, Vinsmoke Judge, comes in to see him. Judge greets his son for the first time in a long time, but Sanji refuses to consider him as his father. Judge inquires as to what Sanji did to Yonji, surprised at the act as he considered Yonji to be strong. Sanji only replied that he must have been stronger, and continued to blow Judge off, causing him to tell Sanji to meet him outside, where they would settle matters physically like men. Meanwhile, Luffy runs through the Seducing Woods confused as he looks for his crewmates and wonders what the fake version of him really was. As he runs, the flora of the forest comes to life, and they wonder if they should take Luffy out themselves. They decide to do so, and sneak up behind Luffy as he keeps running through the woods. Back in the Germa Kingdom, the residents race to the scene of Sanji's and Judge's upcoming battle as the two prepare to fight. Meanwhile, in Yonji's castle, Yonji's face is struck by a hammer as he recalls his encounter with Sanji. Their scuffle left a massive dent in his face, and Yonji's scientist says that a hammer will not work and that he will have to use a press machine. Yonji's face is then smashed from the left and right by giant beams, returning his face to normal. Yonji wonders how he lost to a failure like Sanji outside. Judge begins the battle by rushing at Sanji and jabbing at him with his spear, but Sanji dodges all of the attacks. Reiju and the citizens are impressed with his skills. As he and Judge battle, Sanji continues to disown his family and tries to figure out ways to get out of their life, even if he marries Pudding. But Judge says those will not work as he continues to claim Sanji as son. Sanji angrily denies this as he remembers making a cake as a young child. When it was done, however, it was stolen by his brothers, and Sanji tried to chase them to get it back. But he was kicked into a wall by Yonji. He tried punching his oldest brother, but the punch had no effect, and his brother viciously beat him in response. The other brothers laughed, and as Judge and Reiju walked by, Sanji begged his father to stop the bullying. However, Judge was content to let it happen, viewing Sanji as weak and worthless, and Reiju only laughed. Thus Sanji was left at his brother's mercy, and was thrown into the wall again as Yonji charged him. Back in the present, Sanji blocks a strike from Judge's spear with the arm and a Haki-imbued leg, shocking Judge and the spectators. And Judge is surprised that former his weak son knows Haki-Hi, then acquires a sword and throws it to Sanji, expecting him to take it since he was trained in swordsmanship. However, Sanji coldly refuses, saying his hands were only for cooking as tension between him and Judge continues to boil. Sanji reaffirms his intention of using his hands only to cook and not to fight. Reiju compliments her brother's strength, while Judge mocks this and says that Sanji providing cooking services is an embarrassment. Judge then activates rocket boosters on his shoes and flies upward, flipping over to look down at his son. The Germa 66 soldiers gaze in awe at their commander's demonstration of power. But Sanji says that aerial attacks are his specialty. As he activates Diable Jam, Judge readies his spear to strike as he flies down, but Sanji counters it with a Diable Jam kick. However, Judge grabs Sanji's flaming leg and hurls him to the ground. He flies over his downed son, saying that war advances science as he kicks Sanji in the chin with an electricity-imbued foot, which he strengthens with his rocket boosters. The force of the kick blasts Sanji into a wall, and Judge says that this Germa is not the same as the one Sanji once knew. As he lies on the ground, Sanji recalls his childhood in the Germa kingdom, remembering how Judge locked him in a dark cell with an iron mask on. Not willing to forgive his family just for being related to him by blood, Sanji gets back up and prepares to fight with nothing but animosity towards his father. Activating Diable Jam, he charges at Judge, but Judge has a few soldiers form a barrier between him and Sanji. Sanji is caught off guard by the soldiers suddenly blocking him, and slows his attack as he tells the soldiers to move. Judge, however, rams his spear through one of his soldiers and brings it close to Sanji. Sanji clashes with the spear tip, but Judge builds up electricity in the tip, causing a powerful blast that knocks Sanji far away. The soldiers cheer and Reiju walks back inside as the battle ends, with Judge victorious. Meanwhile, Luffy continues running and calling out for his teammates in the Seducing Woods. The anthropomorphic flora of the forest then comes to life and confronts Luffy out in the open. Luffy is surprised by their sudden presence, and the flora sings about his impending doom as they converge on him. A tree attacks Luffy with its root, but Luffy immediately responds by knocking it to the ground. He tells the other flora to be quiet and leave him alone, but they attack him all at once, causing him to get angry. Elsewhere, Brooke and Pedro sail through a river to Sweet City. Once they reach the capital, they dock in a hidden spot and head for the Whole Cake Chateau on foot. As they walk, they remark on the liveliness and diversity of the city, and a courier suddenly shouts that there is breaking news. He holds a newspaper up to get people to read the new story, and Pedro goes ahead to see what it is. He is surprised as he looks at the front page of the paper to see a picture of Jinbe front and center on it. Back in the Seducing Woods, Luffy continues running after beating up all the flora that attacked him. He then runs into the large buried man again, and the man begs him to remove the spear that Randolph threw into his head. Luffy obliges, and then asks the man if he has seen his teammates. The man tells Luffy about his craving for apple juice, and offers to tell Luffy if he gets him some, much to Luffy's exasperation. However, Luffy suddenly sees Chopper standing behind him, but Chopper fails to speak or acknowledge Luffy as he runs away on all fours. In the Germa Kingdom, Reiju tells Sanji about how impressed she is with his strength as she tends to his injuries, and a downtrodden Sanji hopes to just get through the tea party quickly and get out of this. Judge then comes into the room, and Sanji is repulsed by him, saying he is even worse than he was in the past, and viewing him as a stranger. Judge reasserts that the two of them are father and son, and explains that the Germa soldiers are trained to sacrifice themselves for their commanders at a moment's notice. Sanji asks why Judge does not use them to achieve his dream of conquering the North Blue, and Judge replies that this arrangement with Big Mom will guarantee that the dream becomes a reality and a marriage is necessary in order to seal the alliance. Judge reveals that he chose Sanji because he did not want to give one of his beloved sons to a mad woman like Big Mom, so he chased after the son he had gotten rid of. Judge states that he still does not truly view Sanji as a son, just a failure who will be of use to him as a sacrifice for this arrangement. Reiju then places golden cuffs on Sanji, and Judge reveals that these are programmed like the world noble's slave collars to go off should Sanji attempt to escape. These cuffs will blow off Sanji's hands if they explode, preventing him from using the parts he treasures so much. Judge reveals that Big Mom gave the cuffs to him and so has the keys, shocking Sanji, and Judge proclaims that Sanji will marry no matter what. Back in the Seducing Woods, Luffy continues chasing Chopper, who wears a blank expression and continues to neither recognize nor speak to him. He then sees another Chopper standing behind him and has no time to react before Nami, Chocolat, Sanji, and Pudding peek at him from behind trees, leaving him extremely confused. The anthropomorphic flora around him laughs to themselves, saying that Brooke is playing with him, and that Luffy would wander lost in these woods until he died, and even after that. Back in the Germa kingdom, Sanji stands on a balcony as he examines the explosive cuffs on his wrists. He remembers Zeph examining his hands when he was a child, after he had gotten into a fistfight. Zeph berated Sanji for this, punching him as he taught him that the hands are meant to be used for cooking, not to be put at risk in fights. In the present, Sanji wails in anger as his precious cooking tools are now under a threat that he cannot overcome. In Sweet City, the citizens read in shock at the news of Jinbe withdrawing his request to leave the Big Mom pirates, and they mock him for his cowardice. Pedro is surprised that a former Shichibukai is one of Big Mom's subordinates, and Brooke notes that Jinbe's allegiance to Big Mom is why she protects Fishman Island. He tells Pedro that Jinbe is important to their crew, recalling their time in Fishman Island and how Jinbe agreed to join them after he took care of some business. Brooke is surprised that Jinbe would do something like what was mentioned in the newspaper article. Pedro calls Brooke to join him around the corner of the building, and they look in the window to see Pudding trying on wedding dresses. She tries to leave because she has other arrangements, but her attendants and Tamago keep her in as they show her possible dresses. Brooke and Pedro are shocked to see her there, knowing she should be at the coast. Brooke then recognizes Tamago, and Pedro states that he knew the Baratie chess soldier, then asks to speak to Tamago, and they go outside. They then go over the locations of the Sanji retrieval team, and Brooke and Pedro quietly panic as they realize that the Big Mom pirates have known their every move. The only team members whose locations they do not know are Brooke and Pedro themselves, and Tamago states that he knows Pedro and knows what he will try to do. He tells the chess soldier to continue searching for Pecos, as he wanted to bring his teammate back to Big Mom to plead for his forgiveness. Meanwhile, on the northwestern coast of Whole Cake Island, Capone Bege calms down his infant son Capone Pez by making a silly face before turning to the captive Pecos, who is standing close to the edge of a cliff, wrapped up in chains. As he stands along with his wife Charlotte Chiffon and the members of his crew, Bege remarks on how Pecos' life is ending right as Pez's is beginning. He tells Pecos that he gave him his chance, but Pecos steadfastly brushes off Bege's words. Recalling Pecos' display of weakness on Zoo, Bege says that the lion mink is not cut out for this business as he points his gun at him. He remarks that this is a good place to get rid of someone, as below the cliff is an ocean full of hungry sharks. As Pez starts to cry again, Bege asks Pecos if he has any last words, and Pecos shouts at him to not underestimate Big Mom Bege, then shoots Pecos as Pez balls, sending the lion mink falling into the ocean, where the sharks quickly converge on him. In the Seducing Woods, Luffy chases after Sanji, who fails to recognize his captain and is acting much like a monkey. After a while, Luffy catches the Sanji figure with a Gomu Gomu no Ami and ties him up, and it heavily resists captivity. Luffy prepares to bring the creature, whom he thinks is the real Sanji, back to the crew, only to suddenly see another duplicate of Sanji that is also acting like an animal standing in front of him. In the Whole Cake Chateau, Caesar Clown stands in the throne room before Big Mom herself, and she inquires about the state of the experiments she commissioned him to do. A terrified Caesar claims that he vigilantly worked on his research, and Big Mom reveals that she has had him look for a method to achieve gentrification so that all races of the world can be the same size as her, and they can sit at a table together like family. Previously, Caesar had told her that he was almost done with the experiment but needed some more funds, and Big Mom inquires about any results he may have found. Caesar reflects internally that those were all lies, as the gigantification experiments he had performed on the children in Punk Hazard had resulted in the subject's poisoning and impending death. With no way to succeed, Caesar had blown Big Mom's money on a life of hedonism, purchasing girls' ships to come to the island every night. He was confident that he could escape Big Mom's wrath as long as Doflamingo protected him, only to be shattered once he read the news of Doflamingo's defeat. In the present, he lies to Big Mom that his research was disrupted after Luffy and Law destroyed his laboratory, saying he could only achieve the results he needed there. However, Big Mom reveals that she had the Minister of Candy construct an exact replica of his lab on Whole Cake Island, and asks Caesar how long before he can achieve results. Caesar is then brought outside to his new lab, and he is met by the Minister of Candy and Big Mom's first son, Charlotte Perospero. Caesar is given 2 weeks to finish the gigantification serum, and if he fails, Perospero will turn him into candy and lick him. Perospero also has possession of Caesar's he's, which he uses to torture the scientist, and Caesar remembers how Sanji gave Vito his heart on the Big Mom pirate's ship. He then starts despairing over his impending doom. Back in the Seducing Woods, an exhausted Luffy carries duplicates of Sanji and Pudding to the clearing where the buried man is. He throws the duplicates onto the pile of his allies, which all act like animals. There are multiple duplicates of some of his allies, and an extremely confused Luffy wonders in desperation what is going on. The citizens of Land come to a cathedral, and inside they meet a dark blob-like being. The creature asks them leave or life, and all the citizens choose life, causing the creature to reach into their body and pull out a small glowing spectral ball, which it places into a basket. In the Seducing Woods, a confused Luffy ponders over the pile of creatures that look like duplicates of his allies, who are all making animal sounds. He sees one of the Nami duplicates talking, only to find out that it is the real Nami as she berates and hits him. Nami examines the duplicates of their allies before turning to the buried man next to them, angrily stating that he had seen the entirety of their conflict with Brooke without doing anything. She then reveals to Luffy what had happened while they were separated, as his mirror duplicate had turned out to be the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Brooke. Brooke held Nami in her grasp, but Nami managed to free herself by extending her climb attack into Brooke's stomach. Brooke recoiled, and Carrot attacked her, but she blocked the Mink's attack with a rippling corporeal mirror. This mirror reflected Carrot's attack back at herself, sending her flying back. Brooke revealed that she could create mirrors with the power of the Mira no Mai, and Carrot attacked again, only for Brooke to make a larger mirror that sucked her inside. This left Carrot trapped on the other side of the mirror, and Brooke closed it, cutting Carrot off from Nami and Chopper. The flora of the forest came to life again, and Brooke revealed that they, including Randolph, were stationed by Big Mom to play with and take down the Straw Hats in the Seducing Woods. Nami and Chopper found themselves surrounded and overwhelmed by dozens of enemy flora, and Chopper told Nami to run so not all 3 of them might be captured. He then activated Monster Point and fought the flora as Nami ran away, and Brooke gazed in admiration at Chopper's unusual appearance, saying Big Mom would be happy to have him due to her love of strange creatures. Nami struggled to keep her footing as she ran away, and Chopper continued struggling against the flora and Randolph. Back in the present, Luffy wonders what happened to Carrot and Chopper, and Nami says she does not know as it all happened right on this spot, which is why she is asking the buried man. Luffy joins in the interrogation, and the man struggles to answer. Meanwhile, at the Whole Cake Chateau, Big Mom's anthropomorphic food affirms to her that Brooke and the homies are taking care of the Straw Hats in the Seducing Woods, and she is approached by Charlotte Cracker, a hulking man who is her 10th son and one of her crew's 3 sweet commanders. He strikes fear into the food, and Big Mom orders him to head to the Seducing Woods and bring pain on the Straw Hats that would make them wish for death, to which he happily complies. Back in the Seducing Woods, the buried man only agrees to answer Luffy and Nami's questions if they bring him apple juice, and an annoyed Luffy agrees to do so after he answers them. He first asks Nami if she is strong, noting that unlike Luffy, she does not look like it. He says that Chopper was strong, but was ultimately subdued by the anthropomorphic flora and fauna who would not be stopped. Nami states that she got them to stop attacking her, as did Luffy after he beat up enough of them. Luffy then asks how everything is alive in the first place, and the man reveals that the citizens of Land give up their lifespans in exchange for living safely in Big Mom's territory. They give away a month of their lifespans every 6 months as a result of Big Mom's Soryu no Mi, which enables her to manipulate souls. She sends her incarnations, which are the black blob creatures, to collect the soul fragments, and these are released into the wild. When they enter an inanimate object or even an animal like Randolph, the object gains sentience and becomes a homie. Only humans and corpses cannot become homies. Luffy asks if the animal duplicates of his allies are also homies, and the man states that it is actually Brooke's power turning animals into reflections of people. Luffy gets mad at the man for not telling him after watching the whole time, and the man replies he did not want to get involved in anything. He eventually relents as Luffy pulls on his eyelids, revealing after a long hesitation that he was once one of Big Mom's husbands. Luffy and Nami stare at him in shock, and as this happens, Cracker marches through the Seducing Woods, causing the homies around him to cower in fear as he heads toward Luffy, Nami, and the buried man to attack them. Charlotte Cracker walks through the Seducing Woods, and the homies around him wonder what he is doing here. Cracker confronts them, asking if he was not welcome, and the homies quickly shrink back in terror as they affirm their welcome. Cracker emits an aura of immense power, causing a small burst that takes out all the homies around him. In a nearby clearing, the buried man continues talking to Luffy and Nami about his past with Big Mom, revealing that she cast him away after he sired 2 daughters with her. Now, the homies in the woods do not avoid him, but simply do not care about him. Right then, Cracker emerges behind him, to Luffy and Nami's shock, and he grabs the man by the ponytail as he pulls him out of the ground. The man eventually fully surfaces, shocking Luffy and Nami, as it is revealed that his body is the same size as his head. The 2 Straw Hats had pictured him as a fully fledged giant. Cracker confronts the man about him spilling information, and the man begs him to at least let him see his daughter Chiffon one last time, as he heard she had gotten married. He pleads for Cracker to let him see Linlin, and notes that although his other daughter Lola ran away, he treasures both of his daughters dearly. Nami is shocked to hear Lola's name, and recalls Pudding telling them in her cafe about one of her sisters running away. She then remembers meeting Lola on Thriller Bark, while the latter was a zombie, having protected herself from Lola's attack by claiming to be a man. She offered to help Lola woo Absalom later. After Lola had crashed her arranged marriage to Absalom and gotten injured, Nami revealed that she was not a man. But Lola had already known, and the 2 made peace as friends. Nami then met the real Lola on the Thousand Sunny, and hugged her, after successfully retrieving all the stolen shadows including Lola's. Lola gave Nami a Viver card leading to her mother, as she had come from the New World, and her mother was a very powerful pirate there. Drawing a conclusion from her memories and the buried man's statement, Nami realizes that Lola's mother must be Big Mom. Suddenly, Randolph comes swooping in from the sky on his crane, attempting to ambush Luffy and Nami. However, Cracker shouts at him to stop, knocking him and his crane away. Cracker's shout causes him to emit an aura of power once again, which causes all the homies around him to wither away in fright. Cracker expresses anger with Randolph for the rabbit homie acting important and trying to interfere in his job, and Randolph claims that his crane wanted to do it, which the crane vehemently denies. Luffy and Nami gaze at Cracker as they try to gauge his strength, and Cracker reveals that Big Mom sent him to ensure the Straw Hats would be taken care of, as Luffy had beaten Doflamingo and she feared that Broly might have trouble. However, Broly comes in on a giant tree homie named King Bomb to protest Cracker's statement, as the 2 state that no one has ever left the Seducing Woods alive on their watch. Cracker replies that Big Mom needed the Straw Hats to be dealt with quickly and decisively, as tomorrow at noon the Vinsmoke family will be fully gathered on Whole Cake Island. Broly reveals that she knows and has already made progress in this goal as she creates a mirror. Luffy initially mistakes her for a tree branch, and in response, she turns the duplicates of his crewmates back into animals before showing Chopper and Carrot trapped within a mirror. Luffy is shocked by this, and Broly drops the mirror to the ground from atop King Bomb's branch, shattering it. However, Chopper and Carrot are still fine, just trapped within the confines of the shattered mirror. Chopper then reveals a plan that he has devised to Luffy and Nami. Cracker then gets cracking, and prepares to execute his stepfather first. The man begs him to let him see Linlin, but Cracker reveals that Big Mom approved of him executing her former husband. The man is shocked, saying he is Cracker's stepfather, but Cracker replies that Big Mom does not consider her 43 ex-husbands to be her real family, nor do any of her children. The man begs for the chance to give his 2 blood daughters his blessing, but Cracker ignores him as he swings his sword at him. However, Luffy blocks the sword strike with his foot, and immediately flips over and kicks Cracker's arm, forcing him to release the formerly buried man. Cracker is surprised by Luffy defending the man, and Luffy replies that he has taken to him after spending a lot of time around him. As Luffy stands unflinchingly before Cracker's tremendous power, the homies around them all run away in fear of their upcoming great clash. However, Broly calls them back to chase after Nami and her stepfather, and Nami and the man are forced to run away. As they are pursued, the man reveals after being asked that his name is Pound, and wonders about Nami's earlier reaction to the mention of Lola Nami, then pulls out the Viver card that Lola gave her, and reveals that she got this from her. However, the card emits an aura that stops the homies, including King Bomb and Randolph, dead in their tracks. A shocked Broly wonders why they have stopped the pursuit, and King Bomb reveals that Big Mom's powerful soul is emanating from the card, shocking Nami as her suspicions about Lola being Big Mom's daughter are confirmed. The homies run away from Cracker and Luffy in order to avoid getting in their crossfire, but they are hit by Cracker's powerful aura and wither away. Luffy makes the first move as he activates Gear 2 and rushes at Cracker, but Cracker easily blocks Luffy's attacks with his sword and shield. Cracker then attacks, and to Luffy's shock he finds that Cracker has suddenly gained extra limbs and swords. Cracker attacks Luffy with 3 of his swords, sending him flying into a tree homie close to Nami and Pound. Cracker approaches the trio now with 4 arms each holding a sword, shocking Nami. He reveals that he can add extra limbs and weapons to his body by tapping it, adding even more arms and creating more swords and shields, as well as creating more legs. Luffy attacks Cracker again, only to be blown back by Cracker's increased defenses, and Nami tells Luffy not to engage in combat, as their goal is to retrieve Sanji as quickly as possible. However, Luffy states that he can only ever go all out in combat, and Cracker laughs at Luffy. He then boasts in his one-of-a-kind sword pretzel, and Nami points out that he is holding 6 swords, which angers Cracker as he charges at the 2 Straw Hats. Luffy activates Gear 3 and clashes with Cracker, but still has no luck breaking through his defenses. Cracker overwhelms Luffy as he rapidly jabs at him with his multiple swords, and eventually catches Luffy in the chest with a spinning thrust called Roll Pretzel, which breaks through Luffy's armament hockey defense and sends him flying a great distance through the Seducing Woods. Cracker pursues Luffy, causing massive amounts of destruction in his wake, and Nami chases after the two. However, she and Pound are confronted by Brooke and King Bomb, who decide to take care of the two of them. Nami steps back from the giant King Bomb in fear, and Brooke mocks the Straw Hats and the other members of the worst generation, revealing that Eustace Kid, Scratchman Apu, Capone Bege, and Uruj had all previously invaded Toto Land except for Bege, who had allied himself to the Big Mom pirates. All of the supernovas had been chased away without seeing or even hearing Big Mom herself. The only one who made an impact in his invasion was Uruj, who managed to defeat one of the Sweet Commanders back when there were 4 of them. However, a massive storm hit as Big Mom sent a large fleet after Uruj. With Cracker in command, Rouge fought Cracker and was unable to penetrate his defenses, even when he expanded his muscles with his devil fruit power. Cracker was underwhelmed by Uruj and used Roll Pretzel to defeat him. Now, Brooke speculates that Uruj's body is lying around somewhere, and she creates a mirror before throwing Third down by Nami's feet. She then disappears and reappears in the mirror, boasting in the power of the 4 emperors as she emerges and expands the mirror, grabbing Nami by the ankle. Brooke drags Nami into the mirror world, and Nami screams. Pound is initially overtaken with fear, but when Nami calls to him for help, he eventually builds up resolve and attacks Brooke. She dodges his punch, but releases Nami and proclaims to her stepfather that he has made himself an enemy of Big Mom and her crew. However, Nami unleashes a weather egg to create a storm cloud and strike Brooke with lightning, stunning the woman as she falls into the mirror world and her mirror disappears. Pound states that Brooke will be back, and Nami apologizes for forcing his hand, but Pound sadly reflects that Big Mom already considers him an enemy due to authorizing Cracker to execute him. He then asks if Nami is friends with Lola, which she affirms, and Nami states that she now knows the Viver card Lola gave her points to Big Mom as a result. It can also repel the homies, and Nami intends to use the card to its full extent. Meanwhile, Cracker catches up to Luffy, who is back up and intent on continuing the fight. Cracker attacks with Roll Pretzel again, but Luffy dodges the strike and barrages Cracker with Gear 2 kicks. Cracker maintains his defense, but is pushed back a bit, however. He proclaims that Luffy's attacks have no effect on him as he charges at Luffy. The nearby homies run in fear as the two clash, and Cracker tells Luffy to give up, but Luffy refuses as he is intent on seeing Sanji. As night falls, Sanji continues staring out of his balcony, and he is approached by Reiju. Reiju tries to get him to go to sleep, but Sanji continues to treat her coldly. She reveals that Ichiji and Niji are returning tomorrow, and Sanji solemnly remembers his 2 older brothers along with Yanji bullying him. Reiju reminds him that tomorrow will be a busy day before she leaves, but Sanji stays where he is. He takes notice of a butterfly flying around, but the butterfly draws his attention toward his exploding handcuffs, angering him. However, Sanji tries to calm back down as he lights a cigarette. Meanwhile, Luffy barrages Cracker with several Gear 3 attacks, but even the might of those cannot penetrate Cracker's defenses. The Sweet Commander easily spawns more shields and blocks all of them. Cracker jabs his swords at Luffy repeatedly before imbuing 2 of them with armament haki and spinning them, and Luffy blocks the drill like jab with haki-imbued legs. However, Cracker eventually manages to overpower Luffy, sending him flying in front of a house located in front of a giant mirror. As Cracker goes after Luffy, the homies around the house run away from the conflict. However, a flower homie reminds them of their duty to protect the Seducing Woods, causing the homies to go back and try to prevent Luffy from getting away from the house. Despite taking some injuries, Luffy charges back at Cracker and attacks him with multiple rapid punches. Once again, this has no effect, and Luffy remarks that Cracker's armament haki is extremely tough. After blocking many attacks, Cracker rams his shields into Luffy and holds him down on the ground. The Sweet Commander mocks Luffy's goal to rescue Sanji, saying that Sanji is all set for a luxurious royal lifestyle after his marriage, as befits someone of his blood. Cracker says that if Luffy managed to reach Sanji, Sanji would simply reject his former captain to live as a royal of high status. This angers Luffy immensely, and the Straw Hat captain blows air into his arm to activate Gear 4. He successfully manages to repel Cracker's hold on him, and flies toward Cracker in a rage, finally drawing blood from the sweet commander as he breaks through Cracker's shields and hits his body with a single Kong gun. Cracker is sent flying back, and is left sprawled out on the ground. Meanwhile, Brooke and Pedro get the whole cake chateau in their sights as they infiltrate Sweet City. But they suddenly see homies with bodies very similar to Cracker's patrolling down the city. They hide from the sentries, and are horrified when one of them looks into their alley, but it does not see them as it instead picks up a piece of candy left on the ground. Brooke wonders how they are going to get past the sentries' security, and Pedro has an idea to use the sentries to their benefit. Meanwhile, Chopper and Carrot gaze at Brulee's Miro world, a colorful and abstract world with mirrors everywhere. They try looking around, but struggle to move with heavy ball chains wrapped around their ankles. Chopper encourages Carrot to keep pressing on, and the two approach one of the mirrors to look into it. Back in the Seducing Woods, Nami reveals to Pound that she intends to use the Viver card Lola gave her to its fullest by putting all the Seducing Woods homies under her command, using them to attack Cracker. The homies are appalled by this statement and try resisting or escaping, but Nami easily subdues them with the power of Big Mom's soul inside the Viver card. Meanwhile, Luffy immediately moves to attack the downed Cracker, and Cracker gets up in time to unleash a counterattack with Pretzel. However, after a brief head-on clash, Luffy's fist shatters Pretzel and hits Cracker again, this time with such force that it apparently completely shatters Cracker's body. However, while Luffy's arm is still outstretched, a man peeks out of Cracker's remains and swings his sword at Luffy's arms, drawing blood. Luffy pulls his arm back quickly in pain, and he wonders who attacked him. He is given a shock as the man reveals himself to be the real Cracker. Cracker reveals that his previous appearance was actually a puppet he created out of biscuit with the power of the Bisu Bisu no Mi, which he usually operates inside due to not liking pain. He inhabits his biscuit soldier puppet so much that he even fooled the world government, as his bounty poster showcases his biscuit soldier's face. Cracker then creates biscuits out of thin air, and uses his craftsmanship skills to form several biscuit soldiers. And he taunts Luffy about the effort it took for him to take down just one biscuit soldier, as now he is faced with several and Cracker can create an infinite amount of them. Cracker mocks Luffy as the two of them continue battling, stating that Luffy is no match for him, or anything else in the New World still in Gear 4. Luffy continues destroying Cracker's biscuit soldiers with various attacks, and eventually manages to destroy all of them at one point. However, his efforts are to no avail as Cracker easily makes more soldiers, and Cracker himself sometimes leaps into the fray to attack Luffy with Pretzel. If Luffy's attacks get near Cracker, the sweet commander manages to dodge all of them with his reflexes. As he is faced with more biscuit soldiers than ever before, Luffy unleashes rapid-fire Gear 4 punches in an attack known as Gomu Gomu no Kong Organ. But Cracker only has his biscuit soldiers maintain their formation in front of him. He then leaps over his creations right at Luffy and rapidly jabs Pretzel at Luffy's head, which the Straw Hat only barely manages to dodge. Meanwhile, the homies in the Seducing Woods continue running away from Luffy and Cracker's battle, being too afraid of the powerful clash to get close to it. However, they suddenly discover with a shock that Nami is standing inside King Bomb's mouth. Keeping their master at bay with Big Mom's Viver card, Nami orders the homies to attack Cracker, and they are appalled at her outrageous command, but find themselves helpless to resist the power of the Viver card she carries. Pound calls Nami a horrible person, but she just asks the homies whether they are more afraid of Cracker or Big Mom. The homies reply that they fear her more than the other two. Meanwhile, in the Miro world, Chopper and Carrot look around at the mirrors scattered within it, and realize that all of the mirrors connect to a mirror on Whole Cake Island. Chopper then gets an idea, and tells Carrot that she will have to call him Big Brother if she wants in on the plan. She takes it farther by calling him Chinanaki, which surprises the reindeer. Chopper then reveals his plan to use their access to every part of Whole Cake Island to their advantage, and Carrot praises this idea, which Chopper appreciates greatly. Meanwhile, as night falls over Sweet City, Brooke cuts open the back of a biscuit soldier homie on patrol, allowing him and Pedro to get inside its body. Pedro reveals that the soldiers will return to the Whole Cake Chateau when they are done patrolling, and the two decide to sneak in this way and make their move afterwards. The next morning, Big Mom expresses her impatience that she has to wait another day to eat wedding cake at the tea party, though everything still seems to be going as planned with their efforts to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates. Big Mom plans to meet with the Vinsmoke family for lunch later that day, and knows that the chances of Sanji being rescued will be close to none once he enters the Whole Cake Chateau. She receives a report that the two eldest Vinsmoke sons have arrived, and in the Germa kingdom. Vinsmoke Ichiji and Niji arrive to a hero's welcome as the Germa 66 soldiers cheer them on. Niji is annoyed that Sanji has not come out to greet them, but Ichiji calms him as Sanji watches them from a balcony shaking at the sight of them. The two brothers go inside to the throne room, where Judge commends them on their actions as Niji asks about Sanji as the latter and Reiju then come to the throne room. Bege approaches Sanji, expressing surprise that he was alive before congratulating him on his marriage, and asks to speak as he takes notice of the exploding handcuffs on his younger brother's wrists and, making fun of him for them. Sanji pushes Bege's hand away, causing the latter to get angry, and the two brothers tensely stare each other down. However, Judge breaks the tension by telling Ichiji and Bege to eat something. Soon afterwards, all 5 Vinsmoke children sit around a table eating while Judge still sits on his throne. And they talk about the battle on Broccoli Island that Ichiji and Bege ended. Judge points out that the Germa were hired after Doflamingo's weapons trade to the island had ended, and Reiju remarks that it was actually merciful for them to trounce one side and end the war early. However, Ichiji and Bege do not care about such ideals, only the money that comes from their services, and Yanji suggests being hired by both sides of a war to maximize their profits. However, Judge declines the idea on account of they would be more like pirates, stating Germa Kingdom is still being a member nation of the world government, although he expects to have their rights to go to levelly get revoked once they form an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. As Judge looks forward to the power he will get from this alliance, Bege makes fun of Sanji about his role in achieving Judge's dream and remarks on how he finally proved himself useful to the family. Bege calls out to Sanji, who has just finished eating his food, as the family conversed. The elder Vinsmoke continues his verbal abuse by stating he never thought he'd see the day that such a thing occurred, as he and his brothers were surprised when he disappeared years ago, and they all imagined the funny ways and places each of them could have died while out on his own. These remarks cause Yanji to burst out laughing while Sanji simply looks on unfazed by the insults. In response, Sanji only tells his older brother to eat the food on his plate. Bege gets annoyed and claims that he is not hungry and the food tastes bad, and Sanji gets angry over Bege wasting food. Tensions boil up again, and Bege calls the head chef Cosette to the table to complain about the food. When she arrives, he throws his plate at her, but Sanji steps in and intercepts it. The food slips off the plate as Sanji holds it sideways, and he and Bege face off again, both brothers angrier than ever. Luffy grows tired as he continues destroying Cracker's endless numbers of biscuit soldiers. Cracker taunts Luffy over this, and Luffy declares he will simply destroy the biscuit soldiers faster than Cracker can create them. Unleashing double culverin, he rapidly destroys the biscuit soldiers one by one in a continuous motion, but no matter how fast he goes, Cracker is at the ready with more biscuit soldiers. After this fails, Luffy decides to try taking out all the soldiers in a single blow, so he flies into the air and blows into his arm. Activating King Kong Gun, Cracker has his soldiers form a tight defensive formation in front of him as Luffy unleashes his giant punch, and to Cracker's shock, the King Kong Gun blasts away his soldiers like nothing as it moves quickly toward him. However, right before Luffy can land a hit on Cracker himself, Gear 4 runs out and Luffy is sent flying away as air spews out of his mouth. Luffy lands by a tree and is angry with himself as he will be unable to attack for the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the Vinsmoke family looks on as Sanji holds the plate that Bege had thrown at Cosette. The food that was on the plate has fallen off, and Cosette tries to assure Shy that she will clean it. However, Sanji examines the food, complimenting Cosette on its exquisite craftsmanship as he eats it, which both appalls and flusters her. The Vinsmokes are disgusted at Sanji's actions, but Sanji is just as disgusted with them, berating Bege for his despicable treatment of food and women. This enrages Bege, who tries to kick Sanji. Judge orders Bege to stop, and he stops his kick in midair, but the force of the stopped kick is still powerful enough to blow Cosette away. As Sanji helps her back up, Ikiji says that he does not comprehend Sanji's reasoning, saying that his behavior does not fit that of a royal at all. Judge agrees with Ichiji and wonders if Sanji's bad behaviors were caused by Zeph as he pulls out a picture of the chef. Judge reveals that thanks to Big Mom, Germa 66 now has the exact location of the Baratie and can attack at any time they choose, killing Zeph in the process. Tamago had given Judge the picture of Zeph along with the exploding handcuffs now on Sanji's wrists, giving him the tools he needs in order to keep Sanji in line. If Sanji acts out of line, the Baratie will be destroyed and Zeph will be killed, which stuns the young chef. Judge tells him that they will be meeting with Big Mom and Pudding for lunch today, so Sanji is expected to be on his best behavior, and he reflects as his sister and brothers walk out of the room. Sanji remembers the past. Zeph was very rough on Sanji as the young chef dealt with cooking and women, but the two always had a bond. And when Sanji left the Baratie to join the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years before the present, he tearfully thanked Zeph for all the old chef had done for him. Back in the present, Luffy impatiently waits for 10 minutes to pass so he can regain his haki, complaining that it is taking forever. Meanwhile, Cracker creates multiple biscuit soldiers to hunt Luffy down, and one of the soldiers eventually succeeds. It slams its giant pretzel at Luffy, and Luffy barely manages to dodge, but is barely able to move as the biscuit soldier quickly catches up to him and prepares to make a decisive strike. King Bomb suddenly comes in and kicks the soldier away with a root, apologizing to it as Nami is having him attack against his will. Nami orders the other homies to bring Luffy inside King Bomb's mouth, leaving them with no other choice due to holding the power of Big Mom's Viver card over them. As this happens, Cracker learns Luffy's location, and he heads there as he creates some more biscuit soldiers to back him up. Luffy is brought in to rest, and he reveals to Nami that he needs 10 minutes to get his haki back. The biscuit soldier then catches up to and chases after the Straw Hats, forcing Nami to have her homie entourage run away. However, she orders some of them to attack the soldier, under the impression that it is Cracker, and the homies are flabbergasted. They are forced to obey her command, but barely do anything before the soldier easily destroys them, and King Bomb encourages Nami to give up out of futility, but she refuses. King Bomb then runs into the end, and can do little other than gaze in fear as he and the other homies sense Cracker approaching them. Cracker's presence withers away all of the nearby homies, and he finally reaches the clearing where King Bomb is. When he sees the tree homie carrying Nami, he expresses disbelief with him. Nami wonders who he is, and the homies reveal that this is Cracker's real body. To her shock, King Bomb reveals that he is being forced to obey Nami against his will, but Cracker has none of it, and as his presence withers away all the other homies in the area, he takes pretzel and slices off the top of King Bomb, removing most of his foliage. In the Miro world, Brooke expresses her anger at Nami for subduing her with a lightning bolt as she prowls around while nursing her wounds. While intent on getting her revenge, she first decides to go after Chopper and Carrot, who are still trapped in here. Meanwhile, Chopper and Carrot think they see Sanji from one of the mirrors, but find out that he has a completely different face, and frighten him as they call out from inside the mirror. They keep pressing on in their search for Sanji's location, but become frozen in fear when they see Big Mom herself on the opposite side of a mirror. Big Mom is very excited, and Eggplant Soldier and another guard note that part of it is because the Vinsmokes are coming from the Germa kingdom to meet her for lunch. Having overheard this conversation, Chopper and Carrot look for mirrors to the Germa kingdom. In the Germa kingdom, Cassette walks through the corridors and keeps thinking of Sanji. However, she is suddenly approached by Neji, who gleefully reggies his fist. Later, Sanji walks into the room and drops his cigarette in shock as he sees Casette's beaten body. He calls for doctors, and Yanji appears from around the corner, stating that Cassette deserved this for being treated higher than her status allows. He says that it was obviously Neji who did it, and offers to take Sanji to him. Sanji complies. Yanji takes Sanji down to the lowest levels and opens a large door to a room that they were not allowed to go in as kids. The two enter the room, and Sanji gapes in shock as he sees identical Germa 66 soldiers in giant test tubes. Yanji reveals that this is where Germa's soldiers come from. They are the results of experiments performed by their father Judge and Dr. Vegapunk before they were born. The two scientists had unlocked the human lineage factor and used it to pioneer cloning research, but this activity was forbidden by the world government, causing them to arrest Vegapunk and forcing Judge to continue performing the research in the secret. Now, it has borne them an army of strong clones who do not know their origins, never go against their masters, and will reach adulthood within 5 years. Sanji is utterly appalled by this inhumanity and struggles to light a cigarette to calm himself down. As this happens, Ichiji and Neji come into the room, and they express their disappointment that Sanji's actions were not at the level they had hoped for. However, when he sees Neji, Sanji focuses entirely on his brother's actions towards Cassette and angrily kicks him in the face, appalling Ikiji and Yanji. With Cracker facing off against them, Nami tells King Bomb and the homies to run off while she battles the sweet commander. King Bomb is shocked that she is going up against someone of Cracker's caliber, but Nami initiates her plan as she leaps out of the tree homie's mouth and strikes 2 biscuit soldiers with Thunderbreed tempo. However, the soldiers are unfazed by the lightning strike, which only singed their biscuit bodies. They then attack Nami, overwhelming and subduing her. Cracker then confronts Nami personally and asks her why she and Luffy are making the suicidal effort to get Sanji back. Nami replies that although Sanji can be annoying at times, he is one of her treasured crewmates and selflessly helps the crew in times of need, a relationship which Cracker does not seem to understand. Cracker ponders over Nami's words and decides to attack her himself, believing that she will be unable to cause him pain. Nami manages to block the first few jabs of Pretzel, but Cracker eventually disarms her and holds Pretzel at her neck, saying he will take his time and kill her painfully. However, Luffy then bursts in with Gear 2 activated and punches Cracker, sending him tumbling away. Cracker is delighted to see Luffy again, and Luffy prepares to handle the sweet commander himself. In the Germa kingdom, Sanji has just kicked Neji square in the face, causing Neji to tumble into the wall. As Neji fixes his injured jaw, Ikiji reminds Sanji that they can have Zeph killed if Sanji keeps attacking, which causes Sanji to falter. Neji takes full advantage of this and quickly moves behind his brother, mocking him for his reaction to Kozet's beating as he rams an electrified knee into his back. Niji then sends Sanji sprawled out on the ground with an electrified punch, and he, Ichiji, and Yanji stand over their brother. They continue mocking Sanji's dedication to Kozet, and Ichiji reminds Sanji that he is still in the family's hierarchy as their failure. Sanji remembers his past in the Germa kingdom, where he and his siblings stood before Judge. Judge told them that they had been endowed with superhuman abilities that would make them into powerful, emotionless military commanders, and said that they needed to train to awaken them. The siblings began to train, and as a test they jumped off a high balcony. Reiju, Ikiji, Niji, and Yanji landed on their feet easily. But Sanji was caught in his fear of the large fall and failed to jump. This trend continued, as Sanji would continuously fall behind his siblings in every physical test, even almost drowning once during a swim across the ocean. He and Niji once sparred with wooden swords, and to Sanji's surprise, his sword broke when he tried to strike Niji with it. Niji then responded by viciously beating Sanji with the sword, going for so long that the Germa 66 soldiers had to remove him from Sanji. Sanji's siblings started preying on his weakness and bullied him regularly, with Reiju seeming reluctant but still joining in. Judge was not pleased with Sanji's weakness and was bewildered to hear a report from one of his aides that Sanji appeared to be a normal human with no superhuman modifications whatsoever. Sanji was in his room feeding a rat when Judge came in, confronting his son over his weakness. Judge grew angry when he saw Sanji feeding the rat, telling him to stop acting like his deceased mother as he sent the rat and the food falling out the window. Judge's brutality caused Sanji to cry, and Sanji's misery continued as his normal human body could not withstand the hard training. Accepting that Sanji was a failed experiment, Judge held a funeral for his son, claiming that he had died in an accident. Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji did not care about the news of their brother's death. In reality, Sanji was taken to a dungeon, where he was left with an iron mask on his head. Shocked and confused, he begged the soldiers to let him speak to Judge, but they revealed that Judge ordered this, as he wished to pretend that Sanji no longer existed. Left alone in the cell, Sanji wailed in agony at the abuse he suffered. Ichiji, Niji, Yanji, and Reiju continues their training by combat against Germa 66 solidars. A scientist along with Vinsmoke Judge says that they are developing very fast, describing them as real superhumans. As the Vinsmoke siblings took down the appointed soldiers for training, Judge called them and congratulated them for doing well. Meanwhile, Sanji has been imprisoned by 6 months. The cooks there have been wondering since they were making fancy meals every day, but had no idea where it goes to, and was reprimanded by an old cook not to be nosy about it. A Germa guard delivered food to Sanji and loosens his iron mask for him to be able to eat. As he was eating, a rat came and seems to be hungry, and Sanji offers him a portion of a beef steak. The rat expresses excitement as it eats, but then Sanji remembers his father scolding him about a royalty mustn't serve anyone and not to follow her mother's legacy as she is dead. Sanji recalls when he was in the kitchen and got his fingers cut and spill a bit of blood. The old cook there asks him if he was all right and says to him that they were told by the king not to allow him go to the kitchen. Sanji begs the old cook to let him stay. As he finishes organizing the food, he went outside even with the rainy weather. As he was walking, a Germa guard asks him that why is he going by himself, and answers him that he'll go see his mom. However, the Germa guard replies that the weather is bad and the medical ward is too far. But Sanji in return says that he can make it. Just when Sanji continued walking, he noted that to don't tell it to his father as he slips because of the slippery floor. In the middle of his walk through the medical ward, a dog blocks his way and seems to aim for the Sanji's food. He manages to drive it away and makes it to the medical ward as she was seen by a maid through the window. Sanji paused, the maid goes out and brings him in. There, Sanji presented the food to the maid and seems to be already too damaged because of the incidents earlier. The maid says that they don't want to let the queen have stomach trouble. Even so, the maid half-heartedly says that maybe it tastes good and gives it an attempt, only to shriek in disgust. Sanji came into his mother's room along with the maid delivering food, saying that it's from Sanji. Sanji's mother asks him if he made it for her, and agrees but with his fingers fidgeting. The queen exclaims at Epony, saying not to be presumptuous and bring what Sanji really made for her. Epony replies that she already threw it into a trash can, because it was damaged on his way to the medical ward, but the queen retorts as it was obviously a lie. The maid delivers it and Sanji apologizes to his mother, saying that he tripped on his way and got it wet in the rain. His mother gives it a try and says it was good. She asks if he can cook again for her and Sanji agrees in joy. However, she passed away. Back in his cell, Sanji requested a cookbook and some cooking utensils, and while he practiced cooking, he read something in his book about the all blue. Later, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji discovered Sanji and entered his cage to beat him up, and Reiju stood nearby. After their brothers had left, she tended to Sanji's wounds, though she said she was not on his side as she did not want to be targeted as well. Reiju said that the modifications made to their bodies had made her brothers incapable of empathy, though they had not affected her in the same way. She then revealed to Sanji that they were about to traverse the Red Line to go to the East Blue and fight some wars there. Sanji was thrown into the wall as the ships comprising the Germa kingdom split apart and climbed up the Red Line, and as his brothers laid in wait, Sanji revealed to Reiju that he wanted to become a chef, and a shocked Reiju told him to stop telling her things like that. In the East Blue, the people of Kozia noticed Germa 66's presence and attacked them as Judge continued his troops' onslaught. Sanji asked Reiju if he would have to be around his father if he ran away into the East Blue, and Reiju told him to stand back as she bent the bars of his cell. She then ran off, reminding Sanji that he would get only one chance to escape. As Germa 66 began their invasion of Kozia, Sanji looked for the key to free him from his iron mask, but he was caught by Judge. Sanji pulled out a dagger as he told his father that no one would stop him from leaving. Judge expressed his disappointment at Sanji's insubordinate behavior and told him that since he was now a commoner, he would be sure to die out in the world. However, Judge then stated that he was happy to hear this, since his humanity had prevented him from killing Sanji, but Sanji leaving now would fulfill his wish to eliminate his weak son. Judge then requested to Sanji that he should never identify himself as his offspring, since he was the one thing he was ashamed of. This caused Sanji to start bawling. Outside, the Germa 66 soldiers turned their attention to a cruise ship at the port, but left it alone due to it not being related to their mission. Having removed his iron mask, Sanji and Reiju stand outside, with Reiju telling Sanji to get on a ship and abandon his old life, saying that one day he would meet people who would treat him the way he deserved to be treated. She finally told him to not look back as he ran toward the ship in tears. Luffy and Cracker face off, and Cracker summons more biscuit soldiers to attack as Luffy has Nami go back to the homies she has under control. A hungry Luffy tries eating one of the soldiers, but cannot bite into it. Cracker proclaims that his biscuits are especially hard and cannot be eaten, but this exchange causes Nami to remember that Cracker's soldiers are meant of biscuit. She then unleashes Rain's spark, dousing all of Cracker's creations with rain. One of them strikes Luffy and blows him back, but its sword shatters, and Luffy is able to break them with a simple Gatling attack. Luffy and Nami realize that the biscuits have an edible composition when dampened, and Nami encourages Luffy to eat the biscuit soldiers. He does so, consuming parts of the biscuit soldiers, and with parts of them in Luffy's stomach, they are unable to regenerate and are thus disabled. When the rain stops, Cracker makes more biscuit soldiers, but with their weakness in mind. Nami has Luffy follow her and the homies under her control to a place where they can change the biscuit's taste. As they run, they are pursued by Cracker and his soldiers. In the Germa kingdom, Sanji is left barely conscious on the floor of the cloning facility after being beaten up by his brothers. After his brothers leave, some servants race to attend to him, but Reiju walks in and orders them to leave, insisting despite their pleas. As this happens, Judge completes preparations for their family to head to the Whole Cake Chateau to meet with Big Mom. Reiju takes Sanji to a room, where she places a gelatinous mask on Sanji's face. The mask crackles with electricity, giving Sanji a nasty shock. At the end, his face stops swelling thanks to the mask, although it still hurts to the touch since his bruises have been made worse. Reiju remarks that she fails to understand why Sanji came back here just for Zeph, though assures him that at least he will have the comfort of married life with Pudding. She then asks why he is so chivalrous, and Sanji explains. Back when he was a child on the Baratie, he and his co-workers begged Zeph to hire a female cook. Zeph refused, saying that he used kicks to discipline people, which he could not do on a woman. Sanji failed to understand why he could not kick a woman, causing Zeph to kick him on the head multiple times. Zeph explained to Sanji that kicking a woman was unbecoming of a man, and he would chop his own head off if Sanji did it because it meant he would have failed as a parent. Zeph's affirmation of his parental relationship with Sanji caused Sanji to be surprised. In the Miro world, Brule searches for Chopper and Carrot, wondering where they could have gone after she put shackles on them. Meanwhile, Chopper and Carrot once again fail to find a mirror with Sanji on the other side, and at that moment Brule appears before them. The duo grab their shackles and run in fear as Brule chases them with a scythe in her hand, although they quickly begin to tire from their chains. Later, Luffy throws a biscuit soldier into a juice river, giving Cracker's forces a juicy taste as he consumes them. Cracker is angered by Luffy's actions, but continues making soldiers to chip away at Luffy's endurance. Nami unleashes another rain cloud, telling Luffy to feast on normal-flavored biscuits this time. However, Luffy starts to feel full as he expands in mass. Several hours pass, and Luffy is ballooned considerably as his stomach has reached its limits. Cracker is faring no better, as he is exhausted, but he continues to make biscuit soldiers. With Nami still up and around thanks to the homies' protection, Cracker yells at King Bomb for his insubordination. Despite King Bomb's pleas that Nami is forcing him to act against his will, Cracker will not hear it. Despite his exhaustion and anger, Cracker is confident that he can overwhelm Luffy. As Nami unleashes some more rain, Luffy does not think he can eat anymore. However, fueled by his desire to reunite with Sanji, Luffy puts it aside and continues eating through Cracker's biscuit soldiers, causing the standoff to continue. In the Germa kingdom, Reiju and Sanji are summoned to head out along with the rest of their family to meet Big Mom at the Whole Cake Chateau. Reiju gives Sanji a shirt to replace his tattered one before they do so. After eating more of Cracker's biscuit soldiers, Luffy is so bloated that he is barely able to stand, and he says that he cannot take any more. An exhausted Cracker gleefully tries to bring Luffy to the limit by sending more biscuit soldiers at him, but Luffy and Nami refuse to quit as the latter sprays the soldiers with rain once again and Luffy eats them despite feeling awful. An outraged Cracker wonders if Luffy's stomach is infinite, and although Luffy cannot even stand, he still faces off with the sweet commander. Nami declares that Luffy's stomach can take anything, although the homies around her object as Luffy is clearly at his limit. Luffy declares that he will not throw up all the biscuits he has eaten, and an enraged Cracker promises to make it less painful for him by stabbing him in the stomach. Cracker races toward Luffy himself with pretzel at the ready, and in response, Luffy blows into his arm and activates Gear 4. However, this time Luffy takes on a much bigger and rounder form called Tankman, full version, and Cracker swings pretzel at him, but is unable to cut through Luffy's armament haki. Cracker then tries skewering Luffy, and after initially being unsuccessful again, he tries an even stronger attack. Once again, he cannot cut through Luffy, but the power of the thrust causes Pretzel to get sucked into Luffy's inflated body, dragging Cracker along with it. As he is trapped in the folds of Luffy's body, Cracker's remaining biscuit soldiers march toward Luffy, but Luffy tells Nami not to soften them with rain this time. Luffy then ejects Cracker from his body, sending him crashing through his biscuit soldiers at high velocity. Cracker continues to fly with great force, destroying many of the Seducing Woods homies before flying all the way into Sweet City. As this happens, Big Mom receives a report that Smoothie has reported to the Whole Cake Chateau while Katakuri is almost there. Big Mom looks forward to having all her 3 sweet commanders in one place, and wonders about the status of Cracker's confrontation with Luffy. Outside, Cracker crashes into the Whole Cake Chateau and his unconscious body falls to the ground, which draws the attention of Big Mom as well as everyone outside. Cracker's siblings Charlotte Mont or Charlotte Opera and Charlotte Gillette stand over him in shock, and realizing Luffy must have done this, they raise a state of alarm over Sweet City, causing the citizens to panic and evacuate. Back in the Seducing Woods, Luffy deactivates Gear 4, and Pound comes out of a hiding spot, openly admitting he was scared of the battle. As Luffy lies on the ground, Nami rejoices in their victory, but no one shares her joy as Pound and King Bomb look at her forlornly. They reveal that this event will ignite Big Mom's rage, just like when Urouge defeated Snack when that happened. The enraged Big Mom unleashed a storm thanks to her control over a living thundercloud named Zeus and a living sun named Prometheus. As Cracker's massive fleet set out to take down Urouge, Big Mom's storm resulted in Urouge's ship being quickly shipwrecked. However, despite this threat, Luffy is still intent on rescuing Sanji. Knowing they do not have too long before the wedding begins, and hearing that Sanji is set to come to Big Mom's castle, he orders King Bomb to carry him and Nami out of the Seducing Woods, and the homie is forced to comply once again due to Nami's Viver card. He wonders how they have that, saying that not even Big Mom's children are allowed to have one due to its power. In the Miro world, Broly continues pursuing Chopper and Carrot, who have managed to hide in a corner. As they sit too exhausted to think clearly, Carrot suddenly sees Sanji standing in the mirror in front of her. Chopper and Carrot go up to it and try calling out to Sanji. But before he can notice them, Reiju steps in front of the mirror. Reiju asks if he is ready to go to the Whole Cake Chateau, giving Chopper and Carrot their upcoming location. The duo prepare to go and tell Luffy and Nami, but Broly suddenly reaches them, causing them to scream. Sanji and Reiju head outside, where Sanji is greeted with raucous cheering from the Germa 66 soldiers. Sanji solemnly makes his way to the carriage on the road, where his father and brothers wait. Ichiji gives him a red cape, which Sanji puts on as he takes his seat in the carriage. As the carriage sets off, Judge tells Sanji to wave at the soldiers, but Sanji instead looks up at the ceiling, where he thinks about his crewmates and imagines he is with them again for a brief moment before being brought back to reality. On the Baratie 2 years ago, Sanji gave food to a starving Jin. Luffy watched this affair and asked Sanji to join his crew as the cook. Later, during the battle against Don Krieg, Sanji watched in amazement as Luffy fought fearlessly, risking injury and finding creative ways to take down his opponent. Back in the present, Luffy and Nami ride King Bomb out of the Seducing Woods, and Nami talks to Chopper and Carrot through a mirror shard. They report that Sanji is heading for the Whole Cake Chateau, and assure that they are okay, although the communication cuts out intermittently before the mirror shard suddenly breaks. In the Miro world, Broly has lost track of Chopper and Carrot again, but she gets an idea and pulls Randolph, his crane, and the noble Croc into the Miro world to help her hunt the duo down. Although Chopper and Carrot are frightened, Chopper gets the idea to use Broly's powers for their own benefit. Nami witnesses in shock as a sleeping Luffy reverts back to his normal size. King Bomb then points out that Sanji's family is on the road right in front of them, which wakes Luffy up. Luffy sees Sanji and excitedly bounds toward the carriage, where he grabs onto the door and faces Sanji directly. The Germa 66 soldiers circle around to attack, but as Luffy talks to Sanji, the cook suddenly kicks him away. Sanji tells Luffy that he has embraced his royal heritage and family name, so Luffy should get going, and he calls Luffy and the other Straw Hats low-class pirates. Luffy refuses to believe Sanji, and Yanji offers his help in getting rid of Luffy, but Sanji proclaims that he will do it himself. In his childhood, Sanji was abused heavily by his brothers and imprisoned by his father in order to be hidden away from society. When given the chance of freedom, Judge allowed him to go, but on the condition that he never mention him as his father. With Reiju's assistance, Sanji escaped to the orbit with tears in his eyes. When the cooks returned to the ship, they met Sanji, who begged them to take him in since he dreamed of being a cook. On the orbit and later the Baratie, Sanji told people about the All Blue, which he had read about in the Germa kingdom, and was what drove him to struggle against Zeph when his crew attacked the orbit when Sanji was tossed overboard in a storm. Zeph dived in to save him and cut off his leg when it was caught in an anchor, and when the two of them were stranded on an island. Zeph gave Sanji all the food rations while pretending a bag of treasure was his food. Sanji came to truly realize Zeph was a real father to him when Zeph prohibited him from ever kicking a woman, saying it would bring dishonor to him as he raised Sanji. Remembering Judge's threats on his hands and Zeph during his return to the Germa kingdom, as he activates Diable Jambi, he then charges at the motionless Luffy and kicks him in the face, sending him tumbling away. Luffy gets back up to face Sanji, who says that he should use Haki if he wants to live. Luffy replies that he has no need for Haki when he just wants to speak with Sanji, and Sanji tells Luffy to leave in that case. Luffy refuses and Sanji calls him selfish as he strikes Luffy again. Luffy gets back up, and Nami pleads for Sanji to stop, saying that Luffy has pushed himself to the limit against Cracker just to get this far. However, Luffy silences Nami, saying this is a duel. Sanji then barrages Luffy with many kicks, but Luffy refuses to back down or fall, much to his chagrin. At last, Sanji has finally had enough and prepares to deal a finishing blow. He spins to reignite Diable Jambi before taking to the air with Skywalk, spinning around in a fiery circle as he falls toward Luffy. He plants his heel into the top of Luffy's head with deadly force, and Luffy initially tries resisting it, but eventually succumbs to the power and falls unconscious. Sanji walks back to the carriage as Luffy lies on the ground bleeding, and an anguished Nami races to Luffy's side. She then goes up to Sanji and slaps him, grimly apologizing for coming to rescue him before walking away. Sanji returns to his seat next to his impressed brothers, and as the carriage heads away, Luffy regains consciousness and calls out to Sanji. He says that he knows Sanji is putting on an act, and that Sanji was the one who was truly hurt by all the kicks he unleashed. Luffy proclaims that he cannot go on his journey and become Pirate King without Sanji, so he will wait in this spot and not eat anything until Sanji returns. Luffy's words cause Sanji to break down in tears, and his brothers laugh at him as they head out of sight of Luffy. A montage of Sanji's times with the crew is then shown as Luffy is shown lying down on the clearing. Inside her throne room, Big Mom reacts in shock and anger to the report of Cracker's defeat. Trembling with rage, she summons her homies Zeus and Prometheus to her side and mutters Luffy's name. On the outskirts of Sweet City, Luffy lies on the ground panting, and Nami brings up the account of the Big Mom pirates' rage when their last sweet commander was defeated. She, Luffy, and King Bomb then look on in awe and fear as they see dark clouds coming out of the Whole Cake Chateau, remembering Pound's account of how the same thing happened last time. The clouds stretch out to cover the entire area, and the citizens gaze on in amazement as they watch Zeus and Prometheus flying around wildly to create a storm. As the Vinsmoke family's carriage draws closer to the Whole Cake Chateau, the building's massive gates open, and a massive army of Big Mom's forces emerges from it. Sanji's brothers note that these forces are likely headed to bring down Luffy, and they boast several infamous pirates with high bounties. The brothers state with glee that Luffy's only hope of survival is to not stay in that spot like he told Sanji, and Sanji looks extremely conflicted. Rain then comes pouring down from the clouds, but it is syrup instead of water. Luffy turns around to lie with his face toward the ground, saying that he did not even want syrup in his mouth while he waited for Sanji's cooking. In Sweet City, the Vinsmokes reach the Whole Cake Chateau, and are greeted by Baron Tamago as some umbrella homies come to cover the family when they step into Fale. The Vinsmokes note with gladness that they are soon to ally with the unbelievably strong forces they just passed by as they step into the chateau. Inside, Big Mom walks through the halls, still in a fuming rage, but snaps out of it when her daughter Anana comes up to her. Anana wants knives to mutilate her stuffed animal, but the head chef is preventing her from getting some. Big Mom responds by ordering her sons Dulce and Dreiji to get Anana knives, to which they protest since she will use them to pop their balloons. However, Big Mom replies that it is natural to develop a killing instinct and tells all the children in the room to get excited for Pudding's wedding tomorrow. She then steps into the dining room where the Vinsmokes are, and their lunch begins. Big Mom and Judge have a toast to the formation of their alliance tomorrow, and Pudding comes in to eat. Tons of food homies then come to the table dancing and singing, and the Vinsmokes are perturbed at having to eat the living morsels. As everyone eats, Pudding slips Sanji a note asking him to meet with her privately later. In the outskirts, the force of the storm has increased considerably, and the enraged army has come into Luffy, Nami, and King Bom's view. Luffy tells Nami to run away, and Nami tries to get him to do so as well. But Luffy refuses to move from his spot because he wants to ensure he is there when Sanji comes back. Refusing to give even an inch, Luffy faces off against the massive army. Nami reluctantly complies, and the enraged army is incredulous at Luffy's fighting ability in his current physical state. However, Luffy does not pay any mind to their words and activates Gear 2. Plowing through dozens of chess soldiers. 2 chess soldiers manage to grab hold of Luffy and allow others to jump him, but Luffy repels them by inflating himself. More chess soldiers shoot arrows at Luffy, but he inhales more air into his body and twists around, exhaling hard enough to create a whirlwind that blows everything nearby away. Nami and King Bomb see this as the latter carries the former away, and are awed and frightened by the spectacle. In Pudding's room, she confesses to Sanji that she had arranged to get the Straw Hats to the coast of Whole Cake Island and bring him there to reunite with them, but was unable to uphold her word. However, Sanji replies that he would not have come to the coast anyways, as doing so would put the lives of his friends in jeopardy and get his hands destroyed. Pudding reveals that all people arranged to marry into the Charlotte family have those exploding cuffs put on, and Sanji then takes his mask off, revealing his beaten face. He tells Pudding that this is the kind of treatment he receives from his family, which caused him to run away from them 13 years ago. Now, however, they are threatening the people that treated him like family, and with no way out of this situation, he has given in. Back in the outskirts of Sweet City, Luffy continues pummeling chess soldiers, but Charlotte Opera goes on the offensive as he grabs Luffy with tentacles of cream. The cream's sweetness causes it to burn Luffy, but he manages to struggle his way out of it. However, he is then confronted by Bobbin, who bobs his head from side to side and emits waves that make Luffy fall asleep. When Luffy is incapacitated, Bobbin pulls out his sword and rushes at him, but Nami and King Bomb suddenly come to the rescue. The enraged army members say that King Bomb has committed mutiny against the Big Mom pirates, although the homie did not willingly go back as he was forced to return by Nami's Viver card. Although Nami and King Bomb are back on Luffy's side, the battle is still extremely uneven, and the fighting resumes. Meanwhile, in the Miro world, Randolph begins attacking Chopper and Carrot. He manages to overwhelm Carrot, who cannot dodge due to her shackles. But Chopper intercepts Randolph's strike and tells Carrot that they are done fighting as he throws the rabbit homie towards the ceiling. Despite King Bomb's pleas, the chess soldiers climb on him in order to reach Nami. However, they are all suddenly disabled due to the power of her Viver card, to Galette's shock. Meanwhile, Counter, Cadenza, and Cabaletta all race toward Luffy, who attacks them with Elephant Gun. The trio coat their arms in armament haki and clash with Luffy evenly. After a long struggle, Opera then comes in and floods Luffy in cream, burning his legs. Eventually, Luffy can no longer take the pain and gives ground, allowing Opera's brothers to overpower him and send him flying. As this happens, Sanji reflects on what his crewmates are currently going through in order to get him back, saying his adventure with them is over, and that he does not wish for them to struggle. Nami strikes some chess soldiers with lightning, but more keep coming, and she gets the idea to use the storm clouds in the air. Unleashing another weather egg, she attracts a massive amount of storm energy into her cloud, allowing her to unleash a large quantity of purple lightning that takes out every chess soldier in sight. Everyone in the area is awed by this sight, and Luffy's drive to fight to stay and wait for Sanji is renewed. Back in Pudding's room, Pudding weeps an apology for making Sanji's life hell by being arranged to marry him and keep him away from his friends, but he tells her she has nothing to apologize for. Pudding tries assuring Sanji that she will not make their marriage hell, and he embraces her, deciding to aim for the best life afforded to him by marrying her without struggle tomorrow. As he seals this promise, the lightning from Nami's attack lights up the room. Luffy continues plowing through hordes of chess soldiers, and Charlotte Mascarpone and Joscarpone confront him. The two Snake and X jab their spears at him, but Luffy dodges them and kicks them in the necks. Bobbin and more chess soldiers approach Luffy, and Bobbin says that Luffy is near his limit so they should keep attacking, but Luffy replies that he is not going anywhere. Meanwhile, Nami assists Luffy by unleashing another massive round of thunderbolts, But before she can use Big Mom's storm clouds again, Galette binds her arms with a gelatinous substance. Covering Nami's body in a sparkly liquid substance, Galette forces her off of King Bomb and onto her knees on the ground. Amanda then walks up King Bomb until she reaches his face and unsheathes her Meito Shiroo. King Bomb again tries to plead that he has no control over his actions, but Amanda does not listen as she slowly brings her sword down into his body. She very slowly cuts him vertically, and the anguished homie begs her to kill him quickly, but she responds that it is only worthwhile to kill an enemy slowly and painfully. As Luffy continues fighting chess soldiers, Mont d'Or stands above him on 2 levitating books and remarks that his feat is impressive because the chess soldiers are not weak, and he is already worn from fighting Cracker. However, Opera comes in to attack Luffy again and burns him with cream. In the Miro world, Chopper and Carrot face off against Broly, Randolph, the Noble Croc, and Diesel. Chopper immediately goes on the offensive as he pummels the Noble Croc before intercepting Randolph's attack. Diesel races at a high speed to attack Carrot, but she dodges him even faster and he quickly has to turn around and parry her Electro Strike. However, Broly emerges from a mirror behind Carrot, and Chopper barely manages to pull her out of the way of Broly's Sai Scythe. Broly's attack frees Chopper and Carrot from their chains, and she quickly enters another mirror. Suddenly, 3 reflection duplicates each of Chopper and Carrot come into the Miro world and subdue the 2 of them. Luffy tries to attack Opera with Elephant Gun, but Mont d'Or blocks his strike with a book, which seems to suck him in. Luffy is placed under the illusion that he is in the book's world, and when various threats in it come to attack him, he reacts to it in the real world despite no one attacking him, which confuses Nami. The Big Mom pirates then take turns attacking Luffy while he is blinded, and Luffy is assaulted by both their real attacks and the fake attacks inside the book. Charlotte counter and Cadenza bring it home by punching Luffy from both sides with massive haki-imbued fists, and after their second attack, Luffy finally collapses. Meanwhile, Sanji walks down a corridor in the Whole Cake Chateau until he reaches Big Mom's throne room, where she sits eating desserts. Sanji tells her that he will marry Pudding without resisting, and in return, he requests that Big Mom spare his friends. Big Mom agrees to this deal, though points out that the Straw Hats have already committed egregious offenses against her. However, she will let them go because the wedding ceremony tomorrow is more important to her, and Sanji is overjoyed. Meanwhile, the enraged army rejoices in their victory and surveys the damage of the battle. Amanda then approaches Nami and reaches into her dress, pulling out the Viva card she got from Lola. The army is shocked and thinks Nami killed Lola. Nami attempts to explain that they are friends. The army then takes her away, and Counter tries to pull Luffy off the ground, but to his surprise, Luffy is still conscious and gripping onto the grass. Counter stomps Luffy multiple times, and eventually succeeds in knocking Luffy out and successfully pulling him away from the spot where he promised to wait for Sanji. Inside Sanji's guest room, he looks out the window and thinks about his rejection of his crew, and the army sent out by Big Mom to attack Luffy and Nami. Meanwhile, Luffy wakes up and finds that his arms are bound to a wall behind him. Nami is next to him with the same binding, as the 2 are imprisoned in a page in a giant book. Several Big Mom pirates stand outside, revealing that Luffy and Nami are trapped thanks to Mont d'Or's ability. Luffy tries to pull off his binding, but is unsuccessful, and the Big Mom pirates just laugh as they close the book. In the Miro world, Chopper and Carrot face off against Broly, her henchmen, and several animals that have been transformed into their reflections. Carrot wonders what they should do, and Chopper gets an idea, which he whispers to her. Broly gets mad at their plotting and has their reflections attack them, but the animal copies wind up attacking Chopper and Carrot's reflections instead. The animals then pounce on the real Chopper and Carrot, and the Noble Croc comes racing in with chains in his arms in order to capture the duo. In the room of treasure in the Whole Cake Chateau, Brooke's disembodied soul comes in through the wall and surveys the room. Noting the amount of security in it and spotting the 3 Poneglyphs contained inside, 2 normal and 1 road Poneglyph, Tamago talks to Sweet Commander Charlotte Smoothie about the importance of the Poneglyphs, one of which they had just received from Jinbe upon his and Watatsumi's arrival at Whole Cake Island yesterday. As he talks, Smoothie wrings a liquid out of a woman like she is a cloth, and asks Tamago why they need extra security now. Tamago reveals that Pedro has been reported to be on the island, and the mink captain had attempted to steal their Poneglyphs 5 years ago. Brooke is shocked at what he has seen and heard, and goes back to the wine cellar where he and Pedro are hiding. He tells Pedro about the level of security in the room, and they know they will not be able to get past all of it. However, since Tamago seems to be specifically keeping an eye out for Pedro, the duo get the idea to use the mink as bait. In Broly's house in the Miro world, she and her henchmen gather around a giant pot homie filled with boiling water. Carrot is tied on a rope above it, and Broly's group looks forward to cooking and eating her. Chopper tries to claim that she will not taste good, but he is ignored and told that he will be added to Big Mom's collection of rare creatures. However, this situation is just what Chopper has planned, and he made sure to get captured in Heavy Point so that he could escape from his chains. Enough time has passed for him to be able to activate Monster Point as well, and he waits to execute his plan. Meanwhile, Big Mom takes the Vinsmoke family to her library, where she shows them her collection of rare animals and races trapped inside books with the help of Mont D'Or's ability. As she talks, Judge asks her about giants, having not noticed any in Tato Land yet. Big Mom's expression darkens considerably, but she simply claims that Judge has just happened not to see any. One of her servants then comes and reports that they have brought Luffy and Nami to the necessary spot, growing flustered as he stares at the Vinsmokes. Big Mom excuses herself and goes with him, berating him for getting overly excited about people from a comic strip. In the prisoner library, the Big Mom pirates, now joined by Sparrow, open a book to the page Luffy and Nami are in and position Big Mom's Den Mushi in front of them. Big Mom then speaks to Luffy and Nami, bringing up Luffy's declaration of war on Fishman Island and wondering why Luffy did not bring his entire crew. However, Luffy replies that he only came to rescue Sanji, and Big Mom says that he will rot in his cell forever. Luffy retorts by challenging Big Mom to fight him, and his defiance surprises her. Pedro creates a diversion for Brooke to set his plan into action. Meanwhile, Luffy continues to goad Big Mom into a fight. Pedro continues his assault through the corridors of the Whole Cake Chateau, slicing through guards before they can raise their weapons in defense. His sheer speed blows soldiers away, and he uses explosives to take out multiple opponents at once. As his rampage continues, Tamago and Smoothie race to corner him as they keep tabs on his location. However, Tamago wonders about Pedro trying to steal the Poneglyphs and then realizes that Brooke had evaded their security just like Pedro did. Smoothie then goes back to the room of treasure, but as this is happening, Brooke is already at the entrance. He takes out several of the guards there, and when the rest of them try shutting the doors and locking him out, he speeds his way into the room. The doors remain locked as Smoothie comes to the room, and with those being the only way out, she lies in wait for Brooke to come out. She initially intends to kill him, but Tamago says to leave him alive, as Big Mom will want him for her collection. Inside the room, Brooke is confronted by the guards inside, and notes that the chess soldiers are all created from pieces of soul as he pulls out his guitar. However, the soldiers attack and overwhelm him before he can strike the right chords on his guitar, and they all converge on him. However, Brooke manages to start playing and blow them away with a burst of soul energy, blasting their souls out of their bodies as a demonic soul specter manifests behind him. In Broly's house in the Miro world, Chopper reveals that Broly has dug her own grave. When he and Carrot were attacked by their mirror clones, Broly's team captured one of Carrot's mirror copies, which was a frog transformed into a reflection. The real Carrot is in Broly's attic, projecting her voice to make it seem like the frog clone is speaking. Broly then has Randolph cut the rope holding the frog they believe is Carrot over the pot, but as Randolph prepares to do so, Carrot hurls a rock at him and knocks him backward. Broly is surprised at Randolph's fall, and fails to see Carrot climbing down to her mirror clone until Diesel points it out. Carrot keeps her duplicate under control as she swings on the rope, and as Randolph attempts to cut it again, Carrot falls toward the side of the pot and kicks it at Broly, tipping it over and dousing her in boiling water. The Big Mom pirates fall into chaos, and Chopper joins the counterattack as he returns to his normal form to escape from his chains and eats a rumble ball, allowing him to activate Monster Point. Meanwhile, after hearing about them from Eggplant Soldier, Sanji leaves his room to go pick flowers for Pudding to comfort her after their emotional meeting earlier. As he does this, Luffy continues resisting in his cell in the prisoner library. Suddenly, Pudding arrives and asks Opera if she can speak with Luffy and Nami. She enters their cell thanks to a bookmark, and confesses her failure to help rescue Sanji by bringing him to the Straw Hats like they had agreed back on Cacao Island. She talks in whisper to prevent Opera from hearing her, which confuses him. As Sanji picks flowers for Pudding, she continues talking to Luffy and Nami, and they stare at her in shock as she goes on. Luffy and Nami are surprised by Pudding's revelation that Sanji proposed to her, but Pudding then says that she knows he only did it to be polite. She has no desire to marry him if he does not want to do it, and whispers something to Luffy and Nami. Her words leave the two gaping in astonishment, and Luffy struggles to take in what Pudding just told him as she leaves the prisoner library, tearfully bidding them goodbye. Inside a room in the Whole Cake Chateau, the Vinsmoke family, except for Reiju, sits and drinks tea. Judge states that Pudding will live with them in the Verma Kingdom after the wedding, as he wants to use her as leverage in order to prevent the Big Mom pirates from taking advantage of them in their new partnership. Niji wonders if the Big Mom pirates will try to do the same thing with Sanji, but Ikiji reminds him that they do not care for Sanji's well-being. This causes the brothers to chuckle, and Niji looks forward to living with Sanji again. In his room, Sanji prepares a bouquet of flowers for pudding as Eggplant Soldier comes in with the ingredients Sanji requested. He reveals that Luffy and Nami are currently being detained, and Sanji is initially worried, but reminds himself that Big Mom agreed to let them go after the wedding. However, he is concerned when he hears of Brooke still rampaging in the chateau, and tells the servant to stop talking and give him his ingredients. Since Pudding did not eat much during lunch, he wants to make her a meal, and he prepares to make it in the room's kitchen. In Brulee's house, chaos abounds after Carrot doused Brulee in boiling water. Brulee's henchmen rush to attack Carrot, but she balls up Electro in her hands and slams it into the floor, creating an electric blast that shocks her attackers as well as the riding Brulee. Meanwhile, the noble Croc notices Chopper standing behind him in Monster Point, but cannot do anything before Chopper picks him up by the table and flips him over, smashing his back into the floor. Diesel is the only Big Mom pirate still standing, and he runs from the house at a great speed in order to report this attack to Big Mom. However, Carrot manages to catch up to him and covers his eyes, causing him to run towards a wall. When Diesel regains his sight, he is unable to stop in time and crashes into the wall. Chopper and Carrot then celebrate their victory and prepare to use Brulee's power to explore the mirror world and find all their crewmates. In the room of treasure, Brooke finishes off all the chest soldier homies with his soul power and turns his attention to the non-homie guards inside the room. They charge him, but Brooke counters their attacks as he defeats them all with swift sword slashes. The largest fighter proves tougher than the rest, but Brooke unleashes a powerful attack to break through his shield and armor. Brooke then takes the keys to the cages containing the Poneglyphs and goes off to transcribe them. However, as Smoothie deduces that all the guards were defeated and prepares to break in, Big Mom suddenly comes in. She tells her daughter to move aside as she shatters the door to the room and confronts Brooke as he transcribes her road Poneglyph. Brooke is petrified to see her, and although Big Mom is angry at his intrusion, she does note that he is a very unusual creature. Meanwhile, Reiju sneaks through the chateau and approaches a room with a door homie, but then turns back. She then creeps around outside, only to come face to face with a gun. Reiju recognizes the person behind the gun in shock, and she is shot. Inside the chateau, Pedro is pushed into the third-floor courtyard by a battalion of chess soldiers. There, he confronts Baron Tamago. Tamago remarks that he is surprised to see Pedro back here, after he had so stubbornly clung to life the last time he came to Tato Land 5 years ago and got 50 years of his lifespan removed. The confrontation triggers a reaction in Tamago's left eye, which was taken out in his battle with Pedro 5 years ago, and things start heating up as Pedro reveals his own left eye, which had also been taken out. Pedro replies that this time he was willing to lay his life down, but not before the Straw Hats had accomplished their goals. Meanwhile, Reiju manages to make her way back into the chateau, but collapses in the corridor from the gunshot wound on her lower body. In the prisoner library, Luffy tries to pull off the stake binding his hands in an attempt to escape, but to no avail. However, when he accidentally twists his arms around himself, Luffy gets an idea and spins around more, causing him to pull at the stake as he fights to escape no matter what. After having defeated Charlotte Brulee, Chopper and Carrot search for a mirror leading to Sanji. They ride on Diesel's back, carrying Brulee's unconscious body. Carrot attempts to wake Brulee up, but fails to do so. Meanwhile, Luffy and Nami are still trapped inside Mont Dior's book. They are watched by Opera, who mock them and tell them they cannot escape. As Luffy's hands are nailed to the prison wall, he gets the idea to tear his arms off in order to escape. His arms start to tear, but he struggles to rip free. He keeps trying. In the room of treasure, Brooke explains that he aims to make a copy of Big Mom's road Poneglyph. They prepare to fight. Baron Tamago finds and confronts Pedro in the courtyard. They begin to fight, but Tamago gets the upper hand as he is wearing tights that are resistant to Pedro's electro. They reminisce on the incident 5 years ago that cost both of them their left eye. 5 years ago, Pedro, leading the Nox pirates, intruded Whole Cake Island to look for Poneglyphs along with his friend Zippo. They approach the room of treasure only to be confronted by Tamago. Pedro battles Tamago and wins, causing Tamago to lose his left eye. However, Big Mom appears and confronts Pedro and Zippo. As punishment for the invasion, Big Mom uses her Devil Fruit ability to take away 100 years from Zippo's lifespan. However, at the time, Zippo only had 30 years left to live, leaving 70 years unaccounted for. Pedro ends up cutting out his left eye, which leads Big Mom to reduce this to 50 years removed from Pedro's lifespan. Back to present day, Tamago knocks Pedro into a wall. Pedro states that he is indebted to the Straw Hat Pirates for saving Zoo from the Beast's pirates, and he will spend the remainder of his life fighting for them. With this, Pedro leaps at Tamago, breaks his sword, and cuts him in half. Because of Tamago's Devil Fruit ability, an egg yolk comes out of Tamago's body. Having been trapped in a book from Mont Dior's Devil Fruit ability, Luffy continues to try tearing his arms off to escape. He continues to struggle to do so. Meanwhile, Sanji finishes making a meal for his fiancée, Pudding. However, Pudding's bedroom door is a homie, who denies him entry. He decides to try entering through Pudding's balcony. Sanji goes outside in the pouring rain to Pudding's bedroom window. However, to his surprise, he sees Reiju, who has been bound to a chair by Nitro, a jelly homie. He also finds, to his horror, that Pudding has a third eye on her forehead. Pudding mocks Reiju, revealing her true nature. She reveals that she plans to assassinate the entire Vinsmoke family, as well as the Straw Hat Pirates during the wedding the next day. She also expresses disgust for Sanji, revealing that she had been faking her crush on him the entire time. Lastly, Pudding reveals that Big Mom only arranged the marriage to steal Germa 66's clone army for military purposes. She continues to disparagingly mock Sanji while her homies laugh, all while Sanji was listening through the window. Heartbroken, Sanji attempts to light his cigarette, but fails to do so in the pouring rain. As Sanji sits outside Pudding's room, wallowing in depression after overhearing her intention to kill him and his family at their wedding tomorrow, Pudding continues mocking him in front of Reiju. However, Reiju starts to get weaker, and Pudding prepares to get assistance for her since Reiju needs to be present at the wedding, noting that it was impressive how Reiju managed to run away from her for a bit after being shot in the leg. Pudding reaches into Reiju's head and pulls out a roll of film containing Reiju's memories with the power of the Memo no Momosity, focusing on Reiju's memories of being shot and running away before eventually collapsing and being captured. Pudding then cuts out Reiju's memories of their encounter and replaces it with someone else's memory of being shot by a chess soldier's stray bullet in order to explain Reiju's injuries. Reiju falls unconscious, and Pudding has her taken to a medical ward to treat her injuries. During this time, Sanji leaves the area outside Pudding's room. In the Room of Treasure, Brooke stands firm against Big Mom in order to complete his mission of transcribing the Poneglyphs in her possession. Looking for an opening to get past Big Mom, Brooke does not see any, but takes off as he runs up the wall. He then runs around the circumference of the room, his sheer speed causing Big Mom to struggle to keep up with him. However, when he manages to get behind her and attempts to attack, Big Mom quickly sees him and repels him with Prometheus. Brooke does not manage to land any attacks thanks to Prometheus and Zeus' tight defense, and the two weather homies assault him with powerful attacks. Brooke then tries to overpower them with his soul power like he did to the chess soldiers, but although his music does give them great discomfort, they come out of it unaffected. They then injure him further with more powerful attacks, seemingly defeating him, but as Big Mom tries to grab him to take for her collection, he crawls away and slowly gets back up. Zeus and Prometheus get into an argument as to who should finish him off, causing Brooke to spot an opening on Big Mom and rush in to attack her. However, Big Mom's bighorn homie Napoleon releases a sword hidden within it and slams into Brooke. Big Mom then asks the nearly defeated Brooke if he has had enough, and is surprised to see him get up again. Brooke states that he knows Sanji is likely here to sacrifice himself, and so will be unlikely to come back with them. Thus, if Luffy fails, he wants their mission to Whole Cake Island to at least be fruitful by acquiring Big Mom's Poneglyphs. Big Mom wonders why Brooke does not consider the possibility of his team dying in this mission, but Brooke retorts that no one considers the possibility of death in their quests. In the Mirror world, Carrot tickles Brule to force her to guide them to the mirrors in the Whole Cake Chateau. Brule cannot take it anymore and relents, revealing that although she does not immediately know which mirror leads where, Carrot and Chopper can ask them, and they will respond. The duo ask which mirrors lead into the castle, and the mirrors identify themselves. They then ask if any of them have seen any of their comrades, but the mirrors are unable to identify their comrades by name. In order to identify their comrades, Carrot prepares to draw them, claiming herself to be a good artist. In the prisoner library, Luffy's arms start to tear as he gets closer to ripping them off and freeing himself, despite Nami's constant attempts to stop him. Opera then confronts Nami, revealing that Big Mom ordered him to get Lola's location out of her while it is still nighttime. Nami refuses to sell out Lola, and Opera goes to get a crossbow, telling her that he will shoot her every 5 seconds until she gives an answer. Luffy promises to free himself in 5 seconds, causing Nami to become even more hysterical, when suddenly Jinbe enters the library. Opera is confused, since Jinbe is not currently allowed in the chateau, but Jinbe simply apologizes as he hits Opera in the chest with Gosen Megawara Seiken. With Opera downed, Jinbe prepares to free Luffy and Nami. On Whole Cake Island, inside the chateau infirmary, a doctor and a homie guard both comment on Reiju's incredible enhanced healing ability. As they talk, Sanji sneaks in undetected and ties and blindfolds the homie to a chair. Reiju then wakes, noticing Sanji's presence with surprise. She also inspects her injured leg while recalling foggily that she had been caught in a supposed crossfire. Sanji tells her that her memory has been overwritten and proceeds to tell her what really happened. In the prisoner's library, Jinbe burns the book imprisoning Luffy and Nami in order to free them. Nami thanks Jinbe, but wonders why he is on the island. Jinbe explains that his son pirates are subordinate to Big Mom's crew. Nami points out the knocked-out Charlotte opera and comments with concern that his actions constitute rebellion, and Jinbe affirms that there's no going back now. He tells Luffy and Nami that they have to hide somewhere where they won't be found, while Luffy complains about being hungry. Jinbe wonders how Luffy can be worrying about his stomach at a time like this, but Luffy interjects that he didn't ask for any food. Luffy recalls Pudding's words and tells Jinbe to look after Nami before running off to find and warn Sanji. In the infirmary, Reiju tells Sanji that she believes his version of events as she had been investigating Pudding due to finding her suspicious. Sanji proceeds to bemoan his belief that his own sacrifice would secure the safety of his crew. As Reiju notes on how Judge underestimated Big Mom before stating that they should not stand in the way of the planned assassinations, a shocked Sanji objects immediately, not wanting Reiju to die, but a touched Reiju responds that Sanji owes her nothing for helping him escape the Germa kingdom 13 years ago. She urges Sanji to escape Whole Cake Island as soon as possible, and to worry about protecting the Baratie once he is safely away. Before Sanji can object further, Reiju divulges to him one of her strongest childhood memories. She recalls a fight between their father and mother, during which their mother refused to undergo the surgery which would transform their soon-to-be-born sons into emotionless machines. While she was ultimately unable to refuse the surgery, she secretly took a drug that counteracted in part the effects of the lineage factor manipulation surgery. The drug led to a sudden deterioration in her health, and did nothing to prevent the surgery's successful modification of Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji. However, the scientists monitoring the Vinsmoke brothers began observing behaviors in Sanji that revealed that his modification had been unsuccessful. While Judge blamed Sanji for the drug's success, Sora cherished Sanji's displays of kindness, crying in happiness as she told Reiju and Iponi about Sanji's actions. After listening, a horrified Sanji begins to state that their mother's death was his fault. But Reiju overrides him and tells him that their mother was happy from the bottom of her heart and did not regret a thing. Reiju continues by stating that Sanji cannot be a failure, and that he is in fact kinder than anyone, leaving Sanji speechless. On the second floor of the chateau, Luffy has taken hold of one of Big Mom's subordinates, Umsumber, trying to elicit Sanji's whereabouts. At the same time, in the Hall of Treasures, Charlotte Smoothie learns of Jinbe's rebellion and orders all homies and soldiers to seal off the fourth floor. Smoothie warns the soldiers not to inform Big Mom of the chaos inside the chateau, and gives them permission to kill the rebels if necessary. Back inside the infirmary, Reiju encourages Sanji to forget about Germa and leave. She reflects that Germa is nothing but a war machine that the world can do without, and that the Vinsmokes are a family of murderers that deserve death. Sanji continues his objections to Reiju's proposed self-sacrifice, but Reiju explains that she cannot disobey their father's commands. With Luffy fast approaching and leaving a trail of destruction behind him, Reiju states that she believes the Baratie is under no threat from Big Mom and further reveals that Sanji's handcuffs are fakes she had switched out with the real pair. Reiju concludes by telling Sanji forcefully to consider what was most important in his life. In particular, she emphasizes that he will never again meet people as amazing the ones he has now, for as long as he lives. After he is cut in half, a giant yolk flies out of Baron Tamago's body. To his surprise, the seemingly victorious Pedro watches as the yolk reforms into a different version of Tamago, who is covered in yellow, possesses a chicken beak and wings, and wields 2 daggers. The Big Mom pirates around them cheer on as Tamago's new form, Viscount Hyoko, attacks Pedro while making clucking noises. Hyoko is an improved sword fighter, and he berages Pedro with rapid attacks that the jaguar mink has trouble keeping up with them. Hyoko goes so fast that he becomes a whirlwind of motion, and manages to knock Pedro's sword and send it flying a good distance away. Pedro races to his sword, and Hyoko rapidly pursues him, but Pedro retrieves it in the nick of time and cuts Hyoko in half, sending the yolk out of his body once again. Hyoko's crewmates cheer at the impending evolution, revealing that he will turn into Count Nawatari with the power of the Tamatama no Mai, which allows him to evolve each time he is destroyed. They claim Nawatari to be a true knight who will surely overpower Pedro. However, Pedro decides to attack him in the midst of the evolution. Much to the shock of the Big Mom pirates, they charge at him, but he pulls out a string of bombs that he promptly lights, sending them fleeing in fear. Pedro then sets off a massive explosion that sends the pirates and Count Nawatari flying and seemingly engulfs himself. In the Room of Treasure, Brooke is near his limit against Big Mom, but mounts a charge in order to complete his task. Big Mom has Zeus and Prometheus attack him, but Brooke withstands their lightning and fire as he spins past them in a fiery blaze and strikes Big Mom with his sword. However, to his shock, his attack has only pressed Big Mom's skin a little bit without penetrating it. Big Mom then retaliates by smacking him into the ground, and Brooke is left unable to get up. However, as Zeus and Prometheus attack him some more, he unleashes an attack while lying down, which manages to cut Prometheus despite the homie being made of fire. Big Mom then finishes off Brooke by smashing him into the wall, and as she captures him, Smoothie hears about Luffy rampaging through the castle as she stands outside the room. Knowing that Big Mom would not react kindly to more events threatening the wedding tomorrow, and that she might take it out on them, Smoothie orders her subordinates to bar off the entrance to the 4th level from all the levels below, and to deal with the problem without telling Big Mom. Inside the room, Brooke is stripped, and the chess soldiers do not find any stolen objects in his clothes. This lightens Big Mom's mood around Brooke as she coddles him as her new pet, and she commends him for overpowering her chess soldiers. However, she reveals that he was unable to overpower her special homies, Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, because they were made with pieces of her own soul. She is relieved that he was not trying to steal the Poneglyphs, revealing that Gol D. Roger managed to sneak in and read them with his ability to hear the voice of all things, allowing him to reach Laugh Tale. She planned to become the next Pirate King, as she now had a key to be able to hear the voice of all things as well. Pudding then enters the room, and Big Mom asks her if she has awakened her third eye's ability yet. The exasperated Pudding states that it may be impossible due to her being a half-breed, and Big Mom says that the third eye is just an ugly feature on her, if it cannot be useful. Brooke is surprised to hear of Pudding's third eye, and the two of them spot and recognize each other. Pudding, surprised that Brooke got here, asks Big Mom if they can talk privately in her quarters. Meanwhile, Luffy continues fighting his way through the whole Cake Chateau to get to Sanji. He runs into Charlotte Cadenza, who is intent on stopping him. Recognizing Cadenza as one of the 2 fighters who defeated him in the battle outside Sweet City, Luffy attacks him. But Cadenza manages to stand his ground with his armament haki. However, when Cadenza attacks, Luffy gets behind him and puts him in a chokehold, ordering the pirate to tell him where Sanji is. However, Cadenza refuses to say, causing him to pass out. Meanwhile, Reiju pleads with Sanji to leave the infirmary, saying that the Germa are nothing but warmongers trying to reclaim the past, and they deserve to be erased from history. Even though she has this view, she accepts her death as well, since she was programmed to be forced to obey her father's commands and was guilty of partaking in the Germa's actions. However, she wants Sanji to live on with his conscience and return to his home with the Straw Hats. Reiju believes that since Big Mom wants Germa's Berts, it is unlikely she will target Zeph with Sanji still not leaving. As Luffy fights several Big Mom pirates who came to attack him after Cadenza's defeat, Sanji gains his resolve. In the aftermath of Pedro's explosion in the chateau courtyard, Count Niwatori gets up, having only received minor injuries. After seeing the remains of the explosion, with no traces of Pedro to be found, Niwatori orders his subordinates to get the wounded to medical attention and put out the fires in the courtyard. Pedro is alive, and with Chopper and Carrot in the Miro world, he recalls how the 2 of them found him through a mirror during his battle, and he immediately hatched a plan to end the fight by detonating the dynamite. Once he did it, he quickly ran into the mirror right before the explosion reached him. Chopper, Carrot, Pedro, and the captive Brule then ride on Diesel's cart as they look for their remaining teammates, knowing Luffy and Nami were captured. Carrot shows the mirrors her drawing of her teammates, but to Pedro's shock, they are all drawn as Bisanen. However, the mirrors recognize the drawings and reveal that they have seen Nami with Jinbe, and Chopper is surprised to hear Jinbe's name. On the 1st floor of the chateau, Nami and Jinbe run away from a horde of Big Mom pirates. The duo quickly find themselves surrounded, and Nami shocks some of the horde with a lightning blast, but unwittingly hits Chopper after he comes out of a nearby mirror. Nami and Jinbe then see Carrot through the mirror, and she tells them to get inside, much to their astonishment. Meanwhile, Luffy keeps fighting past the Big Mom pirates as he advances to the 3rd floor where Sanji is, but he is then confronted by Cabaletta. Luffy initially mistakes Cabaletta for his quintuplet brother Cadenza, but Cabaletta corrects him as he prepares to avenge Cadenza's defeat, saying that unlike Cadenza, he does not just boast physical strength. Cabaletta moves around in the blink of an eye, attempting to hit Luffy with armament haki, imbued arms before Luffy can react. The 2 of them rapidly punch at each other, but end up in a stalemate. Luffy then shows weakness as his stomach growls from his extreme hunger, allowing Cabaletta to put him in a headlock. With Luffy being unable to escape, Cabaletta tells him that Sanji betrayed him and asks if Luffy really wants to rescue him. Cabaletta's statement about Sanji makes Luffy very angry, allowing him to break out of the headlock and grab Cabaletta's hair, preventing him from moving. Luffy then hits Cabaletta into a wall with Hawk Rifle, defeating him. He immediately continues his search for Sanji, and the rest of the Big Mom pirates are reluctant to keep chasing him, but do so anyway. Luffy continues looking around through the 3rd floor when he is suddenly pulled into the infirmary by Reiju, who locks the door to prevent his pursuers from getting in. Luffy tells Reiju that he needs to warn Sanji about Pudding's deception, but Reiju reveals that Sanji found out about it just a little while ago. She also says that she told him to flee the island, but he is concerned about the threat of Zeph and the Baratie being held hostage. Luffy proclaims that he will go to defend the Baratie if they are in trouble. And with his hunger strike for Sanji on his mind, and knowing that he did everything to help his cook, Luffy leaves the chateau by jumping out the window. He lands on top of someone's house and destroys it. He struggles to move due to his hunger as he heads back to the spot where he promised to wait for Sanji, but Luffy is confronted by chess soldiers along the way. Back in the chateau, however, Sanji decides not to leave and accepts his fate, saying he could not go back after what he had done to his crewmates. Having escaped the prison library, Jinbe and Nami join Chopper and Carrot in the Mirror World dimension. Jinbe is questioned about deserting the Big Mom pirates and not spinning Big Mom's roulette wheel. Pedro explains that the roulette wheel is intentionally designed to kill all those who leave Big Mom's crew. They ride on Diesel's back in search of the others. Meanwhile, having been defeated by Big Mom, Brooke is hung on a thread by Big Mom and held in the throne room. Pudding enters and reveals her true nature to Brooke, Pudding, and Big Mom discuss the plan to assassinate the entire Vinsmoke family in order to acquire Germa 66's clone army. Brooke also discovers Pudding's third eye. Members of the Big Mom pirates, including Mont Dior, Tamago, Galette, Opera, and Amande, gather at the meeting room to discuss the intruders that have entered Whole Cake Island. They first find that Brooke had been captured by Big Mom, deducing that he is no longer a threat. However, they mistakenly believe that Pedro killed himself with the dynamite vest and Chopper and Carrot had been captured by Brule. To avoid embarrassment, Opera lies about Luffy and Nami's escape, stating that they were burned alive by the fire. Deducing that all intruders have been caught or killed, Mont Dior dismisses the meeting, but orders soldiers to watch Opera out of suspicion. Meanwhile, Luffy is confronted outside by chess soldiers, a bearded fighter, and a dagger thrower. Weakened by hunger, Luffy struggles to fight off the enemies. Despite this, Luffy crushes the chess soldiers, defeats the bearded fighter with Gomu Gomu no jet pistol, and defeats the dagger thrower with Gomu Gomu no rocket. Inside the castle, Sanji prepares a basket originally for Pudding. Unknowingly making the favorite foods of each of the Straw Hats, he decides that he plans to go to the wedding and be killed along with his family, so that the Straw Hats could leave Whole Cake Island safely. Bobbin appears and takes Sanji's food. In response, Sanji violently kicks Bobbin into the ground before fleeing as he had attracted attention of authorities. In the Whole Cake Chateau, a group of Big Mom pirates encounter Bobbin recovering from being kicked into the wall by Sanji. They express concern over the situation, but Bobbin, not wishing for anyone else to get involved, bobs his head from side to side to make them fall asleep. After taking out his crewmates, Bobbin races after Sanji to deal with the Straw Hat himself, and Sanji continues running through the chateau. In the Mirror World, Chopper, Carrot, Nami, Jinbe, and Pedro ask the mirrors for information about Luffy, Sanji, and Brooke's whereabouts, but they are initially unsuccessful. They then take notice of a very large mirror up ahead, and Brule gets excited about it. Pedro forces Diesel to pull their cart faster, even though Diesel cannot move fast due to the number of people he is pulling. The group reaches the mirror and spots Brooke on the other side, but they then realize in shock that he is being held by a sleeping Big Mom. They try to call out to Brooke without waking up Big Mom, but are unsuccessful, and Brule and Diesel call out to Big Mom, forcing the Sanji retrieval team to bind and gag them. While she sleeps, Big Mom notices a fly and unsuccessfully tries to smash it. After the fly passes by again, Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon wake up and obliterate it, and the Sanji retrieval team is struck with fear by the amount of force they used. The team prepares to venture into the room to rescue Brooke regardless. And Jinbe gets a skeleton from an execution room to stand in for Brooke, while Pedro collects seaweed from a kitchen to serve as the fake Brooke's furrow. After putting Brule into the mirror to make it a portal, Chopper makes the first attempt to go in and replace Brooke with the dummy. He almost trips, but manages to right himself. He then gets the urge to sneeze and manages to quell it, but not for long as he sneezes. Big Mom then raises her hand to smash him, forcing him to run back into the Mirror World. Carrot then goes in with the dummy and jumps up to Big Mom's bed. However, Big Mom's snot bubble reaches all the way to Brooke when she exhales, and so Carrot waits for her to inhale before she goes to Brooke. She is unable to wake Brooke up before Big Mom's snot bubble reaches her and leaps onto the floor below. This partially wakes Zeus up, and Carrot attempts to imitate a stuffed bunny. This somehow works. Zeus goes back to sleep, and Carrot heads back to the bed. However, she kicks a pebble into another rock, and Zeus thinks that the fly is back and goes into attack mode. Carrot runs back into the Mirror World as the Cloud Homie attacks, and Pedro decides to try himself. He sneaks all the way up to Big Mom's bed, and as he goes up to Brooke, he notices Big Mom moving, but it is just her tossing and turning. He imagines rescuing Brooke perfectly and being celebrated by his teammates, but Big Mom turns on to him before he can act, forcing him to run back into Mirror World. Big Mom's tossing and turning causes Brooke to fall off the bed, and Nami runs straight to her crewmate. She wakes Brooke up, but Brooke screams after seeing his dummy, which wakes Big Mom up, thinking the fly is still there. Big Mom grabs Prometheus and throws it onto the ground where Nami and Brooke are. However, Jinbe runs into the room and grabs Nami and Brooke, bringing them into the mirror world right as Prometheus hits the floor and explodes. Big Mom and her special homies fall back asleep, and the Sanji retrieval team celebrates their success in retrieving Brooke. Sanji has made it out to Sweet City, and he is forced to shoo away a dog that attempts to steal his bento basket. Elsewhere, Luffy approaches the outskirts where he had fought the enraged army, but is attacked by Charlotte Counter. He tries to attack Counter, but can only muster basic attacks and none of them are effective. Counter easily overpowers Luffy, jumping up into the air and hitting him into the ground with two massive fists clad in haki, starving and nearly powerless. Luffy does not get up, and Counter stomps him into the ground once again. Despite receiving brutal punches from Charlotte Counter, Luffy keeps getting up and fighting back. Counter continues to overpower him and beat him relentlessly, but the starving Luffy still does not relent. After slamming Luffy into the ground, Counter prepares to unleash a finishing blow as he covers his forearm, and Armanheki Luffy receives this punch. But to Counter's surprise, he manages to stand his ground and punch Counter in the face as well. However, Luffy's punch has little impact and Counter quickly retaliates. In the mirror world, Brooke is still shocked over what just happened to him. Pedro apologizes for putting him in a dangerous situation where he ended up in Big Mom's clutches, but Brooke simply responds by opening his skull and taking out the copies of Big Mom's Poneglyphs. He states that he knew he had to complete this mission now, as they would otherwise have to start a war with the Big Mom pirates if they wanted to try again. The Sanji retrieval team is absolutely astounded that Brooke managed to get into Big Mom's most tightly guarded room and emerge with the printings. They congratulate him, with Broly and Diesel being shocked to learn of Brooke's actions. With one of their objectives completed, the Sanji retrieval team prepares to complete their other goal of finding Sanji. However, none of the mirrors around them see Sanji, and he is not in his room. Nami then suspects that Sanji is outside in the field where he fought with Luffy, and the mention of their fight shocks Chopper. Jinbe understands why a fight might have happened, knowing that Sanji likely came to reunite with his family for a reason. However, he states that they should find Sanji quickly, as there is a plot going on that will unleash chaos during the wedding tomorrow. He reveals that Peckhams was caught up in this scheme, causing him to be shot by Bege, although he was saved from death in the ocean by Jinbe and his crew. Out in Sweet City, Bobbin pursues Sanji with malicious intent, but a mysterious gunman comes and shoots him from the shadows. Bobbin is only able to walk a little farther before collapsing, and he curses his mysterious attackers, of which there are 3. Inside the Whole Cake Chateau, the bar girls serving the Vinsmoke family all pass out, much to the disdain of Judge and his sons who are still drinking. Judge decides to call off their drinking for the night, planning to throw another party the next night after the wedding. The Vinsmoke men look forward to reconquering the North Blue with the Big Mom pirates' support, and note how their failure Sanji is actually helping them achieve this goal. Outside their room, some chess soldiers are ordered to keep watch and make sure none of the Vinsmokes leave during the night as they prepare for the next day's wedding. Sanji reaches the outskirts of Sweet City and searches for Luffy among the fallen combatants of Big Mom's enraged army. After a long search, he remembers how Luffy threatened to starve to death as he waited in this spot for Sanji's cooking. Sanji shouts for Luffy before falling into despair. However, he hears the sound of a grumbling stomach and locates the unconscious Luffy leaning against the corpse of King Bomb. Before Sanji found Luffy, Luffy is unconscious as Sanji approaches him, but Luffy smells the bento Sanji brought and opens his eyes. Luffy is happy to see Sanji, but Sanji treats him coldly as he hands him the bento basket. Although the bento is ruined because it was dropped and soaked in the rain, Luffy eats it and proclaims it to be delicious. He notes that the bento contains the favorite foods of the whole crew, and says that Sanji should come back and make it for all of them. But Sanji states that he is not coming back. He lists 3 reasons for not doing so: him attacking Luffy, Zeph, and the Baratie being held hostage to deter him from escaping, and his desire to save his family from being assassinated at the wedding despite them only ever being cruel to him. However, Luffy gets angry at the insincerity of the statement and punches Sanji into King Bomb's corpse. As Sanji recovers, Luffy tells him to say how he really feels. Sanji then has memories of making food for the crew. He once got mad at Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper for sneaking food into their mouths, but the crew only had fun as they clamored for more of his cooking. In the present, Sanji starts to weep, and after a big effort, he manages to confess to Luffy that he wants to return to the Sunny and the crew, though he cannot bring himself to abandon his family. In response, Luffy smiles and promises to help Sanji crash the wedding tomorrow. As the two reconcile, the storm dies down as dawn breaks. In Sweet City, the second son of the Charlotte family and one of the Big Mom pirates' 3 sweet commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, approaches the Whole Cake Chateau with a henchman, The henchman offers to contact someone to open the gates, but Katakuri replies that there is no need, as they will open soon. Katakuri's words quickly prove to be accurate as the gates soon open, and the duo enters the chateau. There are 5 hours and 30 minutes left before Big Mom's tea party and the wedding of Sanji and Pudding begins. In the mirror world, Chopper finds a shard of a mirror that had been broken previously. With this shard, he is able to communicate with Luffy, who found the other shard near King Bomb's body. They update each other on the situation and plan to crash the upcoming tea party and wedding. At Big Mom's castle, Charlotte Daifuku, another officer of the Big Mom pirates, appears at the gate. Chess soldiers offer to open the door, but Daifuku uses his devil fruit ability to summon a genie to pry the gate open. Meanwhile, back in the Miro world, Jinbe tells more about Capone Bege's past. Bege was the leader of one of the 5 mafia groups in West Blue. He gained notoriety for his method of attacking other mafia groups. He would assassinate the leaders of each group and steal their valuables, leaving the rest of the group intact. He would grow bored of attacking on land and formed the Fire Tank Pirates, using the same methods to attack various pirate crews until he entered the worst generation. To gain even more influence, he became affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates, and he would be in charge of security during the upcoming tea party. Jinbe reveals, to everyone's shock, that Bege intends to assassinate Big Mom. Bege previously shot Peckham's because he refused to join his plot. However, Jinbe confirms that Peckham's was saved by the Sun Pirates, and that he is indeed alive. Although Luffy was initially hostile to Bege, Jinbe instead advises Luffy to form an alliance with him to take down the Emperor. The Big Mom Pirates' head chef Striazan leads several other cooks in making the wedding cake for the upcoming wedding, singing a song connecting the cooking to life in the process. At the eastern inlet of Whole Cake Island, Peckham's is kept under the watch of the Sun Pirates. Aladdin assures him that Jinbe has reported Bege's treachery to Big Mom, and his crewmates readily back him up, but this only causes Peckham's to grow suspicious, and the Sun Pirates grow worried as he resists their lies. Luffy and Sanji make their way to the Fire Tank Pirates' hideout, where they are greeted by Vito, who is excited to see Sanji. Chopper, who looks like he has come out of the bath, comes out and reunites with his crewmates, and Luffy and Sanji are confused about his appearance. Chopper confirms that he has been bathing, which Luffy does not like as he wants to meet with Bege quickly. However, Vito reveals that Bege will not meet with them until they are clean, and the scuffed-up Luffy and Sanji realize that they will have to bathe. In the women's bath, Nami and Carrot talk to Chiffon while they bathe. Nami tells her about her experiences with her sister Lola, and wonders about Big Mom telling her in rage about a time that Lola ran away from her arranged marriage. Chiffon reveals that no giants live on Tato land because they have a bad relationship with Big Mom, but this nearly changed when Loki, the Prince of Elbaf, fell in love with Lola at first sight and proposed to her. However, after Lola refused to marry him and ran away, Big Mom attempted to use Chiffon as a substitute, but the giants quickly realized the deception and their relations with Big Mom only grew worse. Ever since, Big Mom has given up on trying to mend relations with the giants and has focused instead on turning people into giants, which she had commissioned Caesar's clown to work on. Big Mom hated Lola for ruining her efforts toward reconciliation, and this hatred extended to Chiffon as well for looking exactly like Lola. This resulted in Chiffon being abused every time Big Mom saw her, and with her frequent wounds still on her mind, Chiffon has no problem with Bege's plan to assassinate her mother. She notes that Lola probably does not even know Big Mom wants to kill her because of her happy-go-lucky personality. Elsewhere, after bathing, Luffy and Brooke get some milk from the fridge to heal their injuries, despite the Fire Tank Pirate Guard's disapproval. To his shock, Luffy regains his lost tooth and Brooke's head injuries heal thanks to the milk. With everyone clean, the Sanji retrieval team picks out new outfits, with Luffy initially donning the costume of the robot from Sora. Warrior of the Sea Sanji leaves the room and runs into Nami, and as she passes by him, she tells him that she will make him work hard for her when he rejoins them. But this just makes him ecstatic. Broly and Diesel have bathed as well, and they sit tied up in the hallway. Broly gets angry at Chiffon for going against her family, but Chiffon states that Bege and Pez are her family now and Lola's life is in danger. The Sanji retrieval team makes their way to the meeting room, and Luffy looks around for Bege. Bege then arrives and prepares to see whether or not this potential alliance can work out. In Sweet City, Big Mom's fourth son Charlotte Oven heads to the Whole Cake Chateau. The liquid on the ground sizzles when he steps in it, and when the gatekeepers prepare to open the entrance for him, he says there is no need as he steps into the door and melts it, allowing him to enter. The tea party is set to begin in 3 hours and 30 minutes. The Sanji retrieval team meets with the Fire Tank Pirates, and before any words are exchanged, Luffy helps himself to food from a bin on the table. Bege begins by saying that he considers the Straw Hats to be pests, and wonders why he should not kill them. Sanji points out that killing him would prevent the wedding and ruin Bege's plot, which Bege concedes to. Luffy sits in silence for a while before he finally recognizes Caesar Clown, who has slicked up his hair and is sitting with the fire tank pirates. Caesar gets scared when Luffy recognizes him, remembering how he got to be here. He was sitting around and drinking inside Big Mom's factory, having given up on making a gigantification serum for her. Suddenly, Bege and the fire tank pirates broke into the lab. Bege had taken the position of guarding Caesar and offered him a chance to escape and work for him, coercing Caesar with the scientist's disembodied heart. Caesar was brought to work on a weapon and was appalled when Vito informed him the Straw Hats would be coming to meet them. This caused him to slightly change his appearance, and in the present he says he is Gangster Gastino, but his disguise fools no one but Luffy and Chopper. After this exchange, Bege asks if Luffy wants to form an alliance or not. In response, Luffy tries to punch Bege for shooting Peckhams. Gotti and the fire tank pirates immediately become hostile, and Jinbe tries blocking Luffy's punch, warning him strongly against fighting. However, Bege sits in anticipation of the attack and Jinbe is unable to stop Luffy as Bege intercepts the punch with Caesar's heart, and he and Luffy scuffle briefly. In another area of Whole Cake Island, the people there look on as Big Mom's wedding guests, the emperors of the underworld, arrive and disembark from their ships. Back in Bege's hideout, the fighting has ended as the Sanji retrieval team inquires as to how Big Mom can be assassinated. Bege says that they will have a 5-second window to kill her, but it will not come easily, and any slip-up will cause them to be overwhelmed by Big Mom's top crew members. However, they will be able to do it with the help of Caesar. Caesar gets mad when he hears Bege using his real name and warns him to keep his agreement to return his heart after the assassination, or else he will kill Pez Chiffin. Simply asserts that Bege will keep his promise, and as the Straw Hats laugh at him, Caesar goes to show them his new invention. He unveils the KX launcher, which on detonation will inject a very deadly substance into the body and is guaranteed to kill anyone upon penetrating their skin. However, Bege states that even this weapon cannot penetrate Big Mom's tough skin, which has not been wounded by bullets, cannonballs, or sinking ships. He reveals, though, that Big Mom keeps a portrait of a mysterious disappeared woman known as Mother Carmel and puts it across from her during every tea party. During the previous one, a servant accidentally knocked it off the table and slightly damaged it, which caused Big Mom to go into a breakdown and emit a shriek that paralyzed everyone. She also unleashed her Supreme King Haki, but when she fell to her knees during this, she noticeably scraped them. Thus, the plan to kill her during the wedding ceremony will center around destroying the portrait. The Alliance will have earplugs to protect themselves from the shriek, and the interval during Big Mom's breakdown will give them the opportunity to shoot her with the KX launchers. However, the portrait will not be reached easily, and so Bege asks Luffy to cause a distraction and disrupt the wedding. Despite his crew's protests, Luffy agrees to this. 3 hours remain until the wedding. The Charlotte arrive at Sanji's room, with the servant panicking because Sanji is not present. However, when Mont Dior and Gallet open the door, Sanji is there and questions the racket. Mont Dior questions Sanji about his whereabouts, as the latter confirms he was, and the Big Mom pirate officer looks to the servant confirm if Sanji was really there. The servant nervously assured him that Sanji had been in his room the whole time. Mont Dior is skeptical and glares at him, until Sanji tells him he has to prepare for the wedding. Sanji tries to close the door, but Mont Dior stops him, as he has something to tell Sanji exasperated. Sanji asks what it is, and Mont Dior tells him Straw Hat died to test his reaction. Sanji feigns shock, as Mont Dior states he is guessing Luffy is alive and plotting with Sanji, who shrugs it off, because he is a Germa prince marrying Pudding. As Sanji walks down the hall in the Whole Cake Chateau, he remembers overhearing Pudding reveal to Reiju the Big Mom pirate's plan to assassinate the Vinsmoke family. However, when he enters the waiting room and sees Pudding in her wedding dress, he is immediately consumed by lust, to his horror. Meanwhile, the rest of the Vinsmoke family approaches the gates to the wedding venue, but they are stopped by the fire tank pirates, who tell them that they will need to go through a body check. The Vinsmokes reluctantly hand in their weapons upon demand, but are taken aback when they are told to also hand in their raid suits. Ikiji, Niji, and Yanji consider forcing their way through the security, and Niji and Bege nearly clash, but Judge stops them. He decides to comply with the Big Mom pirates' wishes, and Bege welcomes them to the tea party inside Bege's body. The Straw Hats go over the wedding venue map to plan their attack, but Luffy is running around with a net. He says he is ready, assuring his crewmates that everything will turn out all right. Outside the Whole Cake Chateau, Big Mom's tea party guests arrive, just in time by a pig-drawn carriage. Out of the carriage come the emperors of the underworld, Lufeld, Stussy, Drug Peklo, Morgans, Giberson, and Umit. The emperors are greeted by adoring crowds as they banter amongst themselves, with Feld and Piccolo exchanging insults and Morgans being excited to cover Germa 66, who is a big part of his newspaper, the World Economic Journal. Prospero greets the guests and creates a candy escalator with his devil fruit power to take them up to the venue. He offers some children lollipops, saying they can lick the escalator too in a few minutes, before he too leaves for the wedding. At the venue, the tea party celebration gets into motion as the emperors arrive. Smoothie greets them and offers them drinks, and she squeezes liquid out of a giraffe. Outside, an organ trader named Jigra tries to get past the fire tank pirate's security without going through a body check, saying that he was invited to the previous tea party, but went to his mother's funeral instead. However, as he reveals that Big Mom sent him his hospitalized father's head in a box, he is suddenly shot through the head by a jelly bean. Bege and his crew look up to see Charlotte Katakuri sitting on the gate wall above them and flicking another jelly bean with his finger. Bege wants to know why he killed a wedding guest. Katakuri reveals that Jigra was going to attempt to get revenge for his father and shoot down 2 of Bege's crewmates, which unnerves Bege, as he knows that Katakuri will be one of their biggest obstacles in the assassination plan due to his observation haki being advanced enough to let him see a little bit into the future. Katakuri then reveals that 100 raiders are coming, and the organ-dealing assassination group rushes onto the scene, cursing Jigra for not waiting for them. They begin to attack, and Katakuri foresees the fire tank pirates being overwhelmed by them as the organ dealers withstand their volleys of bullets. Once this happens, Katakuri shoots one of the organ dealers with a jelly bean, and his brothers Daifuku and Oven leap out of the venue. The organ traders look forward to harvesting the Big Mom pirates' organs, and one of them wraps chains around Oven. But Oven heats up his body and melts the chains as he hits one of the dealers with a hot fist and melts the weapons of everyone nearby. Fearing the brothers' power, the organ dealers begin to escape. But Daifuku scoffs as he summons a massive genie-like figure that deals a massive blow powerful enough to take them out, and the organ dealers are left in awe, calling the brothers monsters. In the Seducing Woods, meanwhile, Luffy chases after several animals with his net. He initially loses sight of them, but 2 monkeys fall out of a tree when their branch breaks, and Luffy excitedly moves to capture them. Meanwhile, the tea party guests brace for Big Mom's arrival, and she steps into the venue, eagerly ready for the festivities. However, both she and Sanji know the malice that is about to take place. Inside the whole cake chateau, Sanji and Pudding rehearse their vows with a priest. The priest states that the marriage will be sealed with a kiss, and Sanji notes that this will be when Pudding attempts to shoot him. However, when Pudding talks to him, he is quickly taken aback by her beauty and struggles to remind himself of who she truly is. Outside the wedding venue, Bege checks on the Straw Hat's status, but finds Luffy leaning out of his body to look around. Luffy opens up the doors in Bege's body and jumps across them before being punched and taken back by Nami, and Bege remarks that he maybe should have killed them. Vito then calls out from atop the venue wall, remarking in excitement that Morgans is talking to Judge. He then reveals that Katakuri, Smoothie, Prospero, Compote, Daifuku, and Oven of the Charlotte family are all in attendance, noting their strength and remarking that they will not be good enemies to have. The gate homie nearby is taken aback to hear that, and Bege tells Vito and Gotti to go check downstairs. Inside the whole cake chateau, 2 of the fire tank pirates are disguised as cooks, and report to Bege that the cooks are enjoying a banquet after having made the wedding cake. With all passages and signals to the wedding venue closed off, the fire tank pirates go off to complete their next task. However, they are stopped by a drunk cook, who notes that he does not recognize them. However, the cook is struck down by Gotti as he and Vito arrive. Inside the wedding venue, some chess soldiers carry the portrait of Mother Carmel and place it on the table in front of Big Mom. She is joyful to see it, but no one else knows who Carmel is. When one person asks how she is related to Big Mom shouts at him to not intrude on her memories as she releases her Supreme King Haki and knocks him out. Her guests then present her with gifts that they acquired from exotic locations, and Morgans asks about the report of her acquiring a great undersea treasure. Big Mom confirms this, revealing the Tama Tobacco from Fishman Island, which she plans to open during the feast after Pudding's wedding. Outside, Bege's men return to him with their mission completed, and Bege tells Caesar to come out of his body with the mirror. Caesar does so, and Bege briefs him on his role, telling him that he will be flying the mirror into the venue once they assassinate Big Mom so they can escape. At this point, the gate homie realizes that the fire tank pirates are plotting something, but her face is then immediately sliced off by Gotti. Bege then goes inside his body to check on the Straw Hats, only to find everyone except Jinbe sleeping. Jinbe says that they have gone a while without sleep, and promises to wake them up 10 minutes before the wedding starts. With everything ready, Bege has his subordinates enter his body and goes into the venue, saying that there is no turning back now. Back in Sanji and Pudding's room, Sanji attempts to make conversation with Pudding, trying to act nervous about the upcoming affair. Pudding answers sweetly, making him love-struck and causing him to struggle to remember her true nature. He asks if Pudding does not want to be kissed on the mouth, and Pudding says that she does, which causes him to get a nosebleed that makes him rocket around the room and stains his suit in blood. Pudding acts concerned but is really extremely appalled and angered by Sanji's display of foolishness. Sanji is treated, and he and Pudding prepare to be brought out to the wedding venue, with Pudding gleefully anticipating her planned assassination. In the wedding venue, the Charlotte family talks with the Vinsmoke family about the imminent union between their two families, and Big Mom and Judge make a toast. Bege talks with Perospero, and they talk about preparing for the upcoming event. Inside Bege's body, everyone except Luffy is awake and ready to go as Sanji and Pudding arrive on a teacup carried by Zeus Glitter. Confetti floats through the air as the wedding guests celebrate, and Sanji acts very love-struck. With the bride and groom nearing the altar, the clock strikes 12 and the wedding has officially begun. Inside Bege's body, Jinbe cannot wake Luffy up despite punching him multiple times. With barely any time left until the ceremony and the gunshot, Nami says that since Luffy was running around before he fell asleep, he will need meat to wake him up. And some fire tank pirates rush to get some. Outside in the wedding venue, Struzen and his cooks sing before Struzen plunges his sword into the ground, causing it to break and the massive wedding cake to rise up. Big Mom compliments Struzen on the cake, and Sanji and Pudding are brought to the altar on top of it. As they draw closer to it, Pudding embraces Sanji and feigns nervous excitement while Sanji is lustfully ecstatic, although internally Pudding expresses her contempt with Sanji and is eager to murder him, while Sanji keeps his mind on Pudding's true intentions. The two of them reach the altar and stand in front of the priest, and Big Mom excitedly anticipates the imminent assassination of the Vinsmokes. Judge, Ikiji, Niji, and Yanji are completely unaware of what is about to happen, with Yanji wishing he could have married Pudding before Niji reminds him that doing so would enslave him to the Charlotte family. Reiju looks around at the powerful Big Mom pirates surrounding them and anticipates her family's death, having no desire for salvation but hoping that Sanji can escape. Inside Bege's body, Luffy is given a lot of meat and gorges on it, but Jinbe quickly pulls him away with the gunshot being imminent. Outside, after the priest recites the vows, he calls for Pudding's veil to be lifted up so she and Sanji can perform the kiss of oath and seal their marriage. Sanji lifts up the veil, and anticipation is high as Pudding readies her gun and shows Sanji her third eye. Sanji is shocked as expected, but before Pudding can shoot him, he compliments her third eye and calls it beautiful. This stuns Pudding, who begins to break down as she remembers her painful childhood where other children bullied her for it. Even Big Mom had openly remarked on its ugliness and told her to grow bangs over it. Pudding is unable to contain this sudden rush of emotion and collapses to her knees, shocking and angering her family and crew. Big Mom then signals for the priest to shoot Sanji, but Katakuri foresees the priest's shot missing and so attempts to shoot Sanji himself. However, Sanji ends up dodging Katakuri's flick jelly beam and it hits the priest instead, whose gun goes off as he falls backwards. The Sanji retrieval team, being pulled by Diesel through the Miro world, hears the gunshot and Luffy gets excited to make his entrance. Outside, the wedding venue instantly becomes extremely volatile and uneasy after Katakuri's actions, and Katakuri stands in front of Big Mom as he anticipates something happening that he cannot stop. A confused and angry Big Mom questions his actions, but then multiple duplicates of Luffy burst out of the wedding cake, utterly destroying it and causing the wedding guests to run away in a panic. The Big Mom pirates stand utterly shocked, and Big Mom quickly becomes enraged to see Luffy. About 3.5 hours ago, Luffy had requested for Bege to put a mirror inside the cake for him to enter the wedding through. Bege initially resisted, but Luffy insisted on entering in a fun way before noting that Broly once turned animals into duplicates of his crewmates, intending on using that to his advantage. In the present, multiple duplicates of Luffy create chaos across the wedding venue, and Morgans excitedly takes pictures of the notorious pirate's entrance. The wedding cake starts to collapse, and Sanji uses Sky Walk to fly a weeping Pudding away. Smoothie confronts Mont Dior. Having been led to believe by Opera that Luffy had been killed, Mont Dior curses Opera for lying to protect himself, and nearby, Big Mom walks toward her collapsing cake furious and on the verge of a breakdown. Struzen attempts to stop her, but her eyes change color as she orders 3 cooks to bring her a new wedding cake. With them being unable to do so, Morgans notes that Big Mom will perform Soul Pocus. The atmosphere around Big Mom and the cooks changes dramatically as she gives them the choice to bring another wedding cake or surrender their lives. The cooks fear for their lives, which causes wisps of their lifespan to leave their body, and as they run away, Big Mom pulls out their lifespans. Inside the Miro world, all of the Luffy duplicates have been unleashed, and so Jinbe and Pedro go to back up Luffy while Nami, Chopper, and Carrot go to help Sanji, leaving Caesar alone with Broly. Outside, Big Mom angrily turns her attention to Luffy as he and his duplicates run circles around her and her crew, asking aloud who the real one is. Bege is initially confident that Luffy will not divulge his location, but is completely flabbergasted as Luffy immediately identifies himself. An enraged Big Mom prepares to attack him with Zeus and Prometheus, and when he sees the Mother Carmel portrait, Luffy races toward it. However, as he activates Gear 2 and prepares to destroy it, he is suddenly hit by a massive tendril of a sticky substance coated in armament haki. The tendril is revealed to be Katakuri's leg, and Big Mom is initially mad at her son for interfering in her fight. However, Katakuri reveals that he foresaw Luffy destroying the portrait, shocking everyone in the venue, and Bege gets worried about the plan being foiled. With Luffy unable to escape the substance, Katakuri slams him towards the ground, but Jinbe comes in and launches a blast of tea that frees Luffy. Jinbe reveals to Luffy that Katakuri ate the Mochi Mochi no Mi, a special Paramecia devil fruit allowing him to control Mochi. Big Mom notices Jinbe and he addresses her, saying that he told the Straw Hats about the Carmel portrait. He then makes his official request to leave the Big Mom pirates so he can join the Straw Hats, and Big Mom asks if he will pay the price. He agrees, but on the condition that no one else is harmed. Big Mom then asks if he wants to stay or give up his lifespan, and Jinbe chooses to give up his lifespan. However, as Big Mom begins Soul Pocus again, she is unable to pull out Jinbe's lifespan due to him not fearing for his life. Jinbe says that he cannot be afraid of an emperor if he is a member of the future Pirate King's crew, and decides to return the Sake Cup that had formed their bond in order to part ways with Big Mom. However, Big Mom steps on the cup and remarks that she and Jinbe are now enemies, causing her to unleash a powerful attack with Prometheus. However, in the midst of the fiery explosion, Brooke, who had disguised himself as Luffy and jumped out of the cake with the other duplicates, walks up to the Carmel portrait and smashes it with a hammer. In disguise, Brooke successfully destroys the portrait of Carmel. Big Mom quickly notices and begins her mental crisis. However, Brooke removes his mask, revealing himself to Big Mom. She recognizes Brooke, and instead of shrieking, she goes on a blind rampage against the wedding guests. In retaliation, several of the Big Mom pirates clash against the Straw Hats. Luffy and Jinbe fight off some of the minor Big Mom pirates, but are becoming overwhelmed. Pedro also fights, but is attacked by Oven. Oven uses his devil fruit power to heat up Pedro's sword, making it too hot to use. Meanwhile, Sanji runs away with Pudding, but she turns on him, attacking him with a pistol. Sanji, dodging the bullets, attempts to sympathize with her. However, they are quickly attacked by Daifuku, who strikes Pudding out of the way. Daifuku uses his devil fruit power to summon a genie from his belt, who fights Sanji. In the Miro world, Caesar Clown, disguised as Gastino, carries Bruley around. Caesar plots to escape, but is angered from being constantly seen as a loser by the others. Vinsmoke Judge watches the chaos unfold and demands his weapon back, but Prospero stops him, promising to protect him firmly and solidly. The Vinsmokes are all bound to chairs with Candy using Prospero's devil fruit ability. Although Judge is angry about the betrayal, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji react nonchalantly, mocking their own deaths. Angry at her father for raising them without empathy, Reiju watches in scorn. Luffy plans to show Big Mom the broken portrait again to get her to shriek. He runs to the portrait, picks up the pieces. Meanwhile, Katakuri approaches Bege, ordering him to shoot Luffy. Bege refuses and prepares to fight Katakuri, backed up by Jinbe and Pedro. With Prospero and the Big Mom pirates about to assassinate the Vinsmoke family, Sanji runs toward them. Nustert leaps to strike him with his sword, but Sanji blocks it. Lauren and Dosmarch then attack, and Sanji works to get around them as well. However, he is then confronted by Daifuku again. Outside the venue, Caesar exits the Miro world with Bruley in tow. Bruley pleads to not let her crewmates see her face so they do not kill her, but Caesar quiets her and looks forward to completing the mission and getting his heart back. He looks over the venue wall and sees the Carmel portrait broken, and so is unsure why Big Mom is not shrieking right now. Inside, Luffy runs toward Big Mom to show her the broken portrait, and Katakuri chases after him. Bege, Jinbe, and Pedro stand in Katakuri's way, and Bege shoots rapidly at the sweet commander. Katakuri uses his devil fruit power to turn his body into Mochi and let the bullets pass through him, and the other Big Mom pirates are taken aback by Bege's display of betrayal. They shoot at Luffy, but his rubber body deflects the bullets. Luffy prepares to put the portrait shards in front of Big Mom, but his arms are grabbed by Oven, who heats them up with his devil fruit. Luffy drops the portrait pieces and Oven picks them up, but Brooke then attacks and freezes Oven solid. He gives the pieces to Luffy as Oven heats his way out of his encasement, and Brooke faces Oven while Luffy keeps running. Meanwhile, Katakuri avoids another round of Bege's bullets before racing toward Luffy again, and as he runs, he tells Prospero to hurry and kill the Vinsmokes. Prospero taunts Judge, who can only weep over the absence of their raid suit. Sanji races toward his family, but Daifuku summons his genie to attack. Sanji blocks its first strike, and as he runs, Reiju silently expresses her happiness at Sanji being kind enough to try to rescue them, even though she considers them worthless. However, the genie catches up to Sanji again and pins him to the ground, and Sanji cannot do anything except shout at his family to run while Reiju silently thanks him and accepts her fate. Katakuri continues chasing Luffy, covering Bege's gun with mochi before stretching a mochi leg towards Luffy. Pedro cuts the mochi leg, and Jinbe comes in and uses Fishman Karate to throw a punch at Katakuri, but the sweet commander turns most of his body into mochi and dodges the strike. He then successfully catches up to Luffy and pins him to the ground with mochi, but as he foresees, this is insufficient as Luffy stretches his arms up to Big Mom's face, allowing her to see the broken portrait. Big Mom takes the shards and puts them together, realizing that her prized portrait of Carmel is broken. This causes her to unleash a devastating scream that overwhelms everyone in the venue, and only the enemy alliance members are able to move around thanks to their earplugs. As Daifuku recoils and his genie disappears, Sanji breaks free and runs toward his family, activating Diable Jinbe and performing a spinning kick into the top of the table. This causes Perospero's candy to shatter, freeing the Vinsmokes as Chopper gives them earplugs while Carrot and Nami give them their raid suits elsewhere. Vito and Gotti come out of Bege's body with their KX launchers at the ready, and Smoothie cries out in shock and anger as she sees what they intend to do. As she screams, Big Mom calls out to Mother Carmel, recalling a time when she lost her as well as some other kids and asking why she left. A flashback starts, showing Big Mom's past 63 years ago when she was 5 years old. Linlin and her parents arrived at Elbaf's shore on a ship. Linlin's parents tell her to stay on the island and promise Linlin that they will return and reward her with sweets if she waits for them. Linlin replies that she will stay and wait for them and tells them goodbye as they leave Linlin alone on the island. Linlin's mother cries and her father says that it is best for them to leave Linlin on the island after all the damage she has caused around them and hopes that Mother Carmel will save her since he knows she lives on Elbaf at the shore. Linlin sits down and waits for her parents to return, but the day goes by and her parents do not come, causing Linlin to ask why they are not coming like they promised. A century ago, there was a pirate crew of giants called the Giant Warrior Pirates who caused a lot of havoc around the seas and burnt countless cities. One day, the Giant Warrior Pirates lost their 2 captains when they began their duel on Little Garden. Not long after, several members of the giant crew were caught by the Marines and were about to be executed. However, a young Carmel, known as Sister Carmel at the time, steps in and tells the Marines to stop the execution. Carmel explains that if they were executed, the warriors of Elbaf will form an army to seek revenge against humans and tells the Marines to forgive them. A beam of light flashes on Carmel, and she says that she will lead the giants into forming a world where all races coexist in great harmony. Eventually, Carmel receives the name Mother and she opens an orphanage called the Sheep's House, where she accepts children of all races who did not have a place to go while settling on Elbaf, hoping to build a bridge of friendship between humans and giants. 37 years later, Mother Carmel meets the 5-year-old Linlin for the first time, promising that she will be in good hands until her parents return and tells Linlin that she will make good friends while in the orphanage. Because Linlin was always big, Elbaf was the first place she has been where people, houses, and other things fit her size, which made Linlin comfortable staying while in Elbaf one day. Linlin spots a bear and a wolf fighting, knocking them both out and tells them that fighting is not good. Linlin is later spotted crying by Carmel and Linlin explains that she wanted a wolf and a bear to stop fighting and become friends, so she decides to put them in the same cage in hopes that the bear and wolf would get along. But the bear ended up eating the wolf, causing Linlin to hit it. Carmel asks how many times she hit the bear, and Linlin replies that she hit the bear only once, causing Carmel to be shocked that Linlin was even able to kill the bear with one blow. Carmel tells Linlin that it is okay, because she only wanted them to be friends, to which Linlin finally formed a bond with Mother Carmel. To Linlin, Carmel was the first person who truly understood her. At this moment, the orphans started to talk about how Linlin was a dangerous person, able to kill a bear with one blow, and even caused a giant an injury after she tried to hit a mosquito on him, breaking several of his bones. Linlin is spotted by Carmel twice, once trying to get rid of a longarm orphan's extra elbow joints and a fish manifowl. Carmel informs her that it was normal for them to look like that because of each of them belonging to a specific race that makes them carry those traits. Carmel pardoned her actions and told all the orphans to forgive her and that she is a nice child. 10 months later, Oemo and Kashi discussed about the ongoing duel between their former captains, Dory and Bege, and decided to go check on them in 10 years. Linlin chases after a giant girl named Gerd and is asked by Kashi if they finished with the preparations. Linlin asks what the preparations were for, and Gerd tells her that in Elbaf, They go fasting for 12 days before the winter solstice festival. Linlin was surprised on the thought of not eating for 12 days and says that she will be hungry. Gerd replies that if she fast, the festival will be enjoyable. Meanwhile, a young Hadrudan is seen training with an Elbaf warrior named Reiju. There, the two former captains of the giant warrior pirates, Jorol and Jorol, commends Reiju for his warrior spirit, causing Hadrudan to be grateful for their coming. Kashi asks why they came, and Jorol replies that they will gather all the orphans together so everybody can eat semla. Linlin asks what semla is, and Gerd replies that it is a very delicious sweet, much to Linlin's excitement, and explains that before they fast, they would get enough nutrition by eating semla. Gerd gives a description of semla to Linlin while both eventually drool over the thought of eating semla. Eventually, everyone gathers together in a banquet, ready to eat the semla with Jorol and Jorol thanking the sun for the birth of Loki, Goldberg, and Rode, as well as the growth of the children. As there were already a large quantity of semla made, everyone began to make their thanks and eat. Linlin eats semla and instantly fell in love with it, eating a huge quantity of semla very fast until she was stopped by two giants, forcing her not to eat too fast as there would not be enough semla for other people to eat, and told her not to forget to thank the sun. Linlin insists that she must eat semla and pushes the two giants away to eat the remaining semla on the plate and says that they were delicious. 3 days have passed since the fasting started, and Linlin tells Carmel she is starved, to which Carmel replies that fighting through the severe winter will lead the sun to shine down. It should be better for them to wait until the festival approaches. Days 4 and 5 passes and Linlin still feels very hungry but listens to Carmel to wait for the festival to begin. Day 6. Linlin thinks about semla and says she wants to eat it. On day 7, Gerd rushes to Mother Carmel in a panic and reveals that Linlin was rampaging in the village. There, Linlin is wreaking havoc, screaming for semla. As everyone is in shock of what Linlin did, Jorol walks in and says she has no right to thank the sun and her actions are unforgivable, stating that she is a god of disaster within a child's body. He draws his sword out to strike her down with Carmel, telling him to stop as Linlin calls out for semla, only for her to break it with her arm and flip the giant over, greatly injuring him. As other giants went to try subduing Linlin, Carmel told them to get the semla they had stored, and she went up to the flames engulfing Elbaf village. Using her devil fruit powers, Carmel gave life to the flames and condensed them into a small sun, which she named Pandora. The giants stared in awe at Carmel's seeming miracle, and Linlin went to sleep after fulfilling her semla craving. Jorol urged the giants to retaliate against Linlin, saying to not think of her as a child, and Jorol prepared to plunge his sword into Linlin. Carmel stood in his way and pleaded for forgiveness, and Jorol refused, saying Jorol would die from his injuries due to his advanced age. Carmel offered to leave Elbaf with Linlin, and Jorol reluctantly accepted her offer despite Hadrudan wanting Linlin dead. The next morning, Linlin went to Jorol's grave with the rest of the Sheep's House children, and to the giant's surprise, she had no memory of how he died. Carmel took her wards to another island, where the giants built a new sheep's house for them. Life resumed as normal for Linlin and the other kids, and one day, Carmel said she would be away for a bit to buy groceries. However, she instead went to a government ship to converse with Sifrpol agents. It had been believed that Carmel had put the children of the sheep's house into foster homes, but in reality, she was an underworld child trafficker who sold children to become soldiers in the Marines or Sifrpol. Her salvation of the giant warrior pirates had been an act as well that resulted in giants like John Giant joining the Marines. Carmel put Linlin up for sale at a high price, promising that she would be a powerful tool for the Marines or Sifrpol. She decided to retire after this transaction was completed, and returned to the sheep's house, planning to celebrate Linlin's birthday the next day before handing over the children to Sifrpol. The next day, Carmel and the sheep's house children presented Linlin with a croquembouche made of semla for her 6th birthday. Linlin became overjoyed as she gorged on the semla, and the friends she had made cheered her on. She became so happy that tears clouded her eyes, and noted that she took a few bites out of the table in the process, but when she finished eating, she opened her eyes to see Carmel, the other children, and the table no longer there, with only various scraps and parts of Carmel's clothing remaining. She looked around for them, but could not find them, and cried in despair as night fell. In the present, Big Mom screams over the despair of Carmel's disappearance, wanting desperately to know where she went all those years ago. Unbeknownst to her, there were 2 people who witnessed her disappearance that day. One was a giant from Elbaf who came to check on the sheep's house, and when he saw what happened, he became horrified and ran away. He returned to Elbaf and told the other giants about what happened, causing them to revile Linlin even more. The other witness was a cook and former pirate named Struzen, who could turn inanimate objects into food with the kukuku. Nomi Struzen was amused by what he saw, and he decided to take advantage of Linlin. He approached her, offering to feed her if she accompanied him, and made her a feast to eat. In the present, Bege, Vito, and Gotti shoot their KX launchers at Big Mom, and as she screams, Big Mom recalls the dream of wanting to create a utopia where all races live in harmony. Before Carmel disappeared, she had told Linlin and the other children about her dream for all races to see eye to eye, and Linlin interpreted this as making everyone else as large as her. After the disappearance, she told Streisand about this dream, and the cook offered to help make the island they were on into her utopia. Linlin still mourned over Carmel and tried recreating the motion she had made to give life to objects. To her surprise, she was now able to do this as well, and gave life to several flowers, trees, and pieces of ground, which impressed Streisand. Later, some Marines came onto the island to search for Carmel, and the children she was going to sell when they encountered Linlin's homies. They were shocked by the living objects and tried to shoot them when they encountered Linlin. Angered at their actions, Linlin hit and threw the Marines with devastating power, to Streisand's delight. They later set off to sea, where Linlin easily destroyed and took over several islands. She received a bounty of belly 50 million despite only being a child, and the cipher pole marked her as a dangerous future threat. Not very long afterward, she was eating sweets in a castle she had attacked when she was confronted by Marines. She quickly overpowered them with the help of her new homies Zeus and Prometheus, and her bounty grew to belly 500 million as she continued conquering islands with ease in order to impose her dream upon them, attacking people who did not go along with her wishes. In the present, Big Mom grows frustrated at how people have always resisted her and Carmel's dream, and before the fire tank pirates' shots can hit her, they are destroyed by her angry screams. Aghast at their failure, Bege veto and Gotti run away, while Katakuri manages to put Maki earplugs in his ears. With his composure regained, he makes earplugs for his crewmates, allowing them to move around again. With the plan failed, Caesar then flies Brule and the mirror down into the venue to help the Straw Hats and fire tank pirates to escape. However, Big Mom's scream shatters the mirror, leaving the Pirate Alliance trapped on the roof of the Whole Cake Chateau as the Big Mom pirates come for them. With the Big Mom pirates back on the move and surrounding him and his allies, Bege activates Rook and Valor Gross Big Father, turning his entire body into a fortress and growing massive in size. He tells his crewmates and allies to get inside him, and the fire tank pirates shoot at the Big Mom pirates to keep them at bay. As Nami, Chopper, and Carrot run toward Bege, they are knocked away by Caesar, who is rocketing toward safety, causing them to get stuck in some cake. Caesar's progression is halted when Katakuri grabs Brule, who is still kept in Caesar's backpack with a moti arm. After a brief struggle, Caesar breaks free of the bag and Katakuri rescues Brule. Katakuri then leads his crewmates toward Bege, shooting several of the fire tank pirates with jelly beans. Nami, Chopper, and Carrot pull themselves out of the cake and try to make it to Bege, but Nami is grabbed by Smoothie. Chopper unsuccessfully tries attacking Smoothie before being grabbed by Oven, and Carrot is apprehended by Deifuku's genie. Meanwhile, Lufeld manages to acquire some Moti earplugs to protect himself from Big Mom's scream. He goes to steal the treasure in the Tamet Bako, but to his horror, Big Mom's scream blows the chest off of the chateau roof. At the Vinsmoke family's table, several of the Big Mom pirates approach them with the intention of completing their intended assassination, and Sanji sees his crewmates in danger. The Vinsmokes decide to put on their raid suits, gaining their signature abilities. Niji uses Dengeki Blue to catch bullets at blinding speed, and some bullets and arrows are neutralized by Reiju's Poison Pink. Yanji uses Winch Green to catch and crush 2 boulders thrown at him, and Judge creates a whirlwind with his spear that blows Tablet, Mascarpone, and Joscarpone away. Bascarte then launches fireballs at the family, but Ashiji uses Sparking Red to blow away the flames with an explosion. When Perospero attacks the family with a candy wave, Ichiji punches him aside as Niji attacks Oven with an electric kick, freeing Chopper. Yanji confronts St. Mark and easily overwhelms the large pirate with his strength as he spins him around before slamming him into Daifuku's genie, making it release Carrot. Yanji then subdues the genie by slamming his outstretched hand into the back of its head. Reiju kicks Smoothie in the arm, infecting the sweet commander with poison and forcing her to let go of Nami. As Nami falls a great distance toward the ground, she is caught by Sanji, who brings her to Bege. Luffy hits Dakoi's, Lauren, and another Big Mom pirate away from Bege's entrance, and Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Carrot, and the Vinsmokes successfully make it into the fortress. Bege then turns his attention to Big Mom, who is still weakened due to her breakdown. He tries shooting at her with his cannons, but Perospero blocks the shots with a candy wall. Bege then brings out tank treads and rolls toward Big Mom, planning to shoot her with all the ammunition he has. However, Katakuri plugs up the cannons with Moki, which causes them to explode. Refusing to give up, Bege rolls toward Big Mom again in an attempt to run her over, only for Perospero to hold him in place with his candy entrapments. Bege then declares the plan to assassinate Big Mom as a failure, and tells his crewmates and allies that they will have to fight under siege from the Big Mom pirates. The Big Mom pirates besiege Bege as his Big Father form continues to be trapped, and Smoothie rings out the poison that Reiju attacked her with. Katakuri confronts Brule about her role in the enemy alliance, and she assures him in panic that she was a victim. Meanwhile, Bege manifests inside his body and notes that this was the first time one of his assassination plots failed. He says that they do not have much time to think of a way out, and immediately afterwards, Big Mom stops screaming and regains her senses. After Katakuri tells her about Bege's betrayal, she flies into a rage and begins attacking him. Bege reveals that since the Big Father Fortress is his body, he will die if it is destroyed and everyone inside him will be expelled right in front of the Big Mom pirates lying in wait. This is soon demonstrated when Big Mom hits Bege and destroys stone that could normally resist cannon fire, and inside, Bege takes injuries and writhes in pain from the damage. Big Mom climbs on Bege, peering through a window and telling him and Luffy to come out. The fire tank pirates become panicked as they try thinking of ways to help Bege, and Chiffon rushes to the window to plead for Big Mom to spare his life. However, Big Mom becomes enraged upon seeing her due to being reminded of her twin Lola, and Big Mom believes she conspired with Bege as she attempts to attack her. Luffy pulls Chiffon out of harm's way and decides to go out and attack Big Mom. His crewmates stop him, reminding him that they did not come to fight, but Luffy wants to help Bege. Bege states that he does not care if the crews he allied with perish during this, but will continue protecting them in order to keep his family and crew safe. He then reveals his plan to escape. His exterior body will return to normal, with everyone remaining inside, and Caesar will come out and fly him to the coast of Whole Cake Island. However, Caesar protests this idea, believing that the Big Mom pirates would easily kill him despite his Logia powers. Meanwhile, Judge asks Sanji why he decided to save him and his family. Sanji replied that his real father would be disappointed to hear that he left his blood family to die out of petty vengeance, even though they hid him away in a cell to erase his existence as a child. Remembering how Judge told him to never claim to be his child before he escaped to East Blue, Sanji walks up to him, grabs him by the neck, and disowns him as his father. Judge accepts this and agrees to never go after him or the East Blue in the future. Meanwhile, the others are in a frenzy as Bege's fortifications become very weak and Caesar still refuses to follow the plan. The Vinsmokes then go up to Bege, offering to head out and defend him and Caesar from the Big Mom pirates. They head toward the gate, and Caesar is coerced to go along as Bege threatens his heart, and as Bege returns to his normal form, the Vinsmokes and Caesar fly out toward Big Mom, and the Big Mom pirates quickly take the opportunity to shoot at them mercilessly. However, Ichiji, Niji, Yonji, and Reiju shield them from the bullets. Caesar then grabs Bege and flies off with Germa accompanying him, and Katakuri foresees that they are trying to fly over the wall and escape from the wedding venue. Judge attacks Katakuri but misses, and the Big Mom pirates leap up to attack their enemies. However, Big Mom stops them as she throws Prometheus toward the enemy pirates. Reiju takes the brunt of the blast, and is eventually overwhelmed and falls onto the ground. Luffy wants to leave Bege to help Reiju, but his crewmates hold him back. Mascarpone and Joscarpone attempt to attack her while she is down, but Reiju quickly responds by kicking them in the necks and poisoning them. Smoothie comes to remove the poison from her siblings, while Big Mom prepares to attack Reiju with Zeus. However, both Luffy and Sanji leap out of Bege and block the attack, and both of them are annoyed that the other came with them. Nami, Chopper, and Brooke are aghast at Luffy and Sanji's action, and after the clash, Sanji quickly grabs Luffy and they and Reiju run away from Big Mom. She calls out to Luffy, reminding him that he had promised to defeat her and wondering why he is running away. In response for her taunts, Luffy goes back to punch her once. Despite Sanji's pleas, he activates Gear 4 and attacks Big Mom with Kong Gun, saying that he would become Pirate King. But she counters by simply coating her arms in armament haki. Meanwhile, the Big Mom pirates attempt to shoot Caesar in the air, but their bullets are again blocked by Germa. Vito assures the Straw Hats that his idols the Germa will protect them, and when High Fat and Noisette leap up to attack, Niji beats them away with Dengeki Blue. Mobile, Lauren, and Mash then move to attack, but Yonji grabs the latter too and throws them into Mobile, sending them crashing into the ground. Dakoi's, Zukato, and Kato then attack, but Ishiji easily deals with them. He then flies toward Dakoi's and dodges his shots before punching him in the chest with Sparking Red, forcing him back onto the ground. As Germa protects him and his allies, Vito gazes at them in awe. The Big Mom pirates' assault continues as Oven leaps up right in front of Caesar and heats up his fists. However, Yonji intercepts the attack, allowing Caesar to fly away. Oven makes his fists too hot for Yonji to handle, forcing Yonji to separate from him as they confront each other. Daifuku then summons his genie to confront Caesar, but Niji steps in. Niji meets the genie's halberd with a kick, and their massive clash causes the genie to dissipate. Smoothie then jumps up, preparing to squeeze Caesar and Bege, but she is stopped by Ichiji. The two dodge each other's strikes, and Smoothie grabs Ichiji's leg as he attempts to fly away, but he manages to increase his jet power enough to escape her grasp. The Big Mom pirates continue their pursuit, and Bege's subordinates attempt to shoot them from inside his body, but Judge arrives to take them down. Caesar gets very close to the wall in freedom, but Perospero erects a candy wall that converges down on him. However, Ichiji, Neji, and Yonji come rushing in and combine their abilities in an attack on the wall that completely shatters it, and the Straw Hats cheer on Caesar as he nears the home stretch. Meanwhile, Lu Feld is relieved that the Tamatbako landed on a ledge of the whole cake chateau only a short distance below. He prepares to go get it when he is confronted by Stussy. During this encounter, the frosting under Feld gives way, causing him to fall onto the ledge where the Tamatbako is. He excitedly goes to open it, only to be shot by Stussy's Tobushigen being revealed to be an undercover CP0 agent. She declares that the Tamatbako will go to the world government. She makes sure that Morgans, who is spying on this exchange, will blame the theft on Feld in his newspaper in exchange for getting to see its contents. However, Feld's unconscious body leans on the Tamatbako and pushes it off the chateau, to Stussy and Morgan's shock. Meanwhile, Luffy declares he will defeat Big Mom after he takes down Kaido as he attacks Big Mom with a two-arm strike. Big Mom manages to repel him, and her blow causes Luffy to deactivate Gear 4, forcing Sanji to grab him and run away. Big Mom says that Luffy beating Kaido is impossible, but he will not even get the chance to try because he will not escape from her territory. As she races toward Luffy, Judge comes flying in and attacks her, expressing his shame over the fact that he was duped in his quest to restore the glory days of Germa. However, Big Mom catches his spear in her teeth and destroys it. Judge unsuccessfully tries attacking her again, and she grabs him, saying that he can be assured she will use his scientific technology to bring peace to the world. She then uses Zeus to strike him with a massive thunderbolt. Big Mom's attack on Judge shatters his helmet and takes him out. Neji and Yonji turn back to save their father, and as Caesar reaches the wall, he is confronted by Katakuri. Neji and Yonji attack Big Mom before she can finish Judge off, and Ichiji attacks Katakuri, splitting him in half and saving Caesar, who flies in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Sanji, Reiju, and Luffy are confronted by Smoothie, Daifuku, and Oven. With Luffy still tired from using Gear 4, Sanji and Reiju go on the offensive. Sanji unleashes attacks against Oven and Daifuku, while Reiju tangles with Smoothie and successfully poisons her again. However, Smoothie punches her into some rubble and squeezes out the poison again. Galette then binds Sanji, Reiju, and Luffy in place, allowing the Big Mom pirates to attack and subdue them. Ichiji is unable to land a hit on Katakuri, and the Sweet Commander grabs him by the arm and knees him. Ichiji states that he will put his own life on the line to accomplish his task of keeping the Big Mom pirates at bay, and uses Sparking Red to build up energy and unleash a devastating explosion that engulfs the two of them. However, Katakuri reforms without taking damage and grabs Ichiji by the neck before punching him in the face. Meanwhile, Yonji struggles to withstand Big Mom's strength, and Miji kicks her in the head using Electric Blue. However, Big Mom is barely affected by the voltage and shows the brothers' true power as she strikes them both down with Zeus. Elsewhere, Caesar is confronted by Brule, who has turned into a mirror image of him, and as he looks behind him, he realizes in shock that all of his allies have been defeated and the Big Mom pirates are surrounding him, ready to shoot. With no options left, Bege concedes, and the Straw Hats and the Fire Tank pirates prepare to go out and fight as Big Mom gleefully prepares to start their execution. However, as the Tamatbako lands at the base of the whole cake chateau, it cracks open and releases the explosives that the Minister of the Right had put in it back on Fishman Island. The resulting explosion rocks the chateau and damages its base, causing it to collapse. Chaos erupts inside the chateau, and the people in Sweet City flee from its impending fall. At the wedding venue on top of the chateau, the Big Mom pirates begin to fall along with it as well. Big Mom tumbles all the way off the venue and is sent plummeting toward Sweet City a great distance below. Morgans takes pictures of the event as he and Stussy wonder how the Tamatbako could have possibly caused this. Brule weeps as her family and crew are all sent tumbling to their doom, and Bege laughs gleefully at this reversal in fortune. Galette is saved by Katakuri, Morgans falls to the ground and Stussy gets away using Jeppo. Carrying Luffy, Sanji gets away and enters safety in Bege's castle. Caesar carries them all away and Germa 66 also retreats, but their castle in Germa Kingdom is attacked by the Big Mom pirates. Meanwhile, Striusen uses his Devil Fruit ability to cut the whole cake chateau and turn it into sponge cake. Big Mom is saved by Zeus just before the chateau crashes into the ground, flooding the island with cream. Big Mom complains that Striusen's ability produces food that does not taste good, Aunt D or falls to the ground but ends up unharmed. Enraged that the Straw Hats had escaped, he orders all the Tarties in Tado land to pursue them. Bege takes the Straw Hats to a safe location. Disappointed, Vito confirms that the Big Mom pirates have all survived the chateau collapse. Bege also gives Caesar his heart back and frees him. Bege finally ends his alliance with the Straw Hats before leaving. The Straw Hats plan to escape using the shark Submerge. Back at the wrecked chateau, Katakuri divides the army into two units, one to pursue Straw Hat and one to pursue Bege. However, to the horror of Smoothie, Big Mom starts a crazed rampage demanding wedding cake. Opera attempts to flee, but Smoothie, unhappy that Opera had lied to his family, orders him to stand up to Big Mom. Big Mom continues her crazed rampage, destroying Sweet City. To her crew's horror, she throws Opera's lifeless body into the ground, having removed some of his lifespan. Smoothie decides that they must find a wedding cake to give to Big Mom to stop the rampage. However, head chef Striusen had gotten critically hurt from the fall and was unconscious. Perospero gets an idea. He lies to Big Mom, telling her that the Straw Hats have an extra wedding cake. This works, and Big Mom leaves Sweet City to pursue the Straw Hats, buying the family some time. However, before she leaves, she claims that if she finds out Perospero is lying, she would steal his lifespan. Pudding arrives with a plan to make a new wedding cake, more specifically a chocolate chiffon cake. She reveals that she could make the chocolate, chiffon could make the chiffon cake, and the needed ingredients were stored in Chocolate Town. She suggests leading Big Mom to Cacao Island. In the outskirts, the Straw Hats plan to cut through the Seducing Woods to reach the Thousand Sunny. They see King Bum, who had been sewn back together by his fiancée, Lady Tree. Nami uses her Vivre card to force him to transport them through the forest. She reveals she had torn the card in two, so Amande and only took one of the pieces. However, they are pursued by an army of vengeful enemy pirates, as well as Big Mom herself riding on Zeus. Meanwhile, the Germa Kingdom castle faces an attack from the Big Mom pirates. Although one fighter finds the clone manufacturing room, Germa 66 arrives and quickly defeats the attacking army. Katakuri sneaks on board the Thousand Sunny via the Miro world. Desperate for her wedding cake, Big Mom holds out her bicorn hat Napoleon, which transforms into a sword. She unleashes the powerful attack Ikoku, blasting off about a third of King Bom's body. After Big Mom's attack, Nami encourages King Bom to continue to live on for the sake of his fiancée, Lady Tree. The encouragement works and the homie runs faster than before. Upon watching her manipulation, Pedro compares her to a devil while Carrot cheers her on. With Big Mom still on their tails, Luffy prepares to fight. However, Nami stops him, claiming to have a plan. Nami licks her lips and uses her sorcery clam attack to release black balls, weather balls with thunderclouds within them, as Big Mom starts to attack again. She claims that thunder likes thunder. Big Mom falls to the ground as Zeus starts following the trail of black balls away from King Bom. King Bom reaches the Seducing Woods and all the homies make way for him, giving him a straight path to the coast where Sunny is. Chopper and Brooke make it to the Juice River where they left the sharks submerge, but find the river flooded with cream, which was sent there by the whole Cake Chateau's collapse. Chopper takes a liking to the cream and ends up eating enough of it to free the submerge, and the duo head to the Thousand Sunny. As they go down the river, they spot a merman, and they are confronted by a massive sea beast which they quickly sail away from. As Luffy's group continues running away from Big Mom, Jinbe reveals that Big Mom is having a tantrum due to her craving for wedding cake. Nami gets mad at Luffy for ruining Big Mom's wedding cake, but he and Carrot remember how delicious it was. The group comes across a bridge that they had ran into the first time they came to the Seducing Woods, though Nami notes that the bridge had been destroyed earlier and that the homies in the Seducing Woods are trying to prevent their escape. She continues distracting Zeus by feeding him thunderclouds, and Zeus' fellow homie Prometheus berates him. Luffy decides to attack Prometheus to avenge King Bom and rapidly punches him with armament haki. However, Prometheus is unharmed by the attack due to only being a mass of flames, and he rains down fire on the Straw Hats. Jinbe responds by going to the river and shooting several bursts of water at Prometheus, which strips the homie of his power.
After this, however, Big Mom's children that were accompanying her managed to get in front of the Straw Hats, leaving them trapped. Luffy fends off Lauren and Compo's attacks despite them being assisted by the Seducing Woods homies, and Jinbe manages to counter high-fat sword strikes before overwhelming him with Fishman Karate. Carrot and Tablet clash, and Tablet pursues Carrot on his sheep steed. However, she manages to get on behind him and shock him with Electro, causing him to run into a tree. Sanji manages to break Mobile's swords with Diable Gem before kicking Mobile into the ground. Meanwhile, Luffy finishes off Lauren and Compo with a single attack, and Jinbe defeats High Fat by slamming him into the ground. Pedro clashes with Kato, who remembers Pedro's last time here 5 years ago. Kato insults Pedro's deceased comrade Zippo, and an angered Pedro subsequently overpowers and defeats him in their next clash.
The Straw Hats regroup, but are then chased again by Big Mom and a rejuvenated Prometheus. Sanji says they should not run without knowing where they are going, and Carrot offers to jump over the woods to spot the Sunny. However, her attempt is stopped by the tree homies. Pedro then offers to go, and he cuts a path through the trees to get on top of them and allow him to see the Sunny. He points the straw hats toward the sunny's direction and says he will guide them from above. However, the straw hats find themselves under attack from Big Mom's air slashes and Prometheus' fire rain, and Zeus ends up eating Nami's entire weather egg. The weather egg fills him up with storm energy and causes him to increase greatly in size, and Nami gets an idea as she has Sanji pick her up while they run away. She then uses her Climatact to blow a gust of wind at Zeus, forcing him to unleash an enormous thunderbolt that strikes Big Mom with extreme power. Chopper and Brooke return to the Sunny to find the ship occupied by the Big Mom pirates. To take back the ship, the two begin battling the enemy crew. Chiffon agrees to go with Pudding to help save the Straw Hats and part ways with Bege. Big Mom withstood Nami's attack and continues her pursuit. Pudding and Chiffon arrive at the Seducing Woods to recruit Sanji, and he goes with them. After Sanji successfully got on Rebian, Pudding helps Luffy's group by preventing the tree homies from hindering them any longer. Sanji, Pudding, and Chiffon then leave Whole Cake Island and head for Cacao Island. Chopper and Brooke continue fighting the Big Mom pirates on the Thousand Sunny. Perospero steps in and subdues them, trapping them in candy. Shortly afterwards, Luffy's group reaches the coast. Luffy's group made it back to the Thousand Sunny. As Luffy battles Katakuri, the rest prepares the ship for escape. Perospero returns to the shore and traps the Sunny in candy, prompting Pedro to fight him. After Pedro is overpowered, he detonates sticks of dynamite strapped on him in hopes of taking down Perospero in a suicidal explosion. Pedro's massive sacrificial explosion engulfs the entire surrounding area, knocking Big Mom down as well as freeing the Thousand Sunny, Chopper, and Brooke from their candy entrapments. A distraught Carrot tries to go to the scene of the explosion to desperately try to see if Pedro survived, but Nami holds her back, saying that Pedro gave his life to give them this chance to escape. Luffy prepares to have the crew activate coup de burst, but Katakuri still remains on the ship. He asks why everyone is so heated up, and Carrot activates Electro as she leaps at him in a rage. As she attacks, she remembers training in swordsmanship with Shishilian on Zoo. Shishilian was constantly overpowering her when Pedro came in and offered to train Carrot with a weapon that would suit her better. He gave her a paw-shaped gauntlet to wear on her hand and trained her, to much greater success. Later, they sat on top of the whale tree, and Carrot thanked Pedro for helping her to become stronger than she had ever imagined. He told her to be constantly prepared, as everyone would have their turn in life to act, and so her turn would come as well. In the present, however, Katakuri manages to dodge all of Carrot's strikes before pinning her to the ground with his foot, and Carrot sheds a tear over her failure to live up to Pedro's instructions. Luffy then steps in to fight Katakuri, and after Katakuri dodges his first wave of strikes, Luffy attacks with Gomu Gomu no Elephant Gun. Katakuri blocks the giant punch with a wall of mochi, but Luffy then unclenches his fist and wraps his fingers around Katakuri's body, trapping him. As Nami builds up the cola energy for coup de burst, Chopper and Brooke go to tie the shark submerged to the Sunny. However, they see Big Mom heading toward the ship, unharmed by the explosion, and go into a frenzy to get the submerged tied into place. Amande's fleet of tardies fires a round of cannonballs at the Sunny, but misses as the coup de burst preparation is completed. However, right before it can be activated, Big Mom grabs the Sunny's stern and tips the ship backward, causing one of the cola barrels to fall out of the Sunny's engine. After realizing what has happened, Nami prepares to go restore the engine while Chopper and Brooke intercept the next rounds of cannonballs fired by Amande's fleet. Jinbe wants to join them, but Nami tells him to man the helm while she goes below deck, and she gives him a tone dial from Frankie to tell him how to activate coup de burst. Meanwhile, to Katakuri's horror, Brule appears in the mirror behind Luffy to try to help, and Luffy then uses his other arm to grab onto her. As Big Mom starts taking bites out of the Sunny, the Straw Hats see in shock that Perospero is alive. Perospero emerges from the smoke with his right arm missing, and he curses Pedro for destroying his candy armor. Nami hurriedly goes below deck, where she reloads the barrel of cola that had been knocked out of place. With one arm grabbing Katakuri and one arm grabbing Brule, Luffy tells his crew that he will leave the rest to them and will return to them later. Following Frankie's instructions, Jinbe waits for the cola's energy to build up, and upon completion, he pulls the lever to activate coup de burst. The blast hits Big Mom from point-blank range, and the Sunny is sent flying over Amande's fleet and far into the distance. As they are in the air, however, the Straw Hats look and see no trace of Luffy or Katakuri. Luffy pulls himself and Katakuri through the Sunny's mirror into the mirror world, and Luffy breaks the mirror leading there as he faces Katakuri. Katakuri states that Luffy is no match for him and will die here, but Luffy affirms that he will defeat the Sweet Commander and return to the Sunny. Luffy confronts Katakuri in the Mirror world, and although the Sweet Commander states that Luffy's recklessness has made him very dangerous to the Big Mom pirates, Luffy is no match for him in combat. Katakuri's subordinates affirm this, stating that his bounty is greater than Bele 1 billion and he is the strongest of the three Sweet Commanders. Luffy then attacks Katakuri, but Katakuri easily dodges all the attacks and hits Luffy with his advanced observation haki. Eventually, Luffy attacks Katakuri with rapid punches, but instead of moving out of the way, Katakuri creates Moki tendrils out of his back that he fashions into fists, and he perfectly counters all of Luffy's punches with the Moki fists. After Luffy ceases his attack, Katakuri proceeds to pummel him with the fists and mercilessly beats him to the point of pushing him into the wall and creating a crater. Katakuri says that he is superior to Luffy in everything, and with Gear 2 activated, Luffy attempts to assault Katakuri again. However, Katakuri manages to keep up with Luffy while in Gear 2 and eventually outpaces him to kick him into the wall. Katakuri then foresees that Luffy will show him his power next as Luffy bites into his thumb. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sunny falls back to the sea, far away from Whole Cake Island. The crew briefly searches for Luffy, but deduces that he must have gone to the Miro world. Brooke and Chopper then wonder where Pedro is, and Nami explains to them about Pedro's sacrifice as it starts to rain. The three of them and Carrot get emotional and weep, but Jinbe tells them to not get upset. This angers Brooke, but Jinbe tells them that Pedro had been preparing to sacrifice himself, and that his sacrifice was what allowed them to escape the Big Mom pirates' onslaught on Whole Cake Island. Since they are still in Tado Land and the Big Mom pirates would soon pursue them again, they will need to get working and be vigilant in order to escape and honor Pedro's goal. This spurs Nami, Chopper, Brooke, and Carrot into action, and they quickly get in position to aid in their voyage. However, Carrot soon spots the Big Mom pirates' fleet coming after them, and it is accompanied by Big Mom herself, who is walking on a candy sea slug created by Perospero. Perospero creates a prosthetic right arm out of candy, but curses Pedro since the candy arm will melt whenever he drinks tea. Meanwhile, Zeus and Prometheus go to the coast of Whole Cake Island to find no one there, and the two homies are frustrated and hungry. Elsewhere, as Sanji, Chiffon, Pudding, and Nitro ride Rebian toward Cacao Island, Sanji finds out that Lola is a master chocolatier. Chiffon reveals that Lola was the Minister of Chocolate who governed over Cacao Island before she ran away, and the position has not been filled since then since the best candidate, Pudding, refuses to take Lola's spot. Pudding is currently lying down in the rolled-up front of Rebian and refuses to come out because she does not want to be seen with Sanji in her wedding dress. Down in the sea below, Pound is sailing away when he sees Chiffon up above. He tries calling out to his daughter, but she does not hear him as her team arrives at Cacao Island. After sparring with Speed, Katakuri predicts that Luffy will attack him with power next as Luffy activates his elephant gun. However, his giant fist is met by Katakuri's even bigger Moki fist, and he is slammed into the wall. Katakuri's men cheer as Luffy falls to the ground, but Luffy quickly recovers and immediately tries attacking again with Grizzly Magnum. However, Katakuri creates two bigger fists just as easily and overwhelms Luffy again. During their clash, Katakuri transforms the fists back into Moki and covers Luffy's arms with it, allowing him to spin Luffy around. Luffy manages to slip out of the Moki and tries to attack Katakuri with Gigant Axe, but Katakuri dodges the attack as he creates an even bigger foot out of Mochi and pounds Luffy into the ground. Luffy is left lying in a crater after the attack, and Katakuri says he sees no victory in Luffy's future, with his men believing Luffy to already be defeated. Meanwhile, Pudding puts handcuffs on Chiffon in order to pass her off as a prisoner, and manages to tell Sanji to hide in Rebian's fold. The group arrives at Cacao Island, and Pudding assures the concerned citizens that Chiffon was not a key member of her husband Capone, Bege's plan to assassinate Big Mom. Some animals sense Sanji's presence, but Pudding manages to press on ahead to keep him hidden. The Choco police officer takes her to the sweets factory, and they discuss the wedding and Big Mom's rampage. The officer states that Whole Cake Island's 31 finest head chefs have been gathered to help make the cake, and these chefs step out ready to get to work. The WCI 31 introduce themselves to Pudding's group, and she instructs the citizens outside to not peek inside the sweets factory at any time. She then has each of the chefs meet with her alone, and she manipulates their memories to make them think the wedding between her and Sanji was successful, and that the cake was ruined by the weather. Meanwhile, Sanji shows Chiffon his blueprints for the cake, and she is taken aback at how he perfectly remembered all the ingredients through smell alone. Pudding then joins them, and she reveals what she did to the chefs. Sanji then gives orders to them, telling Chiffon to make the chiffon cake and Pudding to make the chocolate, and he will make the secret ingredient that he says will unlock true happiness. They will have a short 2 hours and 40 minutes to bake the cake, and will decorate it after taking it out to sea, with the intention of crossing paths with Big Mom and the Straw Hat Pirates between Cacao and Whole Cake Island and feeding her there. The WCI 31 does not think that they can cook in that short of a time span, but Chiffon intimidates them into action as the group begins working. In the Miro world, Katakuri receives a call from Perospero, who reveals to him that the Straw Hats escaped from their blockade on Whole Cake Island, but they are catching up to the crew through the water. He asks about Katakuri's fight with Luffy, and Katakuri says that he is just about to finish the pirate off. Luffy regains consciousness and overhears Perospero mocking Pedro's sacrifice and how it was in vain. Perospero tells Luffy that he will die in vain as well before the call ends, and as he starts talking to Brooke, Katakuri realizes that Luffy has gotten up. Luffy charges at Katakuri and attacks him with Elephant Gatling, but an annoyed Katakuri easily dodges it before countering it with a bigger Mochi fist, sending Luffy crashing into the wall again. Saying that he is stronger than Luffy in every aspect, Katakuri pummels the pirate with dozens of Mochi fists, leaving him lying submissively on the ground. Katakuri tells Brooke to take the soldiers and attack the Thousand Sunny, and Mascarpone and Joscarpone bring in a mirror leading to it. Luffy tries attacking them to get the mirror, but Katakuri stomps him into the ground, and Brooke gleefully holds the mirror while Mascarpone and Joscarpone aim flaming arrows at the portal to the Sunny. Luffy attempts to stop Mascarpone and Joscarpone from shooting flaming arrows into the Thousand Sunny through a mirror, but his attacks are intercepted by Katakuri, who warns him to not attack his siblings before assaulting him. The arrows land in the men's room and set it on fire, and Luffy desperately tries calling out to the Sunny crew through a mirror shard. The crew is busy dealing with Amande's fleet, with Jinbe steering the ship to avoid cannonballs and Chopper, and Brooke intercepting some of the shots. Nami hears Luffy calling out through the mirror shard, and he tells her to break all of the mirrors on the Sunny. She says that he will not be able to get back if that happens, but he does not waver. Brooke and Chopper then notice that the men's room is on fire and desperately try to put it out, but the crew is overwhelmed by both this and the attacks coming from around them. Mascarpone and Joscarpone prepare to continue shooting at the room while Chopper and Brooke are in there, and Luffy races toward them, but Katakuri kicks him into the wall, causing him to let go of the mirror shard. At Cacao Island, the chefs hurriedly get the ingredients prepared but find that they are short on butter. Sanji tells them to use prunes to make a puree that will substitute for the butter, and they are very impressed, especially Pudding. She gets extremely excited every time the chefs remark that they are a good match or state that they are husband and wife, to the point of fainting. Back in the Miro world, Brooke prepares to lead Mascarpone, Joscarpone, and the other Big Mom pirates through the mirror so they can raid the Sunny. Luffy manages to attack Katakuri and break free of his foot pressed against him, and resumes talking with Nami. He once again tells her to break all of the Sunny's mirrors, warning of the impending invasion. Before the Sunny crew can do anything, however, they are suddenly faced with a massive wave created by Big Mom and Perospero's candy homie, and Nami does not think there is a way to escape from it. The crew cowers in terror with the exception of Jinbe, who says he has a plan and has the crew affix ropes to the sails. He then grabs the ropes while standing at the helm, allowing him to control the sails single-handedly. On top of the wave, Perospero cautions Big Mom against this excessive action, but it is too late as the waves begin crashing down. Jinbe steers the ship straight toward the wave, and the Straw Hats are sure that they will die as the wave comes down. However, they find themselves inside a pocket space in the wave, which Jinbe calls the Green Room. He says it is a popular place for fishmen children to play in. Jinbe pilots the ship through the Green Room, taking it out of the wave safely, and the Straw Hats rejoice. Perospero and Big Mom stand on their candy homie with nothing in sight around them, and Perospero thinks that his lie was buried with the Straw Hats. He calls Katakuri to report the Sunny crew's demise, and Broole's group calls off their invasion, although they notice that the room on the other side of the mirror does not seem to be underwater. However, Nami shatters the mirror and tells her crewmates to trust in Luffy as they worry over her actions. With his orders carried out, Luffy prepares to renew his fight against Katakuri. Brooke finds another mirror leading to the Sunny, and Mascarpone and Joscarpone prepare to shoot flaming arrows into it. However, the Sunny crew quickly gets to work locating and breaking all the remaining mirrors on the ship, and the Big Mom pirates are shocked as they shatter. Mascarpone and Joscarpone think that the Sunny sunk into the ocean, which caused the mirrors to shatter, but Brooke is suspicious about it. Luffy notices the mirrors shattering, and catches Chopper on the other side of the mirror shard in his possession. Luffy runs away from Katakuri and the Big Mom pirates to talk to them in secret, and Chopper reveals that Jinbe saved them from Big Mom's tidal wave. The crew wonders how Luffy will get back to them, and they make a plan for Luffy to reunite with them on Cacao Island, where they intend to reach in 10 hours at 1 a.m. However, at that moment, Katakuri assaults Luffy, shattering the mirror shard. Luffy struggles to get away from Katakuri while holding the tiny remnants of the mirror, but is smashed into the ground by a giant Moki axe kick, and his crew is greatly concerned. However, Luffy tries acting like everything is fine and approves the plan to reunite on Cacao Island, causing his crewmates to celebrate. As Luffy struggles to get up, Katakuri brings his trident Mogura out of his arm and correctly predicts Luffy's declaration that he will not die here. He mocks this declaration, and Brooke pops out of a mirror to tell Luffy that he has no hope of beating Katakuri, saying that her brother is a superhuman who has never laid down since he was born. Luffy gets annoyed and tries to punch Brooke, but Katakuri grabs his arm and throws him against the wall. Katakuri then transforms his arm into Mochi and uses Moki-Tsuki to twist it around to strike at Luffy with Mogura. Luffy barely dodges the strike and is awed at the damage left to the wall behind him before being forced to run away as the damage results in the entire section collapsing. As Luffy and Katakuri continue fighting, it turns out that Brooke had overheard Luffy talking to his crew and found out that they were still alive. She contacts Prospero to tell him about this and reveals the plan to meet on Cacao Island, and this relieves Prospero as he thinks Pudding's cake baking operation on Cacao Island will enable him to cover up his lie. He tells Big Mom to go to Cacao Island, but to his horror, she decides to head to the nearby Nuts Island instead. Back in the Miro world, Katakuri maintains his advantage against Luffy by overpowering him with Mogura, and Luffy continues to be unable to lay a hand on him. He tries using Thor Elephant Gun to punch Katakuri into the ground, but Katakuri transforms into Moki to avoid it, and after transforming back, he punches Luffy into the air before attempting to strike him with Moki-Tsuki again. Katakuri prepares to use Moki-Tsuki on Luffy in the air, but Luffy manages to use the wall to propel himself away from Mogura. Luffy attempts to counterattack, but Katakuri throws him into the wall and strikes at him with Mogura again. Luffy very narrowly avoids being impaled, and when Katakuri attempts another strike, he bunches himself up to duck under it. However, this propels him upward right into the ceiling, and Katakuri kicks him back to a wall. Luffy narrowly falls to the ground right before Katakuri strikes his spot on the wall with Moki-Tsuki, and he is utterly dazed. Luffy manages to dodge more of Katakuri's attacks, but any of his attempts to attack lead to him being harmed. However, Katakuri notes that Luffy is tiring him out like no one ever has before, and as he attacks again, Luffy attempts to grab a hold of Mogura. Katakuri pulls it back just in time, and when Luffy attempts attacking again, he throws the straw hat to the ground before pinning him with his hand. Katakuri prepares to strike Luffy at point-blank range, but Luffy manages to stop Mogura with his legs. This allows him to punch the ground and escape from Katakuri's grasp. At Sweet City on Whole Cake Island, Mont D gets annoyed with Picums for weeping over Pedro's death. Count Nowatori states that he can sympathize with Picums, recalling how Pedro sacrificed his eye to Big Mom 5 years ago in order to witness the dawn of the world. Now that Pedro had sacrificed his life to free the Straw Hats, Niwatori grows concerned about the threat they may pose to Big Mom. Mont D scoffs at the thought of them challenging Big Mom, viewing their actions so far as luck, but Niwatori points out that several things have somehow gone their way since they arrived, which is concerning to him. On the seas of Tado Land, the fire tank pirates sail their ship the Nostra Castello away from a fleet led by Custard, the 6th daughter of the Charlotte family. Bege has the ship turn around and fire at Custard's fleet, and after a few attempts he manages to hit the Tarties right next to Custard's ship. Custard is distracted while arranging for the Tarties to be repaired, allowing the fire tank pirates to escape, and she reports this to Mont D. At the Germa Kingdom, Charlotte Dosmarsh attacks Ichiji and overwhelms him briefly with his rapidly spinning dual blade. Charlotte Nustort similarly catches Niji off guard with a tornado created by his hat. However, the Vinsmokes are ultimately unfazed by these attacks and eventually take down the Big Mom Pirates' 10,000-strong army. Meiji contacts Mont D. and impersonates Nustort to trick him into believing that the Big Mom Pirates were victorious, and the Vinsmokes find out the status of the Straw Hats. Back in the Miro world, Katakuri uses his awakened devil fruit powers to turn the ground in front of him into Moki, which forces Luffy off balance. Katakuri wraps Luffy in Moki and predicts that Luffy will respond by activating Gear 4. Thus, before Luffy can blow into his arm, Katakuri is able to prevent his transformation by punching him with Moki tendrils. As chefs wait in the shadows with carts of food, Katakuri grows annoyed that Luffy has made him late for his merienda. Giving Luffy his due respect, Katakuri ends their battle by turning several of the walls into mochi and piling them on top of Luffy with the intent to suffocate him. Katakuri then heads off as a buried Luffy stops struggling under the weight of the mochi. With Luffy buried under the massive pile of mochi, Katakuri calls out to his chefs to bring in the sweets for his merienda. The chefs come out and proudly display the large donuts they made from rare ingredients, although the tea had become cold while Katakuri had been fighting. However, Katakuri accepts iced tea, relieving them. Katakuri then constructs a house out of mochi to eat his snacks in private, and the chefs are impressed at what they think is Katakuri trying to take the time to concentrate. Katakuri enters the house, warning the chefs to not let anyone in, and the chefs notice in shock that Luffy's arm is no longer sticking out of the bottom of the mochi pile. They watch as the pile starts to shake, and an obese Luffy eventually emerges from it after having eaten his way out. He looks around for Katakuri, and the chefs say that he has departed, but Luffy smells donuts from inside the mochi house. To the chef's surprise, he runs away from the house, but they quickly become horrified when he runs back. having burned all of his excess calories, and destroys a large section of the house with a single punch. On Cacao Island, the wedding cake's creation is going steady with no issue, and Sanji believes that they will finish it in time. Pudding works hard to focus on her task without getting distracted by Sanji, and is tested when she gets jealous by him complimenting Chiffon. Meanwhile, Charlotte Oven draws closer to Cacao Island, intending to check on the wedding cake's development. Back in the Miro world, Luffy and the chefs discover Katakuri lying on his back and singing as he blissfully eats donuts with his large mouth. When Katakuri spots Luffy above him, he immediately becomes enraged and his chefs run away in fear. Katakuri approaches them in great fury and impales one of them with Magura. The other chefs try to plead with Katakuri, promising not to tell anyone, but Katakuri ends up misinterpreting one statement as an insult against his mouth, causing him to make his arms square-shaped and hit the chefs into the wall with devastating power. He then turns his attention toward Luffy and overwhelms him with his superior armament haki as he pummels him into the ground. However, as Luffy gets up, he manages to use his observation haki to dodge Katakuri's punch and kick him in the jaw, much to his surprise. He then succeeds in dodging further attacks and starts figuring out how Katakuri's power works as he activates Gear 4. The enraged Katakuri creates tendrils of moti out of the ground and assaults Luffy with them, but Luffy manages to avoid them and Katakuri is unable to keep up with him as he is hit by Luffy's Kong gun and gets sent flying.
Luffy manages to hit Katakuri while in Gear 4, sending him rocketing into the wall. Seizing the advantage as he continues assaulting the Sweet Commander, Luffy states that he has figured out Katakuri's powers. He remembers the beginning of his training on Rusukana, where Rayleigh explained the abilities of observation and armament haki. Luffy has realized now that there is nothing out of the ordinary with Katakuri's devil fruit. The Sweet Commander had simply been using his observation haki to move his body out of the way up until now, and now that this has been nullified, his strong armament haki is unable to withstand Gear 4. Katakuri continues to be hit and sent flying by Luffy's attacks, but with Broly's words about his back never touching the ground fresh in his mind, he does everything in his power to stay on his feet, and at one point he even has to use his head to bounce off the ground.
However, Katakuri eventually regains his focus, and when Luffy attacks him, he confirms that Luffy's understanding of his abilities is correct as he foresees where the attacks will land, transforms the body parts that will be attacked into mochi, and changes the shape of those parts to dodge the attacks. With his composure back, Katakuri now regains the advantage, and he traps Luffy's outstretched arm in his stomach as he recognizes how the Straw Hat managed to defeat his brother Cracker. He then creates 2 donut-shaped mochi pieces from the ground and forms them into giant rectangular arms which he controls remotely with his own arms. He then uses these giant arms to deliver a devastating strike to Luffy that manages to injure him in Gear 4. On Cacao Island, Pudding receives a call from Brule, who checks in on the cake and reveals that she has overheard the Straw Hat's plan. Outside of the factory, meanwhile, the citizens are shocked to see Pound approaching them. Pound wishes to enter and see his daughter Chiffon, but the citizens push him back due to Pudding's wishes. Brule tells Pudding that the Straw Hats are planning to reunite with Luffy on Cacao Island at 1 a.m., but they will have no luck in doing so as she reveals that Luffy is fighting Katakuri in the Miro world and will thus surely die. Even if the Straw Hats get to Cacao Island earlier, they will be intercepted by Oven's army which has just arrived. Oven is told by the Choco Police that he cannot enter the sweets factory, which he accepts, and he then spots Pound knocking on the door trying to get in. Oven recognizes his former stepfather and punches him, and Pound pleads his former stepson for mercy. However, Oven states that disposing of Pound is necessary, as Big Mom will be coming to Cacao Island and would not be happy to see him. Inside the factory, Pudding expresses worry to Sanji about Luffy going against the undefeated Katakuri, but Sanji only responds with confidence that Katakuri will take his first loss today as Luffy continues charging at the Sweet Commander. In the Miro world, Luffy is intent on beating Katakuri, but Katakuri matches Gear 4 with his Chikara Moki punches, and Luffy is once again unable to hit him at all. Katakuri binds Luffy with strands of mochi around his body and assaults him with tendrils of mochi from the ground. Luffy then finds himself overwhelmed as Katakuri creates several remote arms and is unable to dodge Chikara Moki for long as he is punched into the wall. On Cacao Island, Sanji reaffirms to Pudding that Luffy will beat Katakuri and their only job is to make the cake, which she resumes doing with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Amande, Mondi, and Effali arrive at Nuts Island after hearing about it being under threat from Big Mom. Amande watches as the cake-crazed Big Mom lands on the island and begins tearing apart buildings looking for the wedding cake, which horrifies her and Perospero. Back in the Miro world, Katakuri predicts that Gear 4 will soon wear off, which ends up greatly benefiting Luffy as he finds out and immediately starts running away. Katakuri transforms his entire body into mochi and slithers on the ground at a very fast speed right as Gear 4 wears off, and Luffy struggles to keep his distance from Katakuri as he now needs 10 minutes before he can use Haki again. Katakuri assaults Luffy with Chikara Mochi, and he struggles to dodge it. However, he then spots Brule around a corner and grows ecstatic as he grabs onto her and jumps through one of the mirrors. Katakuri is aghast that Brule left herself open to that and attempts to grab them before they escape, but is too late and ends up breaking the mirror instead. Luffy and Brule end up in a house on Nuts Island, and Luffy's plan to rest there for 10 minutes is cut short when the rampaging Big Mom tears the house apart. There, Luffy and Brule watch in shock as Big Mom tears apart Nuts Island while Perospero and Amamande try to stop her. On Whole Cake Island, Mont Dior receives a call from Custard to report that her ship has lost its pursuit of the fire tank pirates. Custard reveals that she has not gotten any signals from the territorial sea slugs, which shocks Mont Dior as he is facing the same issue with the Straw Hats' pursuit, and he wonders what has happened to them. On the Nostra Castello, Bege wonders why more Big Mom pirates are not pursuing them, and Vito points out that the territorial sea slugs do not seem to be operating and connecting with the crew's Denden Mushi as they normally would. Bege commands his crew to take the ship on the shortest route to Cacao Island, where they will pick up Chiffon. On the Sunny, the Straw Hats notice that they are not being pursued either, and Jinbe wonders if Aladdin and the Sun Pirates made it out safely. Back on Whole Cake Island, Mont Dior receives a report that the territorial sea slugs are nowhere to be found, much to his shock and anger. Deep in the ocean, the sea slugs have gathered around Charlotte Praline as she sings to entrance them and prevent them from doing their jobs, and Aladdin hopes that this will help Jinbe. In response to this turn of events, Mont Dior gathers up several Tarty fleets from all across Tato land, as well as the Queen Mama Chanter. The thousands of Big Mom pirates on these ships are ordered to find and pursue the Straw Hats, the Fire Tank Pirates, and the Sun Pirates. Back on Cacao Island, one of the WCI-31 is on the verge of death due to pure happiness from eating Sanji's completed Sim Sim whipped cream. Chiffon's chiffon cake and Pudding's chocolate icing are finished as well, and Sanji notes that they are making good time. He decides to bring the ingredients out to a ship and construct the cake while they sail toward the Sunny, and gets excited to deliver it to Big Mom. On Nuts Island, Perospero and Amande try to stop the rampaging Big Mom from destroying the island when Perospero sees Luffy and Brule right below him and Big Mom. He points Big Mom to Luffy, and she throws a large section of the peanut tower at the Straw Hat, forcing him to run away with Brule in tow. Perospero creates a candy wall, and Luffy tries to break it, but his Gear 3 punches are ineffective without Haki. Perospero surrounds Luffy with the candy wall as Amande appears behind him and attempts to cut him with Shirao, but Luffy dodges the strike and pulls himself and Brule over the wall, leaving Amande trapped. Perospero then transforms the wall into a slug moving toward Luffy, and Big Mom jumps on it as she demands her wedding cake from Luffy. The candy slug ends up causing even more devastation to Nuts Island, and Perospero and Big Mom lose sight of Luffy. Luffy runs through the street, intending to find somewhere to rest until he regains his Haki and resumes his fight against Katakuri. However, he accidentally drops Brule, and she hides inside a chunk of a fallen building, gleeful that Luffy will not find her. However, when Luffy calls her Branch, she inadvertently pops up to remind him of her name, causing him to recapture her and tie her up. With Brule on his back now, Luffy heads into a building and tries to jump through a mirror, but Charlotte Effely shoots it before he can. Effely shoots at Luffy, but his body bounces the bullets back at her, and he manages to lose her by pulling himself and Brule up to a roof. However, he is then confronted by Charlotte Mondi, who tries to attack him with her sword. Luffy responds by putting Brule in the path of her sword, preventing her from attacking him. Eventually, Mondi does unleash an attack, but Luffy dodges it, and it causes the building below him to collapse. Luffy resumes running down the street with Brule in tow, but Big Mom sees him and unleashes a devastating attack with Napoleon. On Cacao Island, Sanji takes glasses from a chef as he disguises himself in order to head out of the sweets factory. The wedding cake is brought out, and the citizens marvel at it and cheer for Pudding and Chiffon. Meanwhile, Pound looks at the procession from behind some foliage and is delighted when he sees his daughter Chiffon. Oven then arrives to stop the cake, wondering why Pudding is taking it out to sea when Big Mom is headed for Cacao Island. Pudding argues that she does not want to risk Big Mom damaging Cacao Island, and Oven agrees with this and allows her to proceed. However, he attacks Chiffon and throws her to the ground, intending to punish her for her role in Bege's treachery against Big Mom. Pudding wants to stop Oven, but Sanji says that she will make herself a traitor too if she does, although he is unsure how he can intervene either. Chiffon struggles to get up after her brother's attack, but she is intent on fulfilling her goal to let Nami and the Straw Hats escape safely, and she makes it clear to Oven that she will be going to finish the cake. In response, Oven grabs her by the neck and prepares to execute her, and Sanji realizes that he needs to do something. However, he then sees Pound charging toward Oven to free Chiffon, and Oven drops her to attack him. Sanji then seizes the opportunity to go and kick Oven in the face at high speed, right as he was about to clash with Pound. Oven is sent flying into a building, and Sanji brings Chiffon back to the cart. Pound wonders if he really sent Oven flying, but Oven knows he did not as he gets up and punches his former stepfather into a building. Pudding hides Chiffon under a blanket, but Oven then returns to the cart and quickly finds her. He prepares to burn Chiffon to death despite Pudding's pleas when he receives a call. One of the Big Mom pirates reports to him that they are chasing Bege and the Fire Tank pirates towards Cacao Island, which delights Oven. The Nostra Castello draws closer and closer to Cacao Island, with Bege coming right for Chiffon. On Nuts Island, Big Mom launches a devastating Ikoku attack at Luffy, but he manages to escape into a mirror with Brule just in time. He tries to rest in the mirror world, but Brule calls out to Katakuri to rescue her, causing him to find them. Katakuri reaches out to grab Brule, and just barely comes up short as Luffy manages to jump through another mirror. Mont Dior's group on Whole Cake Island then hears reports from different islands about Luffy being spotted, until finally Luffy and Brule make it to a house where they are all alone. Brule wonders why Luffy does not just escape to Cacao Island, revealing that the Big Mom pirates found out about his crew's plan. However, Luffy wants to fight Katakuri, and he realizes that observation haki can deplete just like armament haki can. However, rather than attempt to deplete Katakuri's haki, he instead remembers Rayleigh teaching him that haki grows stronger when one faces strong opponents, and he decides to strengthen his own haki against Katakuri until he reaches the Sweet Commander's level. On Cacao Island, Oven contacts Bege as the Nostra Castello continues heading for the island while under heavy pursuit from the Tardis. Oven tells Bege to stand down or else he will kill Chiffon, but Chiffon tells her husband and crew to leave her, thanking them for being her only true family. Oven responds by attacking her, and the Fire Tank pirates are distressed as they hear her cries through the Den Den Mushi. Bege agrees to meet Oven at the coast, and he calms down Pez as Oven cockily tells Chiffon that this will be the last time she sees her new family. However, Bege shoots an explosive shot that hits Oven square in the face, sending him flying off the cart carrying the cake, and he tells Pez that this is his way of life as his crew cheers and Chiffon weeps in joy. Meanwhile, the Sunny crew finds themselves pursued by the Big Mom pirates. The crew rushes to man their battle stations and Chopper looks around for Carrot. He finds her on the crow's nest and struggles to get her attention as she is transfixed on the sky. She then asks him if there will be a full moon tonight. Back on Cacao Island, Sanji is ready to go along with whatever Bege has planned, but wonders what he will do next as the Nostra Castello is surrounded by Tartese and is still heading for the coast at full speed, with the Big Mom pirates waiting to meet him there. At the same time, Oven pulls himself up and begins to heat up in a fit of rage. He and his crew brace themselves to attack, but to their surprise, the Nostra Castello speeds up until it hits the coast. Bin reveals that it is an amphibious ship that can travel on land, and its tank treads take it up onto the island, where it rolls toward Chiffon's group. As the Fire Tank pirates gun down the Big Mom pirates, Bege tells Chiffon's group to bring the cake on board, which scares them since they have no idea how to do that. However, Sanji responds by kicking the cart up into the air, and he tells Bege to make room for it to land on the ship. Katakuri continues to stand in solitude in the Mirror World, noting that 10 minutes have passed since Luffy left. He begins to expect that Luffy will not return, but to his surprise he then sees the pirate approaching him. Activating his armament haki, Luffy charges toward Katakuri and resumes attacking him. The start of the battle goes as it did before, with Luffy being unable to hit Katakuri and getting punished for it. Katakuri asks Luffy why he did not run away, saying there is no shame in running away from him, but Luffy's fighting spirit does not waver. Meanwhile, the Nostra Castello continues rolling through Cacao Island. Sanji successfully gets the wedding cake ingredients onto the ship, and Bege frees the seal pulling the cart before he, Pez, and his crew reunite with Chiffon. Oven stands the way of the Nostra Castello, intending to get back at Bege and stop it, but he is easily run over. Pez then grows happy as he notices his grandfather Pound waving at him and Chiffon from nearby, and Pound is happy to see his daughter and grandson, although Chiffon does not know who he is. Bege decides to cut through Chocolat Town to leave the island from the southeast coast, and Pudding allows him to do that, saying the chocolate houses they destroy can be rebuilt. The Nostra Castello rolls through the town, and the Fire Tank pirates engage in a firefight with the Big Mom pirates. The Big Mom pirates are prevented from using heavy artillery in order to protect the wedding cake, and the Nostra Castello makes it back to the ocean and sets sail for the Thousand Sunny. Sanji thanks Bege for rescuing them, but Bege replies that he had no intention of saving him. The pirates and chefs then notice that the temperature is rising as the ocean starts to boil and fish begin to die. They look toward Cacao Island and see Oven heating the water with his devil fruit, and everyone worries as the increase in temperature threatens to ruin the cake ingredients. The boiling ocean also damages the ship, preventing its treads from rolling. However, Pound then rushes in and hits Oven in the head with a club. The blow only angers Oven, but it does cause him to pull his body out of the water as he angrily turns to confront his former stepfather. As he tries interceding with Oven, Pound sees Chiffon and Pez again, who are happy with their new family in the fire tank pirates. Pound regrets not being able to be a part of Chiffon's life, remembering 26 years ago when Big Mom exiled him right after she and Lola were born, not even allowing him to hold them. He hopes that Chiffon did not have a hard life, being unaware of the abuse Big Mom gave her due to her resemblance to Lola. He then shouts at Chiffon to congratulate her on her marriage right as Oven strikes him from behind with a flaming blade, and Pez starts crying as Chiffon wonders what the shout was about. In the Miro world, Katakuri wonders why Luffy chose to face death by returning to confront him again, asking if he intended to subordinate himself to the Big Mom pirates. Luffy attempts to strike Katakuri as he states that he came to beat the Sweet Commander, and Katakuri says that that is not an option as he dodges all the attacks and prepares to respond with his own attack. Katakuri overpowers Luffy in their clash and creates Mochi arms with Muso donuts again. Remembering Rayleigh's teaching about how haki grows stronger when one faces stronger opponents, Luffy attempts to concentrate and predict Katakuri's attack. However, he is hit head-on by the Mochi arms and slammed into the wall. Katakuri begins to grow exasperated with Luffy, whom he repeatedly states will never be able to beat him, despite Luffy's unwavering drive. Out at sea, the Sunny crew is confronted by Daifuku's fleet while being chased by Big Mom and Bavaroi's fleet, causing them to be surrounded. Bavarois finds out that a fleet led by Smoothie, who is accompanied by Citron and Cinnamon, has come to back the Big Mom pirates up as well. The Sunny crew finds out that Daifuku is the one who has arrived, and he contacts Perospero to ask for permission to shoot down the Sunny. Perospero grants it, knowing that Big Mom will go to Cacao Island and eat Pudding's cake. He then notices that Big Mom is becoming thinner. Daifuku gets his fleet into position and orders his subordinates to shoot non-living cannonballs due to Big Mom making the cannonball homies unstable. He then waits for the Sunny to get into firing range, and the Sunny crew decides to continue moving forward, preparing to fight. Carrot looks at the moon, and she remembers Pedro telling her that everyone's time will come someday. She then tells the crew to leave the fleet to her, stating that she will use the power of the full moon. Jinbe asks her if she can control Salong, and she confirms this, saying Pedro taught her. Carrot then gazes at the full moon and activates Salong, causing her hair and fur to grow longer and her eyes to turn red as she gains a feral yet regal image. Daifuku's crew notices Carrot and are shocked as they recognize Salong, and the Straw Hats are equally captivated. Carrot then leaps down toward the ocean, but to the Straw Hats' surprise, she is able to fly over the water toward Daifuku's fleet. Landing on Daifuku's ship, she overwhelms his crew with her speed and takes several of them out at a time with powerful electro blasts. Daifuku asserts that she will not stop his fleet from taking out the Sunny, but in the blink of an eye, Carrot rips off the helm of his ship, leaving Daifuku aghast as his ship loses control. Carrot then leaps toward one of the Tarties as Daifuku summons his genie to attack her. However, Carrot dodges the genie's strike, which slices several Tarties in half as collateral damage. Daifuku's subordinates call out in desperation as his genie continues to attack Carrot, missing every time and causing more damage to the fleet. The Straw Hats watch Carrot's performance in awe, and Nami realizes that this is the Minx trump card that Inuarashi mentioned on Zoo. Jinbe reveals that by gazing at the full moon, the Minx lose control of their senses and become more feral and dangerous. However, due to this lack of control, Salong is a very dangerous ability as the Minx can tire themselves out to the point of death within hours if they are unable to deactivate it. Brooke then prepares to go and provide backup to Carrot and runs on the water toward Daifuku's fleet. Bavaroi's fleet then comes within striking range of the Sunny and begins firing at it, forcing the remaining crew to defend against it. Luffy charges toward him once again and tries to attack, but Katakuri dodges everything Luffy throws at him and successfully counterattacks. He then creates several Muso donuts and assaults Luffy with many Chikara Mochi punches. Luffy does his best to dodge most of them, but is eventually caught and punched into the wall. Katakuri is then surprised as he foresees what Luffy's plan is, and Luffy concentrates in order to utilize his strengthening Haki. Meanwhile, as Bavaroi's fleet continues pursuing the Thousand Sunny, Perospero and Bavarois become worried as Big Mom grows thinner and weaker, resulting in her falling to her knees and panting. Perospero states that Big Mom's hunger cravings have never lasted this long before, and what will happen to her next is completely unknown. Big Mom calls for Zeus and Prometheus, with Napoleon sending a signal to them. The two homies receive this signal and race through the air to rejoin Big Mom, with Prometheus reprimanding Zeus for letting Nami use him against their creator and crew. Bavarois then reports to Perospero that Pudding's wedding cake has come out to sea, but Perospero is horrified to find out that it is on Bege's ship, and he panics as he can no longer trust that the cake will help them. On the Nostra Castello, Sanji oversees the addition of the icing on the cake when Bege's men bring him some poison to put in the cake. Sanji immediately kicks the poison overboard, causing him to get into an argument with Bege, who views the cake as a great opportunity to assassinate Big Mom. However, Sanji responds that he will feed anyone who wants food and do nothing more. Bege counters that keeping Big Mom alive is foolish, but Sanji then sticks a spoon of cream into his mouth. The sweetness of the cream causes Bege to collapse, which causes his crew to confront Sanji, but they back off when they see their captain is on the verge of dying from happiness. The smell of the cake becomes so great that a few chefs start to pass out, and Pudding swoons over Sanji's ability. Meanwhile, Carrot flies from ship to ship while in Sulong form, tearing off their helms and rendering them uncontrollable. She is aided by Daifuku's genie, which destroys Daifuku's own ships in its attempts to attack her, and eventually Daifuku's entire fleet is disabled. Brooke then reaches the fleet and puts Daifuku's men to sleep. Carrot grows exhausted as the transformation takes its toll on her and is faced with the oncoming blade of Daifuku's genie. However, Brooke manages to pull her away just in time, and he returns to the water as he carries Carrot back to the Sunny. Carrot reveals that she can transform back into her normal self by covering her eyes, and she is given a hero's welcome upon her return to the Sunny. As she is brought below deck to rest, the Sunny goes full steam ahead with Daifuku's fleet no longer in front of it.
However, Zeus and Prometheus then return to Big Mom, and she jumps onto Zeus with agility that Perospero and Bavarois have never seen before. Big Mom has Napoleon transform into a sword, and Prometheus ignites her hair as she flies toward the Sunny and jumps on it. Wanting to find her wedding cake, she rips open part of the upper deck, and the straw hats stare at her in terror as Jinbe tells them to prepare to abandon the Sunny. Inside the mirror world, Katakuri continues attacking Luffy as the latter tries to predict Katakuri's next move. Luffy states that he cannot quite see the future, but Katakuri can.
At the Thousand Sunny, Big Mom asks where the cake is. Jinbe tells her that it is not on the ship, but Big Mom disagrees, saying that her son would not lie, and if he did, she would have to kill him. Perospero panics as he realizes she has remembered. Big Mom then uses her Karnak attack. Jinbe blocks the attack for a while before he is sent flying. Big Mom attacks the ship, and Nami notices she is destroying the room that Carrot is in. She tries to stop Big Mom, but she attacks her. Luckily, Chopper stops her with guard point, and Big Mom states that she will add Chopper and Brooke to her collection after she has eaten. The sail catches fire from Prometheus. Jinbe returns and puts out the fire with a sea current. He then hits Big Mom in the stomach with a fishman karate move, knocking her off the ship, but Zeus saves her. Jinbe orders the crew to speed up, but Big Mom catches up again and Nami tries to tempt Zeus. Zeus is briefly enticed, but then shouts at her saying that the same trick will not work twice before trying to electrocute her. Chopper cries out, and then Brooke walks out of the lightning, saying that he does not have any flesh, so it does not affect him. He then asks to see Big Mom's panties, and everybody looks shocked. Suddenly, Brooke jumps up and does Yahatsu Giri on Zeus. Nami then discharges Zeus, and Big Mom is electrocuted. Mirrors are shown breaking on Weed Island, and citizens are getting scared that if the battle continues longer, there will be no mirrors left on the island, before switching to the battle itself. Katakuri continues to overwhelm Luffy, but Luffy is not giving up.
Back on Whole Cake Island, Mont Dior and Niwatori are shown talking about how long the fight has been going on, showing the time as 9:30 p.m., which is 6.5 hours since the start of the fight. Stussy and Morgans come into view, with Morgans saying how it would be big news if the Straw Hats got away. Stussy then reveals that it was the Tama Tobacco that destroyed the chateau.
After capturing Zeus, Nami tells him to serve under her or die. Zeus accepts the former option. Back with Katakuri and Luffy, Katakuri is battering Luffy. Then we are introduced to a new character, Charlotte Flampy, who admires her older brother. She boasts about how she won the Best Younger Sister award and how she wants Katakuri's affection. She and her subordinates try to kill Luffy, but her sniper can't get a clear shot. As a response to this, she stabs him in the head with a fork, showing how she still carries a spoiled attitude at the age of 15.
Luffy manages to predict Katakuri's attack and counter it, which surprises Katakuri as he realizes that Luffy's observation Heikyi is developing. However, Katakuri manages to lay more hits on Luffy after this, and as Luffy attempts to see whether Katakuri will attack with Magura or his mochi donuts next, Katakuri notes that Luffy's precognition is not as developed as his own and attacks with both. Luffy does his best to dodge the attacks, but his fatigue begins catching up with him, and despite occasional good moves, he continues to be overwhelmed. Luffy eventually ends up lying on the ground, and Katakuri tells him not to get up, saying that the Big Mom pirates had heard about his plan to meet with his crew on Cacao Island and are lying in wait for him there if he somehow manages to emerge from this. However, to Katakuri's surprise, Luffy does not see this as a problem. As the two of them continue fighting, Flampy believes the fight will finish soon as she aims at the unsuspecting Luffy with her blowgun.
On the Nostra Castello, one of the chefs reveals that he neglected to add frosting roses to the top of the wedding cake, and could not do so now that the cake was otherwise complete. The chefs begin to panic, but Sanji then steps in and offers to it. Using Skywalk, he flies to the top of the cake and adds the frosting roses perfectly, causing Pudding, Chiffon, and the chefs to celebrate. With the cake now completed, Sanji looks forward to seeing his crew again, but Pudding's sadistic side comes out and suggests that the crew might already have been killed, much to the horror of her more pleasant personality when she is reprimanded by Chiffon. Chiffon and the chefs then collapse from exhaustion, and Bege looks forward to Big Mom eating the cake, saying there is no need to poison it as he hopes that Big Mom will die from its deliciousness. Meanwhile, Big Mom catches back up to the Sunny as she flies on Prometheus. Chopper activates Monster Point to deal with her, but is quickly overwhelmed and injured by Big Mom's sword strikes with Napoleon. Prometheus breathes fire at the Sunny, forcing both Nami and Brooke to work to stop the oncoming flames. The Sunny crew refuses to go down without a fight, but Prometheus then expands massively, causing him to torch the Sunny with his heat, and Jinbe says that the Sun Homie is too big to stop with seawater. All Chopper can do is try to coerce Big Mom to come back down so he can pull her with him into the ocean, but Nami then notices the Nostra Castello approaching, and Big Mom catches the scent of the wedding cake. The Sunny crew rejoices as she heads toward it, and Bege prepares to lure her toward him. Sanji agrees that he can do whatever he likes to her after she eats the cake, and he prepares to head to the Sunny with Pudding on Ribian. Pudding bids farewell to Chiffon, and is happy to see her sister living happily with people she loves. Chiffon tells Pudding to not lose the source of her happiness, causing Pudding to become tense as she looks at Sanji. She and Sanji then fly off toward the Sunny, with Ribian going fast enough to avoid detection. Sanji reunites with his crewmates immediately after reaching the Sunny and wonders where Carrot and Pedro are, to which Brooke lies that they are both resting below deck. Meanwhile, Prospero notes that this situation is intended to split up the Big Mom pirates. He looks at the cake and gets worried about it, knowing that Big Mom needs to eat it to save everyone from her rampage, but also knowing they will all be in danger if the cake turns out to be poisoned and kills her. He then receives a call from Bege as the Sunny crew begins to head out to Cacao Island. Luffy continues fighting Katakuri in the Miro world, and Katakuri's sister Flamp looks on as she prepares to shoot Luffy with her blowgun. Luffy keeps attempting to strengthen his observation haki and foresee Katakuri's attacks, and although he is not on Katakuri's level yet and continues getting pummeled as a result, he is developing it very rapidly. Katakuri recognizes this, and as he realizes he needs to finish Luffy off quickly, Flamp successfully shoots Luffy in the leg with a blow dart. The dart causes Luffy's leg to numb, rendering him unable to dodge as Katakuri attacks him with Mokitsuki, which results in Magura dealing a gruesome wound to his side. Katakuri expresses his disappointment in Luffy while Flamp laughs in secrecy, and although Luffy manages to get back up, he is utterly overpowered by Katakuri's kick. Flamp delights in what she did, imagining that Katakuri will be proud of her afterwards, and think of her as his favorite little sister. Luffy tries to dodge further strikes from Magura, but is unable to get back in the fight as Katakuri pummels him with multiple Maki fists created from Muso donuts, leaving him unmoving in a crater on the ground. On Whole Cake Island, Mont Dior expresses his disbelief that the Whole Cake Chateau's collapse was the Straw Hats' doing, and Count Niwatari says that if they are this good at planning, they might pull off something unexpected. Swearing to not let that happen, Mont Dior contacts the Tartes, telling all of them to go to Kao Island and bring an end to the Straw Hats out at sea. Bege calls Perospero, and the former says that they will put an end to Big Mom's hunger pangs with the cake, pointing out that Pudding made it. Perospero is still suspicious that the Fire Tank pirates will try to assassinate Big Mom again, and tells Bavarois that their fleet will pursue Big Mom and Bege, while Smoothie's fleet continues pursuing the Straw Hats. Perospero contacts Smoothie to tell her about this plan, saying that her fleet should sink the Straw Hats before they reach Cacao Island. Smoothie, her sisters Citron and Cinnamon, and her subordinates then prepare to attack. While sailing away from Big Mom, Bege says that he cares more about escaping than assassinating Big Mom. But Chiffon reminds him they have a debt to pay to the Straw Hats and so need to keep them safe from Big Mom. Meanwhile, the Sunny crew finds out from Sanji that the Big Mom pirates know about their plan to go to Kao Island, and although they are on track to get there in time, their situation is made worse as Smoothie's ship comes and confronts them. However, Sanji gets an idea to rescue Luffy from the Big Mom pirates' assured lockdown of the island. On Cacao Island, Scores of tart ships arrive to besiege it. The people who arrive are skeptical that this much force is necessary, and some do not even believe Luffy escaped Katakuri and the Miro world. But Oven points them to Mont d'Or, who tells them via Den Mushi about the Straw Hat's responsibility for destroying the chateau. Oven tells his crew to destroy every mirror on Cacao Island, so that if Luffy arrives, he will come from the lone mirror remaining right in front of them. The people are reluctant to destroy their valuable mirrors, but Oven says they can throw them into water, threatening to kill the families of anyone who does not comply. Back in the Miro world, Katakuri stands over the unmoving Luffy, lamenting at how the pirate had faltered right as he was starting to respect him. Luffy is still alive, however, and remembers training his observation haki with Silver's Rayleigh. A blindfolded Luffy had celebrated dodging one of Rayleigh's strikes, saying it felt like he had imagined the attack coming. Rayleigh replied that observation haki is an extension of the imagination, but Luffy needed to develop it to become instinctual. Luffy then wakes up and pulls himself up, much to Katakuri and Flamp's surprise. Flamp attempts to attack Luffy again, shooting a numbing needle 10 times as strong as the last one. Luffy manages to see it coming and dodge it, but ends up falling over afterwards, causing Flamp and her subordinates to laugh uncontrollably. Despite their attempts to subdue it, Katakuri ends up overhearing them and begins to realize that he and Luffy are not alone. Flamp and her subordinates continue laughing as Luffy weakly tries to get up after being utterly pummeled by Katori, to the point where they do not even attempt to conceal themselves anymore. Katakuri notices Flamp's group, and then realizes that she assisted him in injuring Luffy. He walks toward her, and as she imagines him praising her for what she did, Katakuri in reality is angry at her interference, thinking that it would make his victory cheap. Katakuri reaches Flamp and proceeds to stab himself with Magura in the same place he struck Luffy, which horrifies Flamp as a little of his blood lands on her face. Katakuri then removes his scarf and shouts at his sister to not patronize him and Luffy and interfere in their fight. Flamp's shock quickly turns into derision as she mocks her brother for his display of weakness as well as his mouth, comparing it to a pelican eel's. Her subordinates get in on the mockery, and they decide to expose his appearance to the rest of Tado land to make everyone lose their respect for him. Although he remembers being bullied and receiving the exact same insults for his mouth as a child, Katakuri simply turns around and heads back to Luffy without saying a word as Flamp's group continues jeering and takes pictures of him. Katakuri then confronts Luffy again, and the two of them agree that the people on the sidelines are annoying as Flamp threatens to shoot both of them with her blowgun. They then each unleash their Supreme King Haki, causing Flamp and her subordinates to be knocked out. Meanwhile, the fire tank pirates worry about Big Mom being in hot pursuit of their ships, but Bege is confident that they can outrun her, especially since they have nearly reached Liquor Island. However, Chiffon then says that they cannot go there, as it is too close to Cacao Island and would give Big Mom time to get there before the Straw Hats manage to escape. Chiffon says they should go on to Funwari Island instead, and with her intent on repaying her debt to the Straw Hats, even if it costs her her life. Bege agrees to his wife's request and changes course to Funwari Island, much to the horror of his crew. Elsewhere, Sanji and Pudding depart for Cacao Island on Rabian, and Carrot comes out after waking up from her sleep. However, her talk with the Sunny crew is cut short as Smoothie unleashes a blast of water at the ship, forcing Jinbe to steer it out of harm's way. By stabbing her subordinates, Smoothie absorbs the liquid inside them and becomes much bigger. Despite the pleas by her sisters, she is intent on sinking the Sunny, and the Sunny crew goes to the crow's nest to help Jinbe dodge her water blasts. Jinbe manages to use his skills to dodge them all, annoying Smoothie. Back in the Miro world, Katakuri removes his vest as he prepares to fight Luffy again. He apologizes for Flamp's intrusion, but Luffy does not pay much mind to it since to him, pirate fights are rarely fair. Katakuri then says that he no longer considers Luffy to be below him, which Luffy likes hearing as the two of them charge at each other. Katakuri lands the first blow on Luffy, but Luffy keeps himself steady before using observation haki to land a blow square on Katakuri's face. Luffy and Katakuri continue fighting. Each tries to gain an advantage as they work to overcome the other's attacks, and Luffy, with his observation haki at a level higher than ever before, is ultimately able to foresee Katakuri's attacks as well, and perfectly match the Sweet Commander's attacks. Katakuri manages to get the upper hand briefly by using Kuri Mochi to rapidly shoot Moki spikes, but as the two clash again, Luffy remembers his training on Rusukaina. He had difficulty dodging Rayleigh's haki-imbued stick swings while blindfolded in order to train his observation haki, and Rayleigh told him he could not eat until he had dodged 100 times. Night fell, and as Luffy lay hungry on the ground, some of the animals he tamed tried to bring him food, but he turned them down. However, he asked them to help him with his training, and they brought several other animals to attack him and develop his haki. A giant, enraged lion then appeared, and Luffy initially had trouble dealing with it, but got close to it and realized something was hurting it. After the lion collapsed, Luffy found a stick lodged in its body and pulled it out. Rayleigh then came back and resumed Luffy's training, and Luffy successfully dodged 100 blows, even the last one when Rayleigh attempted to hide his presence completely, which Luffy had been able to sense because he felt his mentor smile. Back in the present, Katakuri slams Luffy into the ground with a Moki fist and creates several Muzo donuts. Luffy then remembers eating with Rayleigh after completing his hockey training. Rayleigh noted that Luffy seemed to possess an unusual gift to be able to sense the emotions of people and animals. He then told Luffy that a few strong people in the world had advanced enough observation hockey that they could see a bit into the future, and asked Luffy how he would deal with them. Luffy replied that it would depend on their personality, and Rayleigh was intrigued by the answer as he and Luffy went to the next stage of training. In the present, Luffy is able to visualize Katakuri's next move and is able to perfectly dodge the barrage of mochi punches. Katakuri shifts his attack and is able to overpower Luffy, but Luffy comes right back and lands some hits on the sweet commander. Katakuri uses Yakimochi to shoot his hockey-hardened Moki fist out, and the fist sends Luffy rocketing all the way through one of the Mirror World's formations. Luffy gets back up, however, and the two of them exchange blows over and over again until they are both left panting. With neither of them defeated, however, Luffy and Katakuri resume fighting right away. Meanwhile, Sanji and Pudding fly to Cacao Island, and Pudding's sadistic side is heavily conflicted about her close proximity to Sanji. Sanji makes preparations to get onto the island and rescue Luffy without being seen, and on Cacao Island, several of Oven's brothers and sisters arrive to join his cause. His army now numbers in the thousands and includes former Sweet Commander Snack, which causes some of the members to deride the excessive force. With slightly less than an hour to go before the Straw Hats' rendezvous time, Katakuri stands over a downed Luffy, and as Luffy gets up once again, the two of them anticipate the rapidly approaching end of their fight. Luffy decides to end it by activating a new form of Gear 4, Snake Man. During his training on Rusukaina, Luffy had shown the abilities of his Boundman form to Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh questioned how effective it was as he hit Luffy with great speed and used his observation haki to dodge Luffy's attacks. Upon entering Snakeman in the present, Luffy throws a punch straight at Katakuri, who dodges it and is confused about why Luffy seemingly initiated a simple attack. However, the punch then comes and hits Katakuri in the side. Katakuri suffers from some more of these attacks before being able to realize that Luffy is rapidly changing the direction of his punches. When Luffy throws another attack at him, Katakuri is able to read it and attempts to block it, but is ultimately blasted away into a wall as the punch gained momentum the longer it was being thrown. Luffy then assaults Katakuri with rapid punches, but Katakuri transforms into Moki and avoids them as he rolls toward Luffy in a donut-like shape. Upon reaching Luffy, Katakuri transforms back into his human body as he turns one of his arms into a massive spiked Moki club imbued with flaming armament haki, and he slams the club into Luffy in a move called Zangiri Moki. In addition to being injured, Luffy becomes stuck to the club, and Katakuri spins it around rapidly before slamming it into the ground, leaving Luffy at the bottom of a large crater. Meanwhile, Sanji and Pudding draw very close to Cacao Island on Rabian. Sanji orders Rabian to suddenly stop, causing Pudding to almost fly off, but Sanji grabs her. He and Pudding then look through binoculars at the fleet and army gathered on and around the island, noting that there is enough military power to destroy it. They try to think of a way to get Ino without being detected, and decide to have Rabian quickly fly low to the ocean to get past everyone's radar. Nitro binds Sanji and Pudding to Rabian to prevent them from falling off, and Pudding becomes infatuated with the idea of holding hands with Sanji. Rabian flies very low to the water, preventing anyone on the ships from seeing them, and they successfully make it into the town. Back in the Mirror World, Katakuri tells Luffy that any attack the Straw Hat tries to get through to him will only be met with brutal punches from him in response, knowing that Luffy can still hear him. Luffy then gets several random thoughts off his chest before leaping out of the hole. Luffy resumes attacking Katakuri, who meets his punches with Moki-infused fists, and the two deliver powerful hits to each other, culminating in Luffy hitting Katakuri square with Gomu Gomu no Jet Culverin while Katakuri hits him with Yakimochi. Luffy then unleashes his next attack. A rapid-fire punching move called Gomu Gomu no Black Mamba. Katakuri is initially hit by it, but recovers and manages to dodge it as he moves toward Luffy and kicks him with the spike on his boot, sending him crashing into the wall. Luffy and Katakuri then say that this next exchange of attacks will be their last. Sometime in the past, Rayleigh went to Shaki's rip-off bar, and Shaki wondered how Luffy was doing. She recalled Rayleigh saying that only those who live in the present could shape a new epoch. And Rayleigh reflected on this as he hoped for Luffy to surpass his Captain Roger back in the present. Katakuri transforms into a Moki donut as he prepares to unleash Zangiri Moki again, while Luffy moves his arm around his body and enlarges it in a move called Gomu Gomu no King Cobra. Both attacks hit their mark, resulting in a tremendous clash that rumbles through the Mirror World. Right as Luffy and Katakuri hit each other with their final blows, Brooke manages to free herself from her rope bindings. To keep Luffy from escaping the mirror world, she decides to run off and join Oven's group on Cacao Island. At 12:28 a.m., Oven's army waits for activity to happen, and Nushai ponders the possibility of Luffy beating Katakuri. Oven and several other siblings admonish him, refusing to believe Katakuri could be beaten. However, they do think that Luffy could capture Brooke and run away from Katakuri when his crew arrives at 1 a.m., and so are waiting to ambush him. In a nearby alleyway, a hidden Sanji observes the army's movements, saying he will need to move as soon as Luffy comes out of the mirror for them to have a collar. He tells Pudding that this will be their farewell, and remarks how they met in an odd way. He remembers his experiences with Pudding, from seeing a picture of her for the first time, to resigning himself to marriage with her, to acting through the marriage ceremony in preparation for her attempting to assassinate him, and finally to making the second wedding cake together. Sanji reaches out for Pudding to come to him, and her violent personality briefly manifests and rejects him, causing her kind personality to become distraught. Sanji remarks that even though Pudding started out as his enemy, and had once planned to assassinate him, he is still glad she was his fiancée, causing her to burst into tears. After calming down, Pudding asks Sanji for one last favor, and she plucks his cigarette out of his mouth before moving in closer to him. At 12:37 a.m., Luffy and Katakuri's attacks retract, and the ground falls out from underneath Luffy as Snakeman deactivates, leaving him incapacitated at the bottom of a sinkhole. Katakuri stays on his feet for a few seconds longer, and says that he will not lose, but ultimately loses consciousness as well and falls forward. On Whole Cake Island at 12:40, Morgans notes that the Straw Hats still have not been caught and remarks that their ever likelier escape will be a big headline. Mont D or quiets him, saying that the Big Mom pirates have put aside their pride and have gathered thousands of their forces to take down the Straw Hats. He says that once the Straw Hats are caught, they will be beheaded to serve as an example, and Stussy remarks about his brutality. At 12:43, Big Mom and Prometheus have gotten close enough to the Nostra Castello to start burning its sails, and the fire tank pirates beg Bege to dispose of the cake and flee. However, Bege says that they all came from different places, and now is the time to remain steadfast and die together if necessary. And Chiffon is able to see their destination Funware Island coming into view. At 12:45, Smoothie's fleet has stopped attacking the Thousand Sunny, but Jinbe says they will likely resume once the Straw Hats become involved with the occupation on Cacao Island. Brooke tries to negotiate with Smoothie, but fails. Nami says that they will make it to Cacao Island at 1 a.m. on time, but worries that Luffy will not, noting that he will have to use Brooke to escape from the Mirror world. However, she and the crew continue to believe in him. At 12:47, Luffy pulls himself out of the sinkhole and struggles to walk as he heads for Brooke. Katakuri then stands up in front of him and asks Luffy if he will come back and take down Big Mom. Luffy affirms this, declaring that he will become the Pirate King. And Katakuri remarks that he is seeing a ways into the future. The sweet commander then falls on his back, defeated, and Luffy puts the hat he received from the fire tank pirates over his face to cover his mouth. Luffy then goes to where he left Brooke, only to see that she is gone. However, he then overhears her wailing over Katakuri's defeat and comes face to face with Peckhams, who has disguised himself as Nazams and captured Brooke. After realizing Luffy knows who he is, Peckham says that he is going to help him escape to honor the wishes of Pedro's sacrifice, and carries him and Brooke toward the Soul Mirror to the island. At 12:50, the Straw Hats are very close to Cacao Island, and remark how well defended it is. With the minutes ticking down until 1:00, Oven has his army prepare their weapons for the ambush. A man stationed on one of the Big Mom pirates' ships surrounding Cacao Island sees the Thousand Sunny approaching and shouts the news to his crewmates around him. The Sunny crew marvels at the massive force gathered on Cacao Island as they continue to be pursued by Smoothie's fleet, which intends on using the fleet around Cacao Island to trap the Sunny onto land. Oven's army is on high alert for Luffy, the lava, to emerge from the mirror in front of them, and Sanji impatiently waits for Luffy. In the mirror world, Peckhams tells Luffy about how he can activate his Sulong form by staring at the full moon, and says he will do this on Cacao Island to rampage and distract Oven's army. He reveals that nobody can bring him to his senses except for the now deceased Pedro, but is intent on honoring Pedro's memory by helping Luffy escape. Brooke says that Peckhams and Luffy will be overwhelmed by Oven's army even if Peckhams activates Sulong, but Peckhams ignores her as he carries her and Luffy toward the lone mirror on Cacao Island. As the clock strikes 1 a.m., Peckhams emerges from the mirror holding Brooke, with Luffy nowhere in sight. The members of Oven's army are extremely confused, and Peckhams holds Brooke at gunpoint to keep them at bay while he gazes at the full moon and transforms into a massive, wild beast. However, Oven lights Peckham's gun on fire to get him to drop it before punching the mink, resulting in Luffy being outed from under Peckham's costume. Some of the Charlotte decuplets attack Luffy, and he dodges their strikes by jumping over a building, but Raisin leaps up to him and prepares to strike him with his sword. Sanji then comes and kicks Raisin into a building, and the Big Mom pirates watch in shock as Sanji carries Luffy through the air. Sanji asks Luffy if he beat Katakuri, which Luffy confirms. The decuplet males then use Geppo to confront Sanji and Luffy in the air, but as Sanji attempts to dodge their strikes, Peckham's unleashes the power of his Sulong and takes out all of the decuplets. However, in his feral rage, Peckham's ends up attacking Sanji and Luffy as well, but as they look at him after being sent crashing into a roof, he hears Pedro's voice calling out to him, causing him to regain his senses. Peckham's tells Sanji to take Luffy to safety, and the lion mink returns to the ground and resumes attacking Oven's army. However, several of them impale him with spears as Oven orders them to shield his eyes from the full moon, bringing his rampage to an end. Sanji looks back in worry over Peckham's, but his distraction allows Ewan to smash him and Luffy into the ground. The Big Mom pirates then surround Sanji and Luffy and prepare to shoot them, but their attention is quickly diverted by the Germa kingdom arriving and attacking their fleet. Ichiji, Niji, Yanji, and Reiju then don their raid suits and fly toward the island, and they shield Sanji and Luffy from the Big Mom pirates' bullets. Sanji wonders what they are doing here, and Ikiji replies that they wanted to give the Big Mom pirates a crushing blow like the group had given to them at the tea party. With Ikiji, Niji, Yanji, and Reiju between them and their targets Sanji and Luffy, the Big Mom pirates open fire on the Vinsmokes siblings. However, the bullets harmlessly bounce off of them, and Ikiji tells Sanji to take Luffy off the island, with the Vinsmokes claiming the Big Mom pirates as their prey. Oven wonders how they are here, having heard that they were defeated by Nustrut's army. The Vinsmokes reveal that they defeated the army and tossed them all into the water, stunning Oven's army as well as Mont Dior and Miwatori, who are overhearing the exchange through Den Den Mushi. The latter two start panicking, wondering who had called them to falsely proclaim their victory over Germa and unsuccessfully trying to contact Nustrut's army. Spurred on by his siblings, Sanji breaks off toward the coast with Luffy and uses Skywalk to take to the air. Some of the Charlotte decuplets fire torpedoes at them, but Ikiji, Niji, and Yanji combine their strength to destroy the projectiles. The tarts surrounding Cacao Island find themselves under attack by Judge and the Germa Kingdom fleet, and the pirates on Smoothie's ship wonder if they should go help them. However, Smoothie sticks to pursuing the Thousand Sunny, and her crew is joined by Daifuku. On the Sunny, Nami wonders if Germa are their allies or enemies, and the crew is contacted by Sanji being unable to get closer to Cacao Island. The crew is tasked by Sanji with staying around the harbor until he can get to them. Alvin's army chases after Sanji and Luffy, and Broly is intent that they succeed, revealing to everyone in tears that Luffy had beaten the once undefeated Katakuri. This revelation leaves everyone in the army completely aghast, and this shock eventually turns to anger as the Big Mom pirates seek to avenge their crewmate and brother. Sanji works to avoid their relentless attacks, but is shot in the arm, and an enraged Oven charges ahead and attacks Sanji and Luffy with a flaming Naginata. However, Ichiji then comes in and hits Oven and several other Big Mom pirates with explosive blasts, and he tells Sanji to keep going. Remembering how his brothers attacked him for being weak, Sanji keeps going as Oven's crewmates check on him. Sanji takes to the air again and is confronted by Ewan, but before Ewan can attack with his staff again, Yanji comes in and destroys it before grabbing Ewan and extending his arm to swing the pirate through several buildings, defeating him. One member of the army then shoots a missile at Sanji and Luffy, but Niji comes in and speeds them away, striking down several Big Mom pirates with his electricity-imbued sword in the process. After making it out of the town, Niji throws Sanji and Luffy toward the ocean, sending them flying away at a high speed. As Sanji and Luffy fly over the blockade fleet, Brownie tells his men to shoot at them, but they are promptly attacked by Reiju, who uses her poison abilities to take them down and shield Sanji and Luffy from their attacks. She then joins them in midair and tells Sanji to hold on tight to Luffy, remembering how she freed him from the Germa Kingdom and told him to find people who would appreciate him and his kindness. Sanji and Luffy make it out to sea as the Vinsmokes continue fighting the Big Mom pirates, and the Sunny crew gets excited as the two of them come into view. Having escaped from Cacao Island, Sanji flies Luffy through the air toward the Thousand Sunny, but has to dodge cannon fire from the Big Mom pirates' fleet. They eventually reach the Sunny and are embraced by their crewmates. The crew is overjoyed to learn that Luffy defeated Katakuri, and Chopper gets to work mending Luffy's injuries, with Sanji leaving his own injury for later. However, the Straw Hats are not out of the clear yet as Smoothie and Daifuku's fleet gets closer to them and harasses them with cannon fire. In the ruined Peanuts town on Nuts Island, The citizens and their minister Amanda work to rescue anyone in peril from the wreckage. They, along with the citizens of several other Toto Land islands, worry about what might become of them if Big Mom's craving rampage is not stopped. Meanwhile, the fire tank pirates have reached Funwari Island and placed the wedding cake on the coast, but are forced to watch as Prometheus consumes the Nostra Castello with flames, destroying it. Bege then prepares for his crew to leave, but Chiffon insists on staying until the cake is eaten, saying it is her responsibility as Minister of Puff to keep watch over this island. Big Mom leaps off of Prometheus and stands eagerly in front of the cake, and Mont Dior contacts Perospero to ask about her status. Bavarai reveals that Perospero has collapsed due to leaving his arm stump untreated for too long, and the weakened Perospero tells Mont Dior that the cake has been left for Big Mom. He says that 3 results could happen. Big Mom dies from poisoning. She does not like the cake and continues rampaging, or she likes the cake and her craving stops. If anything but the third option happens, everyone on Toto Land will die. Mont Dior then realizes that Stussy and Morgans are gone and orders for them to be found immediately, not wanting the world to find out if the worst-case scenario happens. With Chiffon confident that the cake will satisfy Big Mom, Bege tells Vito and Gotti to look for a ship to escape with while he and the rest of the crew watches the cake's consumption. Back near Cacao Island, the Sunny continues to be assaulted by Smoothie and Daifuku's fleet, but the Germa Kingdom fleet comes in to give them support. As the Straw Hats pass by the main Germa ship, Judge calls out to Luffy, asking why he values Sanji when his body and mind have flaws preventing him from becoming a perfect soldier. However, Luffy does not understand that this is a question and simply bids Judge farewell. Before asking his crew why Judge listed good qualities about Sanji, the crew then quickly finds themselves in trouble again, as they see another massive Big Mom Pirates fleet coming toward them from the Count. This new fleet consists of paddle ships that are able to rapidly approach their target, and as the crew is forced to deal with their new onslaught, Smoothie's ship gets close enough from behind that Daifuku can attack the Sunny with his genie. Sanji fends off the genie's attacks, but the Sunny is a sitting duck as it is surrounded by hundreds of ships. However, the sea suddenly begins to rise underneath the fleet, and Watatsumi sends many ships flying into the distance as he bursts out of the water. Jinbe promptly dives underwater, where he sees his former crew, the Sun Pirates. He wonders why they came back to help, and they declare that they will serve him until he and the Straw Hats can make it out of Toto Land. On Funwari Island, Prometheus and Napoleon return to normal as Big Mom walks up to the wedding cake, and the Big Mom Pirates tensely observe from afar and wonder what effect the cake will have. With the cake at Big Mom's fingertips, Bege insists that they leave and carries Chiffon away. Chiffon pleads with him at first, but eventually accepts their departure and expresses her confidence in Sanji's culinary skills. Big Mom scoops out some pieces of cake, puts them in her mouth, and swallows. Suddenly she freezes up and falls on her back. The Big Mom Pirates think that she has been poisoned and rush to get medical help, but Perospero then stops them as they watch Big Mom express her joy over the excellent taste of the cake. She gets back up and launches herself at the cake, overwhelmed by its magnificence, and her crew celebrates. As she watches her mother eat the cake, Chiffon remembers Sanji making his cream on Cacao Island, and she had gotten mad at him for doing what normally took a whole night. However, Sanji said he would finish it in 2 hours, saying he wanted Big Mom to have a joyful expression on her face when she ate it, and in the present. Chiffon remarks that Sanji got what he wished for. Perospero still believes the cake was poisoned, but thinks it just failed to harm Big Mom. He then announces to his crewmates and citizens of Toto Land that Big Mom's craving rampage has stopped, causing them to celebrate and be thankful for their survival. On Cacao Island, the citizens hail Pudding as a hero for making the cake, but she overhears them from the alley and denies it, tearfully remembering the skill and kindness of Sanji. In the ocean close to Cacao Island, Jinbe stands before his former crew, the Sun Pirates, who have all agreed to stay in Toto Land until Jinbe and the Straw Hats make it out. They then go on the offensive, with Watatsumi swatting away ships with his massive arms while the rest of them use their weapons to disable the paddle ships and confront the Big Mom Pirates on board. Smoothie and Daifuku continue pursuing the Thousand Sunny from behind, and Daifuku attempts to attack it with his genie again. However, Aladdin uses Fishman Karate to hit the genie's halberd with a powerful stream of water, disarming it. The Sun Pirates successfully open up a path for the Sunny to sail through, and they bid Jinbe goodbye as he helms the ship to freedom. On Cacao Island, Snack's fleet attacks and boards the Germa Kingdom fleet, and Judge heads out to confront the former Sweet Commander and his subordinates. All of the Charlotte decuplets confront Ikiji, Niji, Yanji, and Reiju and merge together into a single massive fighter. As this happens, Oven arrives on a paddle ship through the Miro world and tells the pirates there that he has entrusted Brule with the fight on Cacao Island. Brule approaches the Big Mom Pirates with special bullets that will penetrate the Vinsmokes raid suits and harm them, and out at sea. Oven heats up as he is determined to stop the person who beat Katakuri at all costs. He sticks his hands into the ocean and boils it, rendering the Sun Pirates unable to remain in it and forcing them to retreat into the deep. Back on Funwari Island, Big Mom starts singing while eating the cake. Reminiscing of her dream of creating a harmonious land in Tato Land, she realizes that the taste of the cake reminds her of the krokenbau she ate for her 6th birthday party with Mother Carmel and all her friends at the sheep's house, and imagines herself back with them all. As she sings, Judge clashes with Snack, while his children are overwhelmed by Brulee's bullets. Mont d'Or receives a report that the Queen Mama Chanter is about to arrive at Cacao Island, and he celebrates. With the Sun Pirates out of the way, the Big Mom Pirates resume their assault on the Sunny, and the Straw Hats struggle to defend against the barrage of cannon fire coming for them. Eventually, they come face to face with the Queen Mama Chanter and its barrage of cannonballs. After the Chanter's attack, flaming ship wreckage is left where the Sunny once was, and the Straw Hats' Jolly Roger is seen underwater. Near Cacao Island, the Big Mom Pirates look at the flaming ship wreckage left in the Thousand Sunny's place and remark how their victory was inevitable. Mont d'Or's group on Whole Cake Island celebrates, as do the people on other Tato Land islands when they hear the news. On Funwari Island, Prospero marvels at the effectiveness of Pudding's wedding cake, which has been consumed in its entirety. Big Mom, now back at her normal size, lies on the ground in a blissful daze. Prospero attempts to tell her important news, such as the fire tank pirates' escape, but she does not register his words. However, back near Cacao Island, the Big Mom Pirates suddenly realize that the ship wreckage is not the Sunny, but is in fact the Sun Pirates' ship. Just moments ago, Aladdin had ordered Wadatsumi to put their ship in the Sunny's place, even though Fisher Tiger had built it long ago. Wadatsumi managed to do it in the nick of time, pulling the Sunny underwater and putting it into his mouth before swimming away. The Big Mom Pirates see Wadatsumi underwater, and Oven shoots tendrils of heat through the water. One of the tendrils pierces Wadatsumi, causing him to spit out the Sunny and the Straw Hats in pain. The Big Mom Pirates' fleet quickly turns to pursue the Straw Hats once more, but Wadatsumi stands between them and intercepts the cannon fire. He apologizes to the Straw Hats for his actions on Fishman Island, and thanks Jinbe for having later allowed him to tag along. He and the Sun Pirates had decided earlier out of gratitude to protect Jinbe until he left Tato Land with his new crew, and were willing to throw away their lives to accomplish it. Aladdin then pulls Wadatsumi underwater, and the Sun Pirates rise up out of it, ready to battle the Big Mom Pirates' forces. The Sun Pirates quickly get to work taking down their opponents, and when Oven tries attacking the Straw Hats, Aladdin charges in and clashes with him. However, the Sun Pirates are vastly outnumbered by the Big Mom Pirates and are overwhelmed by the fleet's cannon fire, as well as by Smoothie and Daifuku's abilities. On the Sunny, Jinbe tells the Straw Hats and Kara to drain any water flooding the ship and repair the sails in order to get out of Tato Land as quickly as possible, and his comments confuse Luffy. Jinbe admits that he cannot leave his old crewmates behind, and Luffy offers to stay behind as well. However, Jinbe says that the crew will never leave alive if they cannot escape from the Big Mom Pirates' fleet, and he intends to ensure they escape by defending them from the rear. Luffy accepts this, but reminds Jinbe that he is his captain and tells him to reunite with them in Wano country at all costs. Jinbe then thanks him. Meanwhile, Big Mom races away from Funwari Island on a candy homie with Prospero accompanying her. Prospero tells her that their crew is currently battling the Straw Hats near Cacao Island, and Big Mom looks forward to getting there and using Luffy's soul to make homies. They pass by the fire tank pirates sailing away on a tart, and Bege is relieved that they escaped. Vito worries about the Germa, and Bege notes that Chiffon seems worried as well, although she states she is confident the Straw Hats will escape and that she will see Nami again. Back near Cacao Island, Oven overpowers Aladdin in a clash, and Jinbe goes to catch his comrade. Aladdin is unhappy to see Jinbe here, but the fishman says that they all need to survive. He and the Sun Pirates then create a whirlpool that brings forth a massive current which pushes the Sunny further away from the Big Mom Pirates' fleet. Close by, on a flying vessel attached to several news coup, Morgans overhears what is happening and cheers on the Straw Hats, and Stussy asks why he is doing that. Morgans replies to her that he believes one of the members of the worst generation will become the next pirate king. As the Thousand Sunny sails through calm ocean, Sanji finds out that Pedro has died. He is surprised to hear this, and remembers their first encounter on Zoo, when the Jaguar Mink had begged him to save Inuarashi and Nekomamushi from death after Jack's attack. Carrot tells him to not feel bad, as this is what Pedro wanted and they would not have escaped alive without his sacrifice. She then starts sobbing, and Sanji comforts her. Chopper is tending to Luffy's wounds when cotton candy snow starts falling, which the crew takes as a sign that they are almost out of Tato Land. The battle between the Sun Pirates, Germa 66, and the Big Mom pirates continues raging on Cacao Island, and Jinbe puts himself into the fray as he attacks the Big Mom pirates' ships. Pudding remains camped out in an alley in Chocolat Town and weeps as she holds a roll of film in her hands. She remembers being once set to fool and kill Sanji during their wedding, serving as Big Mom's pawn, even as her mother frequently made rude comments about her third eye, which she had been bullied for since childhood. Thanks to that, Sanji complimenting her third eye, which Pudding had intended to use to stun him with repulsion during their wedding, caused her to break down in tears. In the last moments of their time together on Cacao Island, Pudding had kissed Sanji, but promptly removed his memories of the event, leaving him wondering what her request was as she ran off. Now, she is alone with just the roll of Sanji's memories. On Whole Cake Island, Mont d'Or tries calling Prospero to find out Big Mom's whereabouts, but is unsuccessful and receives a call from Cacao Island. The call reveals that a stray territorial sea slug had picked up the Sunny on the edge of Toto Land, meaning they had successfully escaped the Big Mom pirates' territory. Mont d'Or's group reacts with anguish, and after hearing this report, Jinbe, the Sun Pirates, and Germa 66 pull out of the battle on Cacao Island as they prepare to retreat. However, everyone sees Big Mom coming onto the scene, and the Sun Pirates and Germa brace to take her on. Jinbe is intent on remaining alive, but the Big Mom pirates' overwhelming assault on their enemies is renewed as they celebrate their captain's arrival. As she reaches Cacao Island, Big Mom asks her enemies if they will give her their lifespan or die. In the Miro world, Brooke goes to the defeated Katakuri and begins treating his wounds. She asks him why he got up and fell on his back after initially falling forward, and Katakuri admits that his reputation of never laying on his back is a lie. Brooke reveals that she knows this, having seen him through mirrors, but she thinks no less of him, as she knows that Katakuri took on his invulnerable image to protect his siblings. When they were children, Katakuri enjoyed eating donuts with his massive mouth on full display, and if anyone made fun of it, he would just beat them up. However, one day he discovered that the people he beat up gave Brooke a cut across her face out of revenge, and although Brooke insisted that he was fine the way he was, Katakuri could not handle his sister getting hurt because of him. Donning a scarf to cover his mouth and wielding Magura, Katakuri went to take down Brooke's attackers. In the present, Katakuri asks about what happened to Luffy. Brooke reveals that he escaped from Toto Land, and as she expected, Katakuri smiles at the news. On the seas outside of Toto Land, Luffy remarks that he is hungry. Sanji asks if he wants him to cook something, and Luffy, Chopper, Brooke, and Carrot, ecstatic for him to do so. As Sanji starts cooking, a group of rowdy pirates comes to Baratie and demands food. The cooks are displeased and hesitant about serving them, but Zeph starts cooking right away. Sanji and Zeph both comment that everyone gets hungry, and so they cook to serve everyone who wants food.
虎杖、みんなに伝えて、悪くなかった。